culture. And the second one is popular culture as folk or popular beliefs, practices and objects rooted in local traditions. I like to call it bottom-up pop culture. Even though these two definitions might look poles apart, they both are key elements in today's tourism development and the sustainability debate. To describe the first definition of popular culture, the one that I define as top-down, the one generated by commercial centers and mass media, I would like to talk a little bit about the phenomenon of film-induced tourism, which I have been analyzing for years, for more than a decade, actually. And I'm not talking only as an academic here, but as a professional as well, given that since 2013, I have been collaborating as a tourism expert with an Italian film commission located in Lecco, on the banks of the famous Lake Como. A conspicuous number of studies reveal tourists' increasing interest in visiting the locations where movies, TV series, and music videos were filmed. Similarly, a significant number of tourism scholars highlight that destinations worldwide should invest in hosting movie productions that can help with destination branding and promotion. And I have to say that Africa is becoming an increasingly popular film tourism destination. If we compare movies with other advertising tools, for example, billboards or TV advertising, we see that movies have a much higher audience reach potential, both in space and time. For example, even though 23 years have passed from the release of Notting Hill, tourists from all over the world still crowd that West London district to see its locations. And we can say the same thing about the 1953 movie Roman Holiday in Rome. The examples are endless. Also, film-induced tourism played an interesting role during the first months of the COVID-19 outbreak. When travel bans were in place, several destination management organizations posted on their websites the title of movies and TV series filmed in their locations. The goal was to make their attractions known through films, inviting people to visit those attractions in person after the release of the travel bans. For how great the potential of film tourism in terms of destination branding is, however, there are some development-related issues when it comes to sustainability. For example, film-induced mass tourism is becoming an increasingly compelling issue. And this happens not only in already known destinations such as Venice or Barcelona, where over-tourism is already an issue. This happens also in lesser known and smaller destinations, which, after appearing in a movie, become famous overnight and have to deal with unexpected crowds that they are not prepared to manage. Another sustainability-related issue that might affect destinations that host movie sets develops around the fact that sometimes movie productions make cosmetic adjustments to the landscape that damage the natural environment permanently. Additionally, in the past few years, I have been analyzing the role of movie-generated representations of places and communities. Talking about this point, sociologist Urey proposed the term mediatized gaze. As he explains, what tourists gaze upon are media-created ideal representations that do not reflect reality. The sociological issue here is that too many times movie-generated representations do not mirror how things really are. Those misleading portrayals of destinations and communities can be followed by harmful tourist behaviors, often becoming obstacle to sustainable development. For example, those mediatized images generate stereotypes, and I'm sure we all know that stereotypes often lead to dangerous consequences, such as racism and discrimination. Similarly, those representations can enhance reckless behaviors towards the environment, with tourists not being mindful of destinations' natural resources. So what can we do to make things better and to develop a more sustainable, film-induced tourism development in some way? I would like to answer with a quote by Singh, Timothy, and Darling that Sue Beaton, one of the most famous film-induced tourism experts, mentions in her book. It is unlikely that tourism itself is bad. It is simply badly planned and managed. Badly planned and managed. This means that stakeholders should work towards a well-planned and managed tourism. How? Both as a tourism academic and a film commission collaborator, I have a favorite word, which is system, because it is only through collaborative tourism planning that successful and sustainable results can be achieved. And I know I'm not saying anything new here, but only if everyone sits at the planning table, we can have an efficient tourism system. And trust me, I know it is not easy. I can tell you how many times with my film commission, we have to play the role of mediators between movie productions that necessitate to close down and to close an entire road to film a particular scene, and inflexible local authorities who did not want to stop traffic in the area. Just to mention one example, not fun. We were often yelled at by both parties, but in the end, luckily, we were always able to find win-win solutions. And to come up with those win-win strategies, we try to talk with everyone, from movie directors to members of the community. And one of the main findings of my research is that usually locals are glad and honored to have their locations featured in movies and TV series. They only ask one thing: respect. And this entails a number of aspects, such as honest representations of the local culture and the protection of their physical environment. These concepts go hand in hand with the second definition of popular culture, the one that I described as bottom-up, and that refers to folklore and local traditions. Because a healthy relationship between popular culture and tourism cannot ignore the role of tangible and intangible cultural heritage for sustainable development. Talking about cultural heritage, sociologists often use a term I really like, which is collective memory. Scholars interested in collective memory analyze elements such as collective objects and collective representations and the meanings they have for communities in terms of shared identities. In the past few years, I have been dedicating particular attention to the role of tourism and popular culture within collective memory, trying to uncover the best solutions for sustainable development. While conducting my studies, I found a concept that significantly helped me answer some important questions, which is cultural landscape. According to UNESCO, cultural landscapes represent the great diversity of the interactions between humans and their environment. I would like to have a little teacher moment here and share with you the slide I show my students when I explain the concept of cultural landscapes. Yes, this is an object floating in space. I apologize, I do not know the precise name, maybe a space shuttle, but the reason why I have this slide is because, as I like to tell my students, the travel market is often characterized by unsustainable hit and run forms of tourism. The risk in this sense is that tourists perceive attractions and local traditions as objects floating in space, detached from their cultural context. The effects of the COVID-19 pandemic on tourism reveal the need of a paradigm shift in the sector. And I think that it would be great if this shift could happen both in the mind of operators and tourists, orienting their mindset towards a more cultural landscape-based perspective that puts the relationship between the cultural fabric and the natural environment first. In a brilliant speech on sustainable tourism in Africa, Judy Fergona talked about the importance of unified brands. Judy used the expression sustainable brand identity, which I love, Judy, and just to let you know, I will quote you a lot in the future in my slides. Wouldn't it be great if the post-pandemic rebuilding could also strengthen the relationship between top-down and bottom-up popular culture, supporting a system that enhances sustainable brand identity? Again, I know it is not easy to facilitate the dialogue among tourism stakeholders, but thinking that the issues faced by tourism during the pandemic were exclusively generated by the COVID-19 crisis is an illusion. What the pandemic really did was to exacerbate problems that were already in place before the 2020 outbreak. And I'm sure that all the brilliant experts in the audience here are aware as much as I am, if not more, of all these challenges. I am sharing some personal feelings now, and I admit that sometimes I get frustrated myself, especially when I see some stakeholders not understanding the importance of system building and sustainable thinking. But for how art this is, it's important, as the COVID-19, brought up all these challenges, it's important to understand that there is hope. And I see this hope working as a university professor every week when I enter the classroom. That hope is represented by future generations. I recently saw on both Judy and SCASS Twitter accounts interesting posts on the importance of focusing on youth entrepreneurship in tourism. And I couldn't agree more with this focus on young people. And it really gives me hope to see that students are increasingly interested in sustainable development. When I lecture on topics such as sustainable tourism, popular culture, and cultural landscapes, I often mention the field of environmental sociology, which studies the complex relationship between societies and the environment. It is so fascinating to see students' active involvement when we analyze the strong correlation between environmental issues and social problems, such as poverty. And here, I would like to talk about the Sustainable Development Goals for a second, because teaching about the Sustainable Development Goals is not always easy, but I find it so important for students to understand that maybe we will not be able to reach all the 17 goals by 2030, but at least we are talking about it. At least there is a UN program that keeps stakeholders accountable when it comes to sustainable development. And I can see from the essays my students turn in their class projects that they are really grasping the issues and put an effort in genuinely wanting to find solutions for a more sustainable development of the tourism sector. Moreover, I am always so glad to observe young generations' interest in knowing about other cultures. And in this sense, as I state in the classroom, there is no better tool than tourism to promote encounters among different cultures. And this means also promoting respect and peace. So it is with this message of hope, looking at the future, that I'm going to end my presentation. First of all, I want to thank Judy for inviting me as a speaker for this great summit. And then, more generally, I would like to thank all those scholars and professionals who are studying and working in Africa. I have never been there, but lately I have been increasingly interested in sustainable development there, and I'm learning so much. So thank you for widening my horizon in such an insightful way. Being here today helped me reflect on one interesting aspect. I am an Italian researcher living in the United States, talking at an African summit. It is so fascinating to see that when it comes to sustainable tourism, we all speak the same language, and we all have, even with our own peculiarities, similar strengths and weaknesses. This clearly shows that dialogue and the creation of networks and systems, as I say, is vital when it comes to sustainable development. In the past 2 years, tourism, our sector, experienced endless challenges. I am sure that due to COVID-19, everyone in this virtual or physical room faced significant struggles. But look at us. Kudos to all of you who thrived through the pandemic and are here today, looking with hope at the future of tourism, a sustainable future. Thank you.
Comments and questions from the audiences, because in many of our destinations, we know there are different films that have been featured in our destinations, and the power of film to reach wider audiences. So to start off, the first question, there is a question about the development of film-induced tourism. Oh, sorry. So there are 2 questions. I'll read the first one. So Dr. Marta, how does the development of film-induced tourism compare in regions globally? Where is Africa, where is Europe, or which countries are leading That's the first question.
So it is very interesting because after years, I mean, useless to say Hollywood, right? The Hollywood industry was, you know, an empire when it came to a movie production, and Hollywood basically was deciding everything. Right now, what is interesting is that we are seeing other regions of the world who are becoming leaders in film productions and film tourism. For example, I'm talking about the very popular Bollywood in India, very, very famous. And also China is becoming big in this sense. So I'm seeing slowly, unfortunately, a trend that is basically decentralizing from just like the Hollywood center, you know, and I like live like 4 hours from Los Angeles, and I conducted lots of research in Los Angeles, but I'm seeing a different trend right now that is more like, I will say again, as I proposed, like bottom-up strategies. Why? Because we are starting to have interesting film commissions, film offices. They are trying to diversify, you know, even in the United States, film productions are moving. They're not filming in Los Angeles anymore. They're going to the state of Georgia, for example, where the film production get like greater tax credit. They can almost film for free, right? And as I told you, I've never been to Africa, but I'm really interested because I saw that also in Africa, they are doing very interesting thing concerning film offices and film commission. So yes, I'm seeing like a little bit slow, but the offer is becoming like a little bit diversified finally. I can't hear, I'm sorry.
Good morning. I'd like
Good morning.
to thank you for this great presentation today. I was really intrigued at the links between tourism, pop culture, and film. And one of my first thoughts that came about was your research on the perception and acceptance by communities to have films done. But here we've seen the risk where sometimes our African communities don't get to see the films that are made from their homes. They don't know about them. They don't know about the kind of success that they get in Hollywood. So I think we have to ensure that we're able to relay support to the communities, not just in seeing the films, but somehow have systems where we can create community funds, and royalties can be directed to supporting schools or sport teams or some sort of medical facilities, things like that. So that way I would actually really bring it down to the ground, like you're talking about, where films seen outside have a direct link to supporting the communities in which they are made. In addition to having them, make it a thing of pride and a way that they can market and brand their destination. I like the concept of film-induced tourism, where you think of the many films that have been made here in Kenya, but people don't realize that the Hell's Gate was the inspiration of Lion King. If all the kids in Africa knew that, whenever they would visit the Hell's Gate and took a tour through that, and it would put a link with the Lion King, and it would be a thing that I believe the Hell's Gate could use as as a branding and marketing strategy as well. The film Tomb Raider was filmed in the same location, but how many people know that? And when they're launching new remakes of these films, is there any link where we can support filming of these movies in these destinations, and having it and marketing in ways that attracts not just international tourists, but local tourists to these locations. One more thought was on how we can actually take advantage of pop culture and to support tourism, certain destinations, for example, YouTube and Instagram, and kind of take advantage of how AI works, because I feel that these days, if you search Diani, all of a sudden, all your ads are directed towards Diani or a certain location. So how can we as tourism operators take advantage of these systems by, lots of influencers come to these places because they are the it places to go. Everyone's going to Lamu in Kenya right now, and they're showing up YouTube videos, but how are we as tourism practitioners taking advantage of these informal or indirect streams? And I think also from a research perspective, it would be interesting to see the relationship between these films and short videos on YouTube and Instagram, and how they influence the market and people to, traveling locally and internationally to these places. Lastly, I would like to maybe just bring to light the kind of roadblocks we have in Kenya and maybe African countries related to permits for filmmaking. A lot of, I believe, production houses have a lot of trouble when they want to film in Kenya, and probably choose other countries like South Africa to do their films. And I feel, after seeing your presentation, I feel that it actually could affect tourism in one way or another. If those were tourists that were supposed to come to Kenya because, the film blew up and Wakanda was made in Kenya, people would come to Kenya to see Wakanda, and whatever country they can attribute certain films to, I do believe has a direct link with the kind of tourism that would go to that destination. So I really wanted to thank you for your talk today, and love to hear more of what the audience has to say.
So thank you so much for this comment. It was very, very interesting. Literally, I know you have your schedule, but just to let you know, I could talk for hours about the question that you have. So feel free to reach out to me if you want via email. I will be happy to talk more. But just what I understand from what you say, I think that the key is, again, I'm sorry, I keep repeating that, the idea of system. And there is one key subject here that I see worldwide, but even in the United States, even in Los Angeles, we don't talk enough about it, which is film offices and film commissions. Because really, film offices and film commission needs to work hard, but really can be that mediator that can be in charge of everything. For example, you say the people in Kenya don't know about the movies filmed there. Well, there is a problem of distribution, clearly. And we know that distribution today in the globalized world is the same thing with products, right? We have problem of distribution of products and also of media. And this is key. So we need dialogue. Too many times, I saw myself filmmakers who couldn't care less about promoting the destination. We just can come here, we film here because it's cheap, and we go away. We don't care about people local seeing the movies. So there, we need local stakeholders to start the dialogue film productions. It's extremely hard, but it's the future. Every time I ask in a classroom, what is a film commission? What is a film office? No one knows about them, because is a really still, like I will say, like we're still at the beginning, but really a well-done film office with tourism expert in it that can help, the promotion, branding, as you say, which right now, I'm happy you mentioned social medias. Social medias are almost like much more relevant concern for the promotion of location than almost movies, right? So I talk with operators, however, who don't even know what social media are sometimes, like stakeholders, local stakeholders, and they don't even see, since they are not the target of social media, because maybe they are not, like, for example, young generations, they say, oh, maybe we don't see why we should promote our destination through social media, for example, my attraction or my hotel, my resort, because I don't see. So also, like, some kind of education. We always try with my film commission, again, if you want, I can give you more examples, just send me an email. But I mean, really, with my film commissions, we are no profit. So we are volunteer, basically. I'm a volunteer, but we really try to enhance, to work hard, because we really believe in that, and to do some workshops for the community, for tourism stakeholders. For example, a very interesting way to make money for hotels is to host film crews. You have a film crew coming for a week, a month. Well, it's good, it's good, host them. Think of discounted, fees for film crews coming there. And it happens all the time, also in Italy. To close like a road for 1 hour is a nightmare. We have to fight like crazy. Bureaucracy is crazy, and the film crew just leaves. Same situation, you know. So again, dialogue is completely missing. Institutions don't see why it's worth it to close for 1 hour that road, because they can see it worldwide, can promote your destination worldwide. So it's a long process. Getting frustrated a little bit, but systems dialogues, you know, it's all part of that. This is why I really think that, for example, having very good professionals in field commissions can help, can be a tool. Maybe that they know about tourism as well, not only about movies.
Thank you, Marta, for the response. We'll take 1 or 2 more comments or questions from the audience, then proceed to the next speaker. So there is a question from Professor Marco Pondo, and there is another question online. Job, you can pass the mic to Professor Marco Pondo while I read these other questions, so you will answer them together. So for film-induced tourism, we've seen a big influence from the big filmmakers. Do you think there are opportunities for small filmmakers to influence film-induced tourism? For example, in Kenya, you might find young people having their own YouTube channel and maybe some few following. Does that contribute to film-induced tourism? So the other question is from Marco Pondo.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. My question is, when it comes to filming, the filmmakers decide, they have a script of what they want to do. Now, to what extent should the local people participate, especially institutions, in influencing that before actually they are permitted to do their script? Because some of them think in terms of exotic presentation of destinations, some of which don't exist, so they create them. And when the visitors come, they're looking for things which don't even exist. And at times there's a misrepresentation. For instance, if you look at The Lion King, originally, if you look at it, it was intended to be filmed in South Africa. And then they presented it in Kenya. But if you listen to some of the background presentation, you know, the tribal dances and songs, they're actually Zulu, which and the Zulus don't live in Kenya. So how much control should the destination insist on having before giving permits? And how do we influence? Should we be able to watch the movies before they are released, or once you give a license, that's it? Thank you.
Thank you so much for these questions. As a sociologist, thank you to both of you, and also to Dominic that asked a very similar question in the chat. So movies portraying like misleading representations. So first of all, concerning the first question about like young people, well, okay, there is one thing that we want with my film commission, the director and I, we don't do anything if young local people are not involved. So if we have a film crew coming here, we always ask, please get our young people for an internship or whatever, but help us. And we try to promote like a lot local filmmakers, especially young. Well, my film commission, for example, is close to Milan, that has a great film school. So we have like people going there. And so we create entire festivals just for young people. And I asked them the effort to put subtitles in all their movies of our young people, short movies, long movies. And I brought all of them to Las Vegas, and I got the town where my film commission is Lecco. And I create the Lecco Film Festival in Las Vegas. For 3 days, we showed only and exclusively young people movies to promote them. So for us, young people are fundamental, and we really try to train them if we can. Again, we're all volunteers, so for free they can have free training. And sometimes a good thing to do is to tell filmmakers, hey, don't bring cameras, or don't bring your cameramen, because we have young people who are cameramen and you can hire them, you know. So maybe come just bring very few people, so you can hire local people, young people that can do the same thing. Okay, so that's very interesting, and that's also connected to the other two questions about this exotic representation. And thank you. I wrote my entire doctoral dissertation on stereotypes on Italian cultures. Okay, where everyone thinks, for example, Italians, that we are mafia, you know, this like not a great representation. And I see in the chat a similar question. So unfortunately, locations don't have that much control on movies, on the script, okay? We can ask it to see before, and we cannot stop, unfortunately, a movie production. I mean, if a movie production from Hollywood comes to my small town, and but of course we can, I don't know, talk with journalists. It happens all the times. We talk with journalists, we try to do press releases. But again, there is a solution, you know, enhance local filmmakers who know the truth and know how to represent the real, you know what I mean, the real portrayals. And I know, and I'm sorry for what I read also in the chat, that Africa, you know, is portrayed in misleading ways, but you know, I perfectly understand. And as a sociologist who studies stereotypes through the media, I completely understand. This is exactly the mediatized gaze of that Uri talks about, right? So sociologists often analyze this idea that people, tourists, come with an idea in mind, like, and it's hard, and sometimes they behave in that way. They are even disappointed when they discover that things are not like in the movies. So we really hope, like, again, let's start from film commissions, from bottom-up works, which made by the local community that creates real representations. But unfortunately, it's a really, really complex phenomenon. I'm really not that many scholars are researching it. And so we are trying slowly to change things, but it's not easy. And the problems you mentioned are
we have lost you earlier on for like 3 minutes. So maybe you can go back to your comments. We were disconnected, so we had lost you when you were responding, like the past 3 minutes.
Oh, I'm sorry. No, I was just saying that, yes, I think that one of the main solutions to create a more or less, you know, stereotype image. First of all, as I said, we cannot control scripts, but what we can control is enhance local filmmakers, young local filmmakers who know about the culture firsthand because it's their culture. And of course, the representations will be more honest and transparent. And it happens to us, right? It happened to us. People come to film in our destination, then we see the movie, and then we have to start calling journalists and say, oh, wow, this is a misrepresentation. It happens, you know, we don't have control on the script. We can ask to see that, but we always really try to promote movies. We try to understand that don't, you know, try to not enhance stereotypes. As I was saying, there are not that many scholars analyzing these problems. These are serious problems. But when I conduct research and literature review, I notice that not that many people analyze this topic. So it's really like at the beginning phase of understanding not only the role of stereotypes in movies, but the role of stereotypes in movies and in tourism. So I'm very happy for your question. I really understand that the problem is there, and I hope that that increasingly film offices and tourism stakeholders can work together to, you know, create more truthful representations. I'm sorry. Okay.
One question from Mercy. Maybe you can unmute Mercy.
Oh. Thank you, Dr. Soligo, for your great presentation and for the new concept in film-induced tourism. I found it quite interesting that actually, okay, sorry. Thank you so much. And it's quite interesting to learn this concept of film-induced tourism, and actually the film being a driving factor for people to visit destinations. I was actually thinking about the COVID-19 pandemic. Do you think it has influenced the way people travel, like because of the travel restrictions that were put in place during the COVID-19 pandemic? Do you think there's an increase in like virtual mobilities where tourists actually don't have to visit destinations physically. And they do watch these destinations in film, and instead of like visiting, we do have Insta stories, we have all these news feeds on Facebook, and people actually visiting destinations virtually instead of visiting that in person. I would like to know your thoughts about that.
Thank you so much. I love all these sociological questions. I'm so happy when I can talk about, so thank you. This is very sociological, okay? Again, we could even go into philosophy almost, right? What is the travel? What is the travel? I like to ask my students, for example, it's a question I always ask my students. So I show them that during the COVID-19 pandemics, all the main museums in the world, like the Louvre, the Uffizi in Florence, you could literally walk through your phone, you know, in the museum, literally walk, even see paintings almost in a better way, better quote unquote, because you could get so close through virtual reality that you could even see like the brush, you know, rather than just seeing from like, you know, from in person. So I said, do you think, I asked my students, let's ask a young generation, and some of them say, well, I mean, no, it's not the same thing, but some others say, well, maybe it's a new way of traveling. So it's really tricky. I don't think, I mean, tourism is an experience-based, absolutely, an experience-based phenomenon. And here I'm talking as a boring sociologist, but I can tell you, for example, that in sociology, several scholars are starting to say we have to study more the role of senses. We have to stop only thinking of sight. So think of smell, you know, the hearing, touching. So tourism is all of that, right? So tourist is a very, you know, I'm quoting Pine and Gilmore, the experience economy, the marketing guru, is an experience-based, like in-person experience-based. You cannot have tourism without the experience. But then, of course, we cannot ignore the role of travel, virtual travel, absolutely, that I think is going to become increasingly important as virtual reality goes on, is becoming increasingly important. Well, it's up to, again, to tourism stakeholders to create unique experiences. But yes, for sure, the COVID-19 changed absolutely several things to me. We have, you know, as we all know, for example, like locals visiting local attractions. So really we have like different changes. And as I said, I mean, Netflix and online platform really like had like a crazy success during COVID-19 because everyone was watching movies. And myself, I conduct research. For example, I analyze the DMOs of all this, of the states of the European Union. I did a research with the professor in a university in Denmark, and we analyze the role of DMOs website, Destination Management Organization websites of the states of the European Union. And all of them, it was super interesting. All of them say, okay, you are home from your couch, watch this movie so you can travel. Or some of them were super well done. For example, listen, there is COVID, everyone is tired and stressed. Listen to the sounds of our forests, of our nature. So they recorded on the website the sounds of their nature. Was so interesting. Or cook virtually with our chef online this recipe so you can taste. So it was very interesting to see how they were trying to virtually involve the five senses, and the message was always do that now virtually so you can come back in person. So I think that still tourism is a very in-person based activity, but again, tourism stakeholders, operators have in their hands the idea of creating memorable experiences that are worth to living with all the changes in society. As a sociologist, I can tell you, more attention toward health, hygiene, and all this kind of economic crisis, so people less money, to say it easy. So from a sociological perspective, it's very interesting. I can't hear.
Yeah, despite the slight connectivity challenges that we had, it was an exciting presentation about film tourism. I know there are films about almost every other destination, or even your backyard has been featured sometime in a film, whether the presentation was accurate or it was a misrepresentation. And there are lots of things that we can do, as Marta has explained. We need to embrace, I think, systems thinking and look at the issue of embracing film-induced tourism as a collaborative effort from different stakeholders, so that it is used to promote tourism in a sustainable way. So I'd like to call to an end Marta's session today. She is available on Reach through her email addresses and also on Twitter as Marta Soligo or Sociology of Tourism. Also on LinkedIn, feel free to reach out to her for any discussion about issues of popular culture and tourism. Thank you so much, Marta, for your time. So
Thank you. That was an honor, Thank you so much.
Yeah, you're welcome. So in the same line, we'd like to proceed to the digital strategies of marketing tourism. We've seen the way films can be used to tell about attractions in different places, but you can also have a digital strategy to market your tourism brand. And taking us through that presentation is Lisanne Duplessis from Echo Africa Digital. Lisanne, if you're here, yeah, welcome.
Good morning, everyone. It is a great privilege for me to be here this morning. I only recently met Judy at the Tourism Indaba in Durban in South Africa a month or so ago. And it was such a lovely connection to make. I have such massive respect for what she's doing here in Kenya. And when we go through the presentation, I'll show you that my journey also started here in Kenya. So thank you for hosting me today, and thank you for this privilege. Joe, we can start with the presentation then. Thank you on the screen. Maybe while we wait for that, a little bit about my company. I found Eco Africa Digital. It is a digital marketing agency. We provide the full range of digital marketing services, which includes website development, SEO, social media content management, social media advertising, Google PPC ads, everything that you need to flourish online with a digital marketing. But with my background, I chose to focus our agency solely on the tourism industry and specifically on responsible tourism and ecotourism. So that's why being here today is a great privilege for me and a great match, because everything that all of you are involved with is everything that my heart also holds high and deems as value. So our journey in life is to make sure that we have all the institutions and the tourism establishments represented in this sphere, in this hall today, as well as online. Make sure you guys look great online and that tourists can find you. While we wait, I can also maybe give you a little bit of feedback about my journey so far. So 20 years ago, I was doing research here in Kenya for my master's degree in the center of Kenya. And I stayed there for 6 weeks doing research on one of the local tribes, the Pokot people, which I'm sure you're all well known with. And during that period, staying with the Pokot people, I learned very important things about conservation and linking that with community development. As all of you would know, there is a big conflict between conservation and wildlife conservation and human development and human flourishing. But what I saw 20 years back is the actual effects on the ground when tourism is managed well and when tourism brings economic benefits to local people. From that journey, I've also learned that, yes, tourism is the way to go if you want to pursue conservation and also uplift local economies. And that is where the journey started for me. Thank you. So there we are already on the screen. Now you have something to match what I'm saying with. So this is my team on the ground, Eco Africa Digital. We're a team of 5 experts doing your digital marketing. Most of us have either degrees from Stellenbosch University or Cape Town University, and then some postdoctorate, postgraduate diplomas in marketing or in copywriting or in Google paid media. We're also proud of some of our awards. In the top, we have been a finalist in the WTMA Awards, that is the World Travel Markets in Africa. That is a yearly expo in Cape Town. And we've been a finalist for the most compelling digital campaign story. Another award that we are proud of is the one in the top right-hand corner. We've also been appointed by Corporate Vision as the winner in the Best Specialist Travel and Tourism Marketing Agency in South Africa this year, which we are very proud of, and from that area, we were happy to present to you today. Thank you. Next slide. And this is a picture of the story that I shared with you from the Pokot people in Laikipia in Kenya. This picture was taken 20 years back. I remember it is as if it still happened yesterday. I remember walking, and it was such a magical experience for me, meeting with somebody in the middle of the bush, tens of kilometers away from everything else in this homestead, with the huts and the local pastoral community surrounding him, the influence that this elder had over his community. But as I've previously shared with you, saw there was the effect of properly run sustainable tourism that influences the local community. It was a shifting moment for me. It was a shifting day where I saw, if my heart is to protect Africa, its wilderness, its wildlife, I need to make sure that these people also get the benefits of what is coming in from tourism. So from the background I had, from the skill set I had, from the interests I had, I saw that if I was going to help Africa and conservation, wildlife and local communities, I need to make sure that the tourism is marketed well, that we link the deserving tourism establishments in Africa with the market internationally and locally to bring people here. And that is where my journey started. Now we are here 10 years later, and I've shared with you our awards. We are now a specialist marketing agency and ready to serve you in Africa. Thank you. Next slide. So from this presentation, I would like to take you through 4 strategy. I think it is important to understand it is definitely a very specialized field. There's a lot of technical aspects to digital marketing, but many of these aspects you can implement yourself. But I think what I say today is important to know and to have an understanding of, even if you were to outsource your marketing to an agency like Eco Africa or any other marketing agency. So the 4 aspects I want to focus on, I think is important to understand for yourself, just if you're trying to do it yourself, but also if you're going to outsource it, you need to understand what you're talking about when you're asking a marketer to do your job or to be the 4 areas. In the first place is SEO, which is search engine optimization. And in the second place, how that ties with search engine paid ads, also called Google Ads or PPC, pay per click. The third aspect I'm going to touch on is social media content management, the type of posts you put out on your feeds. And in the 4th place, social media paid ads. That's advertising on social media. So the first aspect is search engine optimization. When we think about that on the next slide, search engine optimization, you have to understand that in the sense of it's almost like a shopping mall. If we can have the next slide there, Job. If somebody goes onto Google and search for something, you have to think of it, so everybody's scrambling for the same thing. So all these people are trying to buy a TV, they're rushing into the mall, they're trying to get what they want. It's almost not a frenetic kind of environment in their mind space, but they're trying to get something. If you think about yourself, if you're going to a mall in Nairobi, in Cape Town, going to a mall, you want to shop. You have the mindset of buying, to make sure that your shop has got products, and when people come in, the question is they want to buy something, and you provide it to them with your keywords. It is different from social media. When you're on social media, you're not in a shopping mall. In social media, you will be browsing around. It's like walking in the once pained. You see what your friends are doing, what are the famous people doing online. On social media, you'll have a different mindset, and we'll get to that later. But when you do SEO on your website, you have to understand you have to make it easy for people to buy something. So there's a difference between on-page SEO and off-page SEO. What you're seeing here on the screen is people searching for something like family-friendly safari lodge in South Africa. So that is a Google search. That your website is indexed, these words on your website, so that it can come up when people search for it. That's on-page SEO, the keywords on your pages. It also ties in with the process of this graph that you're seeing now is a social media funnel. Let's try this one. Can everybody hear me? All right. So a sales funnel works on the principle that you see a top-down approach. At the top is where awareness happens, and that is where your social media most of the time comes in with a beautiful video or content, but that is purely awareness. It is also where you will be writing a blog, stating something. The next point, Job, would be something like, is it safe to go on a safari with children on a family safari? So that's not very much with intent already to book. It's where you will write a blog to create awareness. Yes, it's very safe. Is it safe to go to Dahani Beach with a family? Is it malaria friendly? So those kind of awareness questions. Then later down, if you can just get the next points for us, Joe, please. Yeah, so is it safe to take kids on safari? The next line would be best family-friendly safaris in South Africa or in Kenya. That's still a blog. And then right at the bottom, where people are ready to take action, your SEO keywords will contain something like family-friendly safari lodge in Klaseri. It's very specific. It might also be something like best hotels in Dahani Beach for to stay with families. So you guide people down a funnel that is based on where they are in their process. I think to make it a little bit more practical, I want to take you through a case study that we did for Isibindi Africa Lodges. They are a group of lodges in South Africa, and they consist of 4 different lodges in different locations. And we are combined, doing the marketing for this combined group. But before we start, I'm going to show you this strategy map, and I'm going to refer to it back to it throughout the whole presentation. And this, I think, is very important for everybody in the audience and also online to keep in mind. When you do a digital marketing strategy, you have to have a plan like this. And your whole plan needs to be based on keywords that are relevant for the searches that people will do for your brand. You'll see at the bottom of the screen, we have keywords. In this case, I'll show you how we came to these, but it consists of keywords like honeymoon, honeymoon safaris, honeymoon package. So you can think of your own brand while you're sitting here. It might be Colliver's Conservation for you. It might be Uganda Cultural Adventures for some of the other people in the audience. It might be Kenya Wildlife Protection. So what your keywords are, I'll show you how to make sure what these should be, but your whole strategy is based on keywords at the bottom of your plan. Right in the middle of the page, you'll see that blue block that says honeymoon page. And this refers to a specific page on your website. And everything you do should direct to this specific page for this specific term. Then you'll see in these different layers, everything ties to that honeymoon page. At the bottom, we have Google PPC ads, and you direct your ads to this page, and all your ads are built around these words, honeymoon. In the middle, you've got your social media ads, and you'll see from the left to the right, we'll start with videos, then we'll send traffic to this page, and then everybody that's already been on your page, we'll retarget with booking ads. And right at the top, we have social media content, which is your organic content on social media, where you share for awareness and just to entertain people. So just keep this strategy map in mind. I'm going to start right at the bottom now with keywords. So the screen that you see here comes from the Google Keyword Planner. I think it's maybe a good idea to write down this term, because the Google Keyword Planner is something that's a free tool online. If you search for it, this tool comes up, and Google actually helps you to find the keywords that you need to be able to market effectively. What you do is you put in your website address, and from that website, Google picks up certain keywords that people are searching for online. In this case, when we put in this Rhino Ridge, it's one of the largest for Isibindi. When we put in that website, it came out that the results for that site was very much focused on honeymoon. So what you can see in the middle block with the little blue graphs is the amount of searches per month for that term. So that helps you to know, listen, it's worthwhile for me to try and build into this keyword because everybody is looking for it. From every month, and in the planner, there is an option where you can choose. I want to know from Germany, how many people is searching for this, or from Korea, or from Australia, or from Uganda. What are people searching for? So if you're doing something very specific, maybe like a honeymoon package or a honeymoon safari, or if it might be a cultural tour in Diani Beach, you can put that in and make sure, are people actually searching for it? Does it even make sense for me to try and get people to be found, to make sure my website contains these words? If you say yes, then you use that word. If you say no, I should not use the word honeymoon safari, nobody searches for that. I must rather use the word honeymoon package or honeymoon trip or honeymoon tour. Then you know, all right, that's what I'm going for. But we see a very big differentiating factor is the US market would search for something like safari tours, while the UK and European markets typically rather use the words safari like that can make a big targeting the US market. Great, use the word tours then. But if you're targeting the European market, then you must use the word trip. So the keyword planner really helps you to differentiate here what you should be using. So now we go into the next phase of on-page SEO. So we've selected the keyword honeymoon now. We've seen from South Africa, we get 1,900 searches every month for this word. So we want to make sure our website is perfectly set places in the URL right at the top of your screen. In this case, it would be rhinoridge.co.za/ South Africans is in your title. So here you can see a big title at the top of the page for honeymoon. Then we'll, you can't see this on the screen, but you also have to have it in the first paragraph then, in your first sentence. And then later down, if you have a subtitle, you have to have it there again. And in the fifth place, you need to have that keyword embedded in your image. It's called the image alt tag, ALT, and it's just a way that you save your image to make sure it's in the back end of your image as well. So now your page, on-page SEO is well set up. So you've got that tick box ticked off. If we go to the next screen, we see now we go into search engine advertising. So what's very important to remember here is everything that you are doing on your website is setting up that site to be perfect for certain keywords and to be found for certain terms. But now you only have a wall. You still need to build little rows you need to send people to your site, and the way you do that is with Google Ads. It's also important to remember you have to build a bridge for Google now. The keywords on your site needs to be on your Google Ads as well, so that they match. And then you have to get a high quality score for these ads. So on the next screen, we're back to the strategy map now. So as you remember, we've got our keywords sorted out. Honeymoon is our keyword right at the bottom. Now we're going to start to build Google PPC ads and also drive them to this honeymoon page where you have created all the right keywords. So I think most of us know how a Google PPC ad looks. And just to remind ourselves, this is what will come up. In this case, you can see we've said Rhino Ridge Safari Lodge. All the important places where your keyword needs to come up now is in the title. You'll see in the blue, it says honeymoon. Then in the URL, the green area where we send people to, honeymoon appears in that keyword as a keyword in your ad again. And again, in your first text, in your ad, exclusive honeymoon destination. So 3 places again. So now you've built a keyword research, you know, site optimized for your keyword. And now you have a Google ad that is also embedded with all the right keywords. And now you have a very strong campaign. So fantastic if you get to this point. Then your results should look something like this. The blue line indicates the amount of clicks over time. So you'll see we started in February, and then by the end of March, the clicks grew and grew and grew, and there's an upwards trend. So even if your budget stays the same and all your keywords and all your aspects are in order, you'll get more and more clicks to that term when people search for what you're offering over time, even if you're not spending more money. The red line indicates conversions. So that might be a contact form or somebody calling you or somebody sending you an email. That also increases with the amount of clicks you get. So you've got a successful campaign, and well done up to this point. It's important though, if you now have a Google ad like we saw, people will click on it and they land on this landing page. Make sure you don't have a page there with lots of areas where people can go and you just lose them. Say what it is and have 2 buttons. The one on the left says inquire now. The other one says package details. They can just do one of 2 things. Don't give people many ways to get off of your page. Just give them what you want them to do, and that is to contact you. If they scroll down, you can give them more information later. You'll see the keyword honeymoon appears again. We give them information about the package. Maybe we have a map of where it's located. So more information later, but at the top, you have to make sure they just send you that contact form. So now we go into the third area of the presentation, and that is social media management. So it's fantastic if you're well set up for SEO, your keywords are in place, your website is in place, you're getting people for the right keywords on your site. But now you also have to engage with your community. You have to build an online community that really likes you and trusts you. So if you think about it, if somebody walks into the room and you tell them, oh, I really like your dress, then that person immediately says, oh, thank you. And there's a little bit of a relationship built there. But the same thing happens on social media. Say you put out a picture and somebody says, oh, I like what you're doing with the tree planting with the community. Immediately, there's also that little connection and that mutual, oh, I like you, and then you like me back. And over time, this community liking each other's content builds trust. And that is where you need to start to later get bookings or conversions or somebody to buy from you. But important to remember, on social media, not really trying to sell, you're just trying to say, oh, I like your dress. So if we think about the Instagram account for Isibindi Africa, there's a few things I want to just highlight. I've looked at the Colobus Instagram account also this morning, and I think you already have the very nice design to highlight the icons at the top. So things like that is important. You can see here the little circles at the top of Instagram. All of them are designed. The one is for guests. The other one is Cozy Forest, Rhino Reeds, Toa. That's the different camps for this lodge. And the stories that appeared feeling when looking at an Instagram account. The other important area, if we could just go quickly back, Job, at the bottom of the bio, you'll see we've got the name at the top, then the amount of followers, and some information about Isibindi Africa. But the link, the blue link, is called Linktree. I think this is also an important aspect that is maybe notable to jot down. This afternoon in the workshop, I'll show you exactly step by step how to create this. But a Linktree is a great marketing opportunity on your social media. The reason for this is usually with Instagram, you can only have one web address. None of your posts can contain a link to your website, which is actually horrible because you're putting out beautiful content, but you can't get people to your website from your Instagram. So the solution for that is with a Linktree. There's a step-by-step process on how to create it. You can also search for it, but I'll take you through it this afternoon. But if somebody were to click on Linktree in your bio like this, it opens up options for you to add at least 5 to 10 different links to your website. So you can put up your rates, you can put up your contact form, you can put up your blog, or maybe your special offers. Everything you want people to see about your brand can be added to this Linktree. So that's important to keep in mind. Your awareness and putting beautiful posts out is just the beginning of your funnel. You actually want to drive people to your website and later get booking. So these are two screenshots from the Isibindi Instagram feed. And like everything in tourism, I think we have to start with colorful content. Tourism will always be colorful. Usually what we aim to achieve with social media content is if somebody was to look at be a new interested party to your content, and they look at content like this, you have to try and represent your whole experience. If they come to your lodge or if they come to your conservation experiences, next to that in the corner, there will be a foundation. Next to that, we'll have beautiful swimming, then maybe a wildlife elephant picture again. After that, we have a romantic dinner on the beach, which shows user-generated from the guest. Say there's a February special, you bring your friend for free. Then once again, beautiful beach, and maybe in the bottom, your staff, your friendly staff and the people of your place. So you can see you try to have a nice balance between all the aspects of what you're doing, not only one aspect. On social media, you also have a fantastic chance to get engagement by making people excited with a competition. If you're so privileged to be at large, a giveaway is always a great idea because definitely you do have open bed nights anyway. When you don't, it won't cost you anything to host people. And to get a free night or a free weekend getaway gets a lot of engagement. In this case, we launched a photographic competition. We asked people from any of these lodges in the Isibendi group to enter their pictures from their previous holidays. And then to get engagement, we asked the community to vote for their best pictures. And that was great because on social media, you're trying to get people to engage. So the idea is ask questions, ask people to vote, ask them to upload their own photos, because then we create that community that says, oh, I like your dress, or, oh, I love your picture, your experience looks amazing. And in that way, we get talking, we get engagement, we get community. So we definitely highly recommend competitions and using social media for this. In this case, you can see how we did it. It was done via stories on Instagram. So we had many different stories, and you'll see we had first had the rules, and then in the second story, you could choose between picture A or B. And the next story again, picture A or picture B. And then our community voted. So I vote for A or I vote for B, and then maybe A wins. In the next round, A or B, and then maybe B wins. And in that way, we narrowed down all these pictures until we had a few finalists. We had another round, and then there was a winner. We also sometimes create video reels. If we can hit the play button here, I hope we have sound. We don't have sound at the moment, but a video like a reel like this, if you have to do only one thing on social media, on Instagram or on Facebook, is you have to create a reel. And a reel is a video like this one, but it's in portrait format. Usually posts on social media would be in landscape format. But very important here, I was even posting a reel last night from the first day of our event here, and I realized that I was not following my own advice. Most of my pictures I took in landscape format. And when that reel comes up, we've got blank space at the top and at the bottom. But the pictures I did take in portrait format, they are beautiful for a reel like this. The added benefit you have with a reel is, at the moment, the Instagram algorithm is fully optimized to give a reel like this preference. So without you trying, without you putting advert budget behind it, this reel will keep showing and showing to a bigger and bigger audience, because it gives the audience everything that they want. They are entertained. We said on social media, it's like walking in a park, being entertained, watching a little bit of a video, you know, what's everybody else doing. So a video like this is entertaining. There's going to be soundtrack with it, although we can't hear it right now. There's going to be beautiful imagery, and it's a fantastic way for you to brand. Just remember, you have to use pictures that you took in portrait format for reels. And this then brings us to the last part of the presentation, which now is advertising. If we go back to our strategy, we'll see that everything is in place now. We've got a website that is based on keywords at the bottom that is well optimized. For this specific page, we talked about honeymoons, then we had adverts with these. At the top, we went through organic social media content now, and I showed you how we can use reels for content, how we need to cover all the aspects of what we're doing at the lodge or at your conservancy or at your organization with your content. And the last aspect now is the part in the middle where the green arrow is. This is our social media ads. The reason, if we can just go back one step, Job, the reason why I left this one for last is social media, if done right, especially by an agency, I would not really recommend this if you're going to do it yourself, but you can retarget people that's been on your website. So if we think about Google Ads has been driving traffic and people clicking to your home, to this honeymoon page. Your social media content, which I'm going to show now, you've had videos, and then you had traffic posts with call to action buttons that say, click here, learn more on our website. So from everywhere, there's now traffic on your website, but still people are in awareness, they're coming down a funnel, they're not buying anything from you yet. But you'll see after you've been on the honeymoon page, the green aspects of your strategy is called retargeting. So the Facebook and Instagram backend, it enables you to say, okay, I was now entertaining people with my beautiful reels and my videos, and people liked it and they, I like it, lovely, I enjoy what you're doing. But nobody's booking yet. But if they're on our website, I tell them something about the honeymoons we have here, or I tell them something about our elephant conservation projects. Maybe they're thinking, oh, these people are doing a good job. They might be thinking about if you're doing conservation, maybe they're ready to start donating now. So if you're a tourism establishment, you want a booking. If you're maybe a wildlife organization, you want a donation. So when they're coming down, they're considering it, but they're not doing it yet. But in this green phase, after they've been on your website, maybe they're like, I actually really like what these people are doing. So then you can retarget them. So when we now, with social media paid ads, who do we want these ads to go to? It's not to anybody out there. It's not to anybody that are interested in safaris or anybody interested in conservation. It's only to the people that has already been on your website. And this is very important. We call this aspect retargeting. So it's not a new audience. It's not the first time somebody walks into the door. It's after they've been there many times and on your website. We retarget them. And at this point, we ask people, all right, donate now or make a booking now. And then they are ready to do it. So this is a bit of a technical tool, but I just want to show you what is possible, especially if you're going to ask an agency to run ads for you that takes this retargeting into account. All of these blue areas are what we call campaigns on Instagram and Facebook Business Manager. You'll see at the top, we have Instagram follower posts. So that is to get more people to like your Instagram page. We have page like campaigns. That is getting more people on Facebook to like your Facebook page. Then we have a conversion campaign that will be part of your green tactic, retargeting people. Lead campaigns, that is if you say, maybe sign up for our newsletter and you get the contact details, or sign up to get a special offer and you get that contact detail, or sign up for more info and donate now. So there are ways to get a lead, get a contact form from social media. Then we have video view campaigns and many other campaigns. And also just to show you what is possible when you do your marketing like this, this is a specific conversion campaign or lead campaign example. What we do in the backend on social media, we'll have a post like this one. It might say, do you need a break? Let us help you to relax with our midweek pamper special. And very important, the option you have here is to have a book now button or a get offer button right at the bottom of your screen. So you can see here, you won't have this on a normal social media post. A post on social is just a picture with text. But when you do a paid campaign like this one, you get that button. And that button is very important. It's kind of, if you don't have it, it will be 70% less effective. People click on get offer and next little form will come up and then you get the detail of your guest. When they say next, you get more information. And now you have built also your database with a contact that you can remarket to in future. So we come to the end of the presentation now, and what I would like to show you is all of these different aspects, when they've been set up well and run well, we typically see results like the one here on the screen. So this is the bookings on Knightsbridge and the contact forms that is submitted through eCibini's website. You'll see it starts in January 2020. It was very low. Then we went into lockdown in March and it went even lower. And say marketing, you can see gradually from June and July when they are bookings on Knightsbridge and in contact forms submitted on their website. And the reason for this is because all of these aspects of strategy has been implemented well. We started with keyword research for them. Then we made sure these keywords are embedded on all of the pages on their website. Then we started Google Ads, sending traffic with those same keywords to those pages, including terms like honeymoon. Then we added social media content that was beautiful and engaging and entertained their people. And we had competitions that had more people grow this community. And then also from social media, everybody that's been on the page, we've sent them retargeting paid ads. And then people make bookings and it increases like this. So I want to use this graph to encourage you that it is possible to do proper digital marketing and you will get proper results if you do it well. And many of these aspects you can do yourself. If we go to the next slide, there's a little bit of just statistics here as well. For new users on all the eCibini sites, we see there's been a growth of 250%. For contact forms in the top right-hand corner, contact form submissions that grew with 210%. In the middle at the right, we have total Facebook likes that grew with 675%. On Instagram, followers as well in the top left, up and bottom left here, we see Facebook page likes grew with 6,700%. So just crazy results. Everything is possible. It just needs to be done well. And I'm happy to share many of these aspects with you in this afternoon's workshop. I have printed out some worksheets also for this afternoon, and I'll take you through many of these steps, step by step, that you can actually implement them yourself. Do we have questions from the team at this stage?
Yeah, so I think because you have a panel, we'll take questions to the panel.
All right. So what Lucy was saying, we'll take questions from the panel.
Presentation. It's an is online. Yes, the next session will be taken through by Daniela, and she's speaking about tourism innovation. She's joining us online.
Hi, can you hear me? I have restarted. I don't know why my video is not showing, but I will restart again for the panel so you will see my face. So I'm going to share the presentation because that is far more interesting than looking at me. Okay, can everybody hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay, great. Of course, Zoom would not play ball on the video front suddenly, so I apologize for that. Hi, I'm Daniela Sachs. I'm a tourism innovation expert. And it's been a really interesting morning of listening to people speak on sustainable tourism and tourism from so many different perspectives. And Today, I'm going to be speaking about innovation in terms of tourism value chains for sustainable tourism development. And, you know, innovation is something in Africa that we have actually always excelled at. You know, we are the ones who forged new ground with the world's first mobile money service ever in the world, the entire world. That came out of Kenya with M-Pesa. The world's first commercial drone delivery service, Zipline in Rwanda, delivering blood. Nowhere else in the world had done that before. The life-saving CAT scan machine that we take for granted, not many people know that that actually was invented in South Africa. So innovation in Africa is something that we're incredible at. But innovation in tourism is not something that we've really seen much of in Africa. And, you know, if you Google tourism in Africa, these are kind of like the three typical images that come up. You know, you have your acacia caught in this fiery sunset. You have, you know, your typical game drive experience, and, you know, thrown in amongst the pictures of, you know, lions and zebra and all of that, you have this typical scene of this like jumping up and down with the Masai Mara, as if this is the only thing Africa has to offer. And, you know, this offering hasn't changed much in 50 years, partially because one could argue it didn't have to. You know, pre-COVID, without really trying, we got 5% of international tourism coming to African shores. And I'm saying without trying because I would argue, and I was hired by the African Union to map and profile tourism across the entire continent, that, you know, the tourism product and the tourism that we offer is a drop in the ocean of the potential that Africa has for tourism. So without even trying, we captured 5% of the global market with over 71 million tourists, $24.3 million jobs in tourism, $194 million in revenue in the entire tourism value chain. So things were looking really good for us. And the industry was set for even more enormous growth going forwards. So, you know, we didn't really need to innovate at all, you know. And then we had a system failure. COVID hit. And the last 2 years have been, a struggle's not even the word for it. I mean, to have our entire industry basically just halted. It was like somebody turned off the on switch, right? And this entire industry that had been so reliant on these international tourists just stopped. It dried up. It just system failure. Where to from here? And we've learned a lot out of this system failure. And they've not been pleasant lessons to learn, because we lost 63 million tourists overnight, $87 billion and 12.4 million jobs. Like, to say our industry was decimated by COVID is an understatement. You know, this is not even a count on how many tourism businesses have closed their doors. In fact, a friend of mine is an entrepreneur out of Norway who has a travel platform. And he was saying, you know, of the 2,000 businesses that he had on his sustainable tourism platform, many of which came out of Africa, not many still exist today. So truly, this industry has been decimated. You know, so now, you know, 2022, the world's looking a lot brighter again, although in the beginning of the year we were all questioning. But, you know, now tourists are starting to flow back to Africa. I hear from my brother who lives in Cape Town that, you know, Cape Town's overrun with tourists. So it seems that now we're reaching this like pivotal point where, okay, do we return to normal, which is kind of what everybody was hoping for, right? COVID will be over and we will return to normal. And then there's kind of this other thought of like, hold on, like, you know, how do we build back better? And what does it even mean? What does that mean for tourism on the continent? And this becomes this question of, you know, how do we take advantage of this major reset, right? This reset button that's been pushed to build a more sustainable and resilient industry in Africa. And what are these opportunities that we have before us to build this sustainable tourism value chains that we've been trying our best to do, you know, for quite a while now? What is our chance now, and how do we unlock them in new ways? Because we have that opportunity because of this reset to really start to think differently. And that's where, for me, innovation comes in. So, you know, how do we start to build back better, but not based on the way we were always doing things? So where are the opportunities that we can start to unlock to actually do things differently? And, you know, one of the questions is, in terms of innovation, is like, okay, well, that's cool. Big word. It's a bit like sustainability in that it's used for so many different things. But what does it even mean? You know, and some may think innovation is really about this idea of thinking out the box. Or is it doing things differently? You know, or is it doing things that had never been done before? You know, that's this kind of moonshot idea of innovation. And, you know, one of the things that I would say is this common element of innovation is really this idea of not only imagining, but creating this future that we want today. Innovation is really about, for me, joining the dots to unlock the opportunities and the impact that we're striving for. And one of the exciting things about this current period of tumultuous change, right, and uncertainty that's flowing from every direction, is that while this volatility is completely and utterly freaking terrifying, let's not joke about that, the uncertainty actually is giving us space, and it's creating a lot of space for us to think differently. Because before, everything was kind of known. We knew how tourism worked in Africa. We knew, you know, like what we were doing, like nothing had really rocked the boat. And now the boat has been capsized. So actually, these knowns have been taken away, and that creates the space to look at, what do we have? What do we want to do? Who do we want to do it for? And when we look at the tourism value chain, you know, often when you talk about innovation, people are like, cool. So innovation is digitalization, right? So it's everything having online, it's new ways of marketing. And yeah, social media has created a new innovative ways of marketing and reaching your audience. It's given small businesses a giant global reach. And every day there's new software that you can take advantage of to kind of, you know, get more markets, speak and create audience. So we're seeing innovation in that. We're seeing innovation come up in booking platforms. A lot of the tourism entrepreneur competitions are really focused on how do we create this next booking.com. And don't get me wrong, there are exciting things happening in that space. You have Conservo coming out of South Africa, who are creating the new booking platform for conservation areas and more sustainable lodges. You also had innovation happening with the rise of the sharing economy and Airbnb. And off the back of that, we're seeing startups like Bungalow out of Cameroon, who are building the Airbnb for Africa. So we're definitely seeing innovation in pieces of our value chain, which are talking about, you know, how do we create more fair booking? How do we cut out the middlemen who are taking so much money off the top of accommodation in all of these booking platforms? You also have really exciting things happening within the sustainability of lodges and hotels themselves. You have Embu Camps coming out of the Maasai, who have built the first carbon neutral lodge. So it's not that we're not seeing innovation in our value chain, but the reason why I put this picture up is because you can see, you know, there are pockets, but there are so many more aspects of the value chain that we can also apply this innovative thinking to. Now, I wish I had time. I would love to dive into each one of these elements in depth, because even though we're seeing innovation in booking, there's so much more that can be done in all of these elements. But my time is limited. So I'm going to focus on 3 powerful areas for innovation. And that is really, I'm going to look at the innovation in markets, in products, and in places. And I hear you going, okay, no, like there's not much innovation in market. Like what are you going on about? Like product, okay, maybe we get that one. Places we can debate about. But what I'm going to speak about this morning is really how rethinking of our markets is actually the key to unlocking innovation in the rest of the value chain in quite a powerful way. And this is, you know, the area that was hit so badly with COVID. You know, we had this massive reliance in the UK, the European market, the German market, the Chinese market. And although we see the European market recovering and being summer holidays coming up in Europe, there's going to be a big influx of tourism back into Africa over the next, you know, 2-3 months, which is exciting. But we're still seeing China locked down. We also, you know, one of the most valuable markets in the world, being Russia, is also locked down for very different reasons. So while we have market recovery, we also have huge disruptions having in this market recovery to Africa. And within this, there's something that is not often spoken about, which surprises me a lot. And that is the African market. And when I did this mapping and profiling of tourism across the entire African continent for the African Union, and I dived really deep into the data, what I found was a black hole. There's very limited data on the African market. And because of this lack of data, there's this perception that the African market is not an important market. It's not a market that has money, right? The international market has money. So we want to focus on that market, not the African market. But the reality is, actually, if you look at what data does exist, is that by 2030, which is in 8 years' time, 1 in 5 people in the world will be African. And that is actually excluding the African diaspora and people of African descent in the diaspora. So actually this market is so much bigger than that, of the market just in Africa itself, not the diaspora. We're talking about a middle and upper class market of 700 million people. So 582 million middle class and 116 million upper class Africans, young, affluent, millennials, spending more and more money on travel. The prediction is that this market is going to be spending $260 billion on leisure and recreation, i.e. tourism offerings. Now, you know, the rest of the world's kind of cottoned down to how important the African market is. In the UK, the Nigerian market alone is the 3rd highest spending market, inbound market to the UK, one of the most important source markets. In Dubai, Sudan, Nigeria, Kenya are amongst their top 20 inbound markets. So the rest of the world is seeing the value of the African market. It's just us here in Africa who are so fixated on the international tourist that we haven't quite realized the value of the market that we have on our doorsteps. By 2050, 1 in 4 people globally, 1 in 4 consumers, 1 in 4 travelers will be African. And again, that's just African people on the African continent. not the diaspora people of African descent. So the market opportunities that we have, if we shift our focus from our traditional international markets to focus on this valuable market that we have at home, is profound, and it's actually only going to increase. So, you know, the system failure, you can't help but wonder and ask, have we been doing tourism backwards all of this time? You know, because we've been focusing very much on this international market, completely ignoring and thinking that our market of Africans themselves has no value. And again, that's had a lot to do with the lack of data. I mean, even it's very hard to find domestic tourism data of the value of the African market, even in places like Kenya that have quite a well-established domestic tourism market. And one of the positives of COVID that we've seen in terms of the market has been that countries have had to relook and refocus on their domestic market. And this has been really interesting because from a product perspective, the question is, what products are you going to create for this local market? Because this cultural offerings that we offer to international tourists are very different to a cultural offering that we would be creating for Africans ourselves. And I would argue that when you're looking at creating product for an African market, the result is that you're instinctively creating a more authentic and a more exciting product, because for an international market, everything is exotics. You don't have to try very hard. But if you're creating a cultural offering in Kenya for Kenyans, I mean, that product has to be on a whole nother level. So from a product perspective, it becomes really, it opens up so many more opportunities. And even that is just one layer. So when we talk about tourism, we talk about two markets generally. We talk about an international market and we talk about a domestic market. And I would argue that actually, and this is the major shift in terms of market and product, is that we actually have 5 markets to service. There is a local market. So that is in Nairobi, for example, it is what type of products are you creating for people who live in Nairobi? Because the reality is, as soon as you step outside of the door of your own home to experience your city, you are a tourist. That is the basis of the term travel like a local, right? Because that is when we go and experience our city and we have encounters, you know, and we explore our own city to discover things that delight us, light us up, all of that leisure and recreation, that is tourism. And that creates a whole lot of opportunities for product development, catering for, you know, first your local market, this idea of how can tourism create better places for us to live in and fall in love with, which is for me the basis of this sustainability value chain, which is really looking at rewriting this definition of tourism and product. Hi. Okay. And then from local, you're looking at your domestic market. So that is people from neighboring cities, neighboring areas. So for example, your domestic market is people traveling from Johannesburg to Cape Town or vice versa. And then you have your neighboring countries. So that is, again, picking on South Africa, it's South Africans traveling to Mozambique, to Namibia, to Botswana, and vice versa. And those borders are quite porous, and there's so many different reasons travel happens across those borders, which open up a whole nother sphere for product development catering to that. And then we have our regional markets that we saw the power of unlocking through, of course, now we're talking about the need for low-cost airlines. And we saw when the first low-cost airline flew between Zimbabwe and Tanzania, how much product was needed to cater for that. You know, we suddenly saw lots of 2-star, 3-star hotels in Dar es Salaam, where before it was mainly 4 and 5-star. So we can see how for each level of this market, you're creating different products and experiences. And then on the very top, you have your international market, which is your cherry on the top. The joke in a way of it all is that when you shift this perspective and you're focusing on these different local, domestic, your neighboring countries and tourism product, you're actually creating product that better service the international market. So you're actually going to grow your international market by default because you've enriched your product offering, and it's become more authentic because your local and domestic markets is much harder to please. The problem that we're facing at the moment, you know, is when I've surveyed young Africans, and especially this young professional millennial market, to say, what are your thoughts? What are your beliefs on tourism in Africa? And the results that have come back are quite troubling. You can kind of understand where they're coming from. You know, they believe that tourism on the continent has very much been designed for international tourists, and it's not really catering for Africans. And that is because we're marketing tourism in Africa to an international market. We're not marketing to Africans. At our countries, our culture, our products, and you can even see it in the type of imagery that is used, which is, you know, has very much, I would say, a monochrome vanilla tone to it, rather than showing the diversity of in African market experiencing and you know, falling in love with African products. And we're also seeing that as a result, a lot of young Africans actually prefer to travel overseas than within Africa, because they're the market that is being marketed to. They are wanted, they are made to feel special. So we're seeing a big disconnect. And for me, what was really exciting in the midst of the impact that COVID had on the industry in Africa was to see a shift starting to happen. You saw some really exciting social influencers start to explore their own country more and more. And by posting this content on social media, they got other, you know, young Africans really excited about traveling and experiencing their own country. And we saw actually a significant amount of new product being developed, which was catering to showing young Tanzanians, Tanzania, or young Kenyans, Kenya. And that shift COVID has catalyzed. But this is a completely underserved market. So there are so many product opportunities that can start to be created to really cater to this market. And it's really this massive, for me, massive innovation opportunity. And one of the biggest things, and I write a lot about this, so I write on tourism and innovation in Africa for Inc. Africa magazine. And, you know, my pieces go into, so if you want to learn more about the potential of the African market and all of that, I've written pieces that have delved into this, delved into wildlife tourism opportunities in terms of quite a lot of product opportunities that are out there. And one of the key opportunities, and I can't help but use that word, is that when we are packaging product for an international market, we're basically focused on creating product that we think other people are going to like, right? So these are unknown other people. These are, you know, Americans or UK, but they're definitely other people. One of the powerful things, and you know, as an entrepreneur, it's really about having this really good understanding of what your market wants and needs and demands. And the opportunity with shifting our market to understand, you know, this underserved market and what types of products is that you're not creating products for other people. What you're doing here is you're creating products that would excite you. So you have the power. So while there might not be a lot of market data out there, you have so much knowledge, innate knowledge of this market, what they want. You know, you have the ability to go and talk to family, friends, people you know, community events, to actually understand, you know, what is the product that would excite this market. So the power actually now lies within you, because that knowledge is much harder for, you know, the UK market developing product for Africans. They're developing it for other people. So now we can turn the tables on this to recognize this as an underserved market and recognize that you have the knowledge to actually develop the product that will serve us, because it's the product that excites you and your friends about, you know, what would draw you as a Kenyan, you know, to explore more of Kenya. And even I would argue, you know, with the networks that we have, it becomes so much easier to talk about how do we excite Nigerians to travel to Kenya and vice versa. And that brings me to places as this third pillar of innovation. And, you know, while the Big Five has been perhaps one of the most successful marketing campaigns of all time, you know, we've taken our entire continent and packaged it in an evocative package that has been successful for over 50 years. I mean, I don't think there's a marketing campaign that has so stood the test of time and has so inspired wanderlust on like a global level than Africa's Big Five campaign. But again, you know, that's like advertising a little bit of parsley on like a smorgasbord that stretches like further than your eye can see in terms of the places that we have within the African continent. You know, the downside to this focus on the Big Five is that it's meant that only places with the Big Five have been able to benefit and attract. And what's again exciting about this period that we've just come through is we're seeing renewed interest, renewed demand and new demand that has come out. And this is where product and places come together to say, you know, we're now looking not just at wildlife tourism, but we're looking at this exciting sphere of nature-based wellness tourism. It's really, you know, with this global burnout, the emotional just heaviness of COVID, the emotional toll it's taken on us, the fact that you know, the amazing thing about Zoom when it works, unlike unfortunately today, is that, you know, we're on 24/7. We are exhausted. We've never had zero boundaries between work and life like we have over the past 2 years. The stress of the uncertainty, like we're a burned out world, and the emotional, physical, mental toll that it has taken is actually by many being termed like kind of this next epidemic, which is more serious than COVID. And what we're seeing go hand in hand with that is that more doctors and countries are talking about green prescriptions. So the healing power of nature, and we saw even during COVID, Lots of people take up who had never exercised, suddenly started walking in the park or cycling or mountain biking. You know, we felt the need to kind of reconnect with nature ourselves, to kind of try re-energize. And this has opened up an entire space of mind, body, soul experiences. And at the heart of that is nature. So no longer is it just big 5 areas that have the draw card. Now it's any natural green space, and it could be in the city. I have a piece on Ink Africa if you do want to delve more into nature-based wellness tourism. You'll find that article, because it takes us from, you know, places that have never been on the tourism map that we can start to unlock, to places within our cities itself that we can start to develop tourism experiences that actually service locals. You know, we're seeing Shinrin-yoku, which is a concept that came out of Japan in the 1980s called forest bathing. And we're seeing that turn into a worldwide phenomenon, which is the act of going into forested areas to kind of hug trees. But this, there's actually a lot of medical research that has been conducted on this healing nature and these new types of experiences now that are coming to the fore in terms of taking people into areas that had never been seen as being special. And by the product that you're connecting them to, suddenly a walk through the forest becomes a whole different experience, as does meditation, you know, in a field. So suddenly we've opened up possibilities for natural areas which don't have the big 5. And the same, you know, with culture. In 2020, West African cuisine was voted by Whole Foods as being one of the biggest food trends of that year. So we have, from a cultural perspective, what my research has really shown is how untapped culture is on the continent. And when I spoke to young African professionals, what they were most excited about was actually cultural experiences of the continent. I had thought perhaps people would be more excited about experiencing landscapes or wildlife, but there was no doubt from the respondents that what excited them was, you know, experiencing a different African culture in different places, because there's such a, the superpower of Africa is actually our cultural diversity. So from fashion to food to cultural festivals, the Ruzinga Festival in Kenya being a phenomenal example of how we can start to create experiences and events that both celebrate and protect our culture and celebrate the diversity. And this diversity is what makes us so special as Africans. It's actually what is so different about us. I mean, in Cameroon, where they have over 200 tribes, you're talking of like, 250 national dishes, so to speak, as a gastronomy experience, never mind through over 360 different versions of jollof rice in Nigeria. So with the culture, we can start to talk about places like Rusinga, we can start to talk about villages, we can start to talk about festivals, and we can use culture actually to open up different places for tourism than our typical hotspots that we've always focused on. And the other aspect of this that we don't really speak about enough is also the power of our cities for tourism. You know, the heartbeat of Nairobi, even Lagos to Maputo. We have cities that we haven't even untapped the potential of in terms of part of our packages and building those into product packages to excite African tourists. So if you were packaging the Maasai, for example, for Nigerian market, you need to throw Nairobi in there. And now you can really talk about, you know, gastronomy and nightlife and music, and you can start to bring and meld these packages of experience that really make our tourism value chain so much richer. So I can, as you can tell, something I'm quite excited about. So I can talk about tourism innovation forever. And in fact, I write quite a lot about this. You can always read my latest pieces in my column on tourism innovation in Africa. And today I just really wanted to leave you with thinking about 3 tools to really inspire and catalyze your imagination on thinking differently around your market. The product and the places that service the market, and the magic that happens when you bring those things together. So one of I would say the key takeaway on top of that I want to leave you with is really this recognition that we don't often give to ourselves in Africa, which is that the key and the answer to sustainable development of tourism in Africa is Africans. And in order to unlock these sustainable tourism value chains that we are striving to do, we need to shift that focus inwards, to know that really it is about recognizing and locking into and unlocking the power of tourism in Africa for Africans as a core to then, being able to build a sustainable tourism offering that will draw far more than 5% of global tourism. One of the other thoughts I want to leave you with is that the European market that we always look to with envy, because pre-COVID, the European market captured 50% of global tourism, is that 80% of that market is European. The power of Europe is not international market. The power of European tourism is Europeans. And the power of African tourism, and really the key to building this sustainable, resilient, growing tourism industry that we know we can so easily do in Africa, is this shift to really is African. So yeah, I want to thank you so much. Before the panel, I will have my video working, so you can see me in all my animated self. But I also want to encourage you, reach out, and you're welcome to connect with me. You can read the pieces that I write on tourism innovation on Inc. Africa. You can find me on LinkedIn, and then also my company is Know Your Tourist. And really the space that we work is the space on unlocking tourism innovation. So yep, that is me. I promise you will see my smiling face in the panel. So I apologize for the video and not working on the session, but I hope that my images kept you more entranced. So thank you so much.
Give value chain in Africa. So Gloria, you're welcome. Come and give us an introduction and then your presentation.
Hello, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm very excited to be here this morning. I've been built by this summit. I've been attending the summit for 4 years in a row. And I can assure you I've never been the same. Every time I come, I get out when I'm the best person out there. So today I'm here to represent Uganda, and we are going to be having a case study of Kasese. Kasese is located in the western part of Uganda, and it has a very big percentage of the tourism attractions in Uganda. So I'm going to give a brief background about Uganda. So I'll begin as I wait for the technical team to put up my presentation. Uganda has the most beautiful people in Africa. I can really assure you of that. Those who have not been to Uganda, please come and see for yourself. We have over 56 tribes and ethnicities. So that is different race, different food, different culture. So if you came to Uganda to tour and have a feel of the country, you may need about 6 months. So I highly welcome you. And we have over 50% of the remaining mountain gorillas in Uganda. Yes, so today I'll be talking about the Rwenzori region. We have the Rwenzori Mountains, and that is a screenshot of the Rwenzori Mountains in Kasese. Kasese is astride the equator, and surprisingly, we have snow at the top of the mountain. The hike of Rwenzori takes about 7 to 8 days, and it's a very beautiful experience as you get to see the vegetation and the species up there. Uganda boasts of the source of the River Nile, which is located in Jinja, and the River Nile has so many activities that you can enjoy while you visit our country. We have the most exciting nightlife. Uganda is a city that does not, we have Kampala as the capital city, it does not go to sleep. We party day in, day out. And actually the funny thing is that during the lockdown, we started partying in our own homes. You'd bring speakers, make noise, and have fun with the neighbors. So Uganda has very happy people that love to really enjoy life. We have over 11% of the world's bird species. And we boast of the rare birds like the Fox's weaver and the shoebill stork. So basically Uganda has a lot to offer, and I think if you visited, you will not be disappointed. Job, we can continue. I talked about most of this. Yeah, that is one of the accommodation facilities called Mwea in one of the national parks in Kasese. You can actually see the beauty from there. And then also this is our national bird, the gray crown crested crane, which represents Uganda, as you can see. In my dress today, I actually am full of Uganda today. My country, and that is our bird that represents Uganda. So in Uganda, the Ministry of Tourism came up with a master plan for 10 years from 2014 to 2024. And mainly it is focusing on increased investments in the country, in tourism, accommodation facilities, and a lot more that you can do, especially to strengthen the tourism value chains. Tourism in Uganda had been a department under the Ministry of Trade. So in the last 10 years, we've managed to come out as a standalone ministry, and that is why the tourism master plan came up. And basically the focus is mainly on youth and women to develop us to see that we grow tourism in Uganda. I've actually already talked about this. We are a very valued destination, and we offer exceptional experiences in wildlife, culture, and a lot to offer actually. So we have a little bit of challenges in areas of infrastructure. Like I already mentioned that tourism was a department. It came out, so we are trying to work on this, and already we can see that there's a very big development in our tourism. So the tourism value chains, Africa can only become one of the most sustainable when it takes full account of the current and the future environment, social and economic impacts. If we do not do this, then we are going to really continue lagging behind and we shall not be able to excel. So you see that in Africa, we have over 50% of our population are below 35 years, and that is the youth that we are talking about. So if we do not develop this 50%, then we are continuing to lag behind. And 55% of the residents in Africa are women. So if we don't focus on youth and women, definitely we cannot achieve a sustainable future in tourism. The long-term sustainability of leisure tourism in Uganda depends on conservation of natural resources, cultural heritage, in particular, the iconic and endangered species. All these have been taken care of in the master plan that I talked about. And since we have already focused on them and the government is looking at them, we have hope that we shall be able to excel and be able to move sustainably. So today I'm representing Kasese Investors Forum. It has been we came out as a destination and decided to stand out and protect whatever natural resources we have in the region. So Kasese Tourism Investors Forum is focusing on to match the global standards of sustainability. And we have already been affiliated with the UNWTO and are really moving strides to make sure that Kasese is seen as the most, preferred destination in terms of supporting women and youth. Job, you could go back to the previous slide. You see that in the previous slide, we have women in the markets that have been supported to have produce. The previous slide, please. Women are being supported to improve their livelihoods. Job, can we have the previous slide? That one. The women in the markets have been given some little capital to go into the markets and be able to sell fresh organic produce so that they can be supported to improve their local livelihoods and be able to support tourism at the end of the day. And why Kasese Tourism Investors Forum came in place is because all the people in Kasese did not know much about tourism. The locals were completely left out. The investors are outsiders, the visitors are outsiders, they come in, visit and leave. So that is why we thought we should bring up this Kasese Tourism Investors Forum to be able to bring everybody on board and protect our natural resources. If you've read in the media in the past years, we had killing of wildlife in Kasese. We lost, at one time we lost about a pride of 11 lions, and that was really sad. So we had to really wake up and involve the community so they can like the wildlife and be able to support it. The narrative in Kasese is that the government cares more for the animals than the people. So they are like against the animals, and there's a lot of conflict between the locals and the wildlife. So that is why the forum came up to destination. So what we are doing in Kasese, just a little bit back. You see that Kasese is gifted by natural soils, fertile soils. We have reliable rainfall, water bodies. Kasese has two large freshwater lakes. One is connected between Congo and Uganda. We have Lake Edward, Lake George, with a Kazinga channel. Kazinga channel connects these two lakes. And in that Kazinga channel, we have the highest concentration of hippos. Actually, they say it is the highest in the whole world. I do not have 100% statistics on that, but if it is said, then that means there are really many there, and a very high concentration of birds. We also boast of 14 waterfalls, various birds, amazing culture, tree climbing lions. So basically, you can see all this is concentrated in Kasese alone. you know? So that is why we have come up as Kasese Tourism Investors Forum to be able to protect these natural resources in order to improve on our sustainability. So under KTIF, we have Women in Tourism, and I am the head of the Women in Tourism in Kasese. Women in tourism, you can see we showed a slide where the women were in the market and being supported. We have women doing crafts. We have really a lot of activities in line with supporting women in the district. We also have youth in tourism, which is called Kaita. Kaita is another wing where we bring the youth together and try to create awareness on why they should preserve and protect Kasese and actually be involved in activities in the region. We also look for partners like you to come in and we see how we can train these guys to really be top notch in terms of service provision. They do very many activities like football just to bring them together and get trophies. So it gets very exciting for them and they're beginning to appreciate tourism. There's a lot of job creation that we have done through the Investors Forum. And we also carry out greening projects like getting trees and giving them to primary school children so that we can show them why and how they can be part of this sustainability journey that we have begun as a forum. There are so many investment opportunities. I call upon you to come to Kasese and invest because there's a lot of potential. That's one of the waterfalls in Kasese. Please proceed to the next one. This is the young football team that we have. That day they had a match and that was about last month, I think. And this really encourages them to appreciate tourism as opposed to what was going on in the past. That's a group of women trying to work on crafts and they are being supported by the Wildlife Authority and the Tourism Forum. As you can see, that is a hot spring along the road within Kasese. We have so many hot springs there where people go to bathe in order to heal so many diseases in their body. So we have so many people coming in locally, especially. So we are trying to develop that particular one called Kiwa because it is managed by the youth so that they can really continue to appreciate and even benefit from tourism. So we are making it much better so that we can have tourists going there. In the past, it was just a local thing that was even not appreciated. But right now we are looking at the tourists there have accommodation around so that it can be supported and continue to improve the livelihood of the community. We have the youth.
Natafuta inakuja ingine lakini sijapata telephone numbers, but I saw kile uliandika.
Yeah, on the next slide we have young primary. So Kasese has a lot of coffee. We grow coffee and look for market for the people that are growing coffee in the family so that it can be taken at a price that will improve their livelihoods. And since it is coming through the tourism value chain, it makes a lot of sense and it helps us to have appreciation for tourism. As you can see, wow, I lost slide. Yeah, ongoing kids. So we are trying to groom the young a little bit of a scar or the tourism sector, something that can be better for them. So you can see in the background, those are the Rwenzori Mountains and buildings from the Klembe mines that were really, really beautiful. But as I speak right now, on the next slide, you're going to see what climate change has caused. The rivers that were really far came in and erased. That place you're looking at there had buildings on it. That was an accommodation facility for nurses and doctors next to the hospital. Below that roof that you're looking at is the hospital. It was erased. The hospital was completely raised down by the floods. You can see that the roads, one part of the town was cut off from the other. So these are the things that we continue to show them and ask them to work better in order to preserve Kasese as a destination. Those who are Clembe Mines offices, you can see it is completely down. And I don't think it can be really redone soon because the river created so many tributaries and so many rocks are in that area. It's no longer accessible. So why we came up is continue to encourage the community to appreciate tourism and give them reason to really protect the environment in order to avoid all these floods. Most of them lost their homes, and the good thing is that that river floods only during the day. If it was at night, we would be losing so many lives. So it just comes daytime and you feel like bombs in the area, the rocks banging each other and coming and raising down buildings. And then the people run away to a higher ground and they are saved. So we rarely lose people in this river. So in the past, as we were growing up, it was being maintained, but lately everyone went to sleep and that is what came out. So we are educating the young people to avoid such scenarios. And so that is how we are bringing in the value chains to be able to support the area and make sure that we protect our environment and the region at large. So I have a saying from Aracha. It says that economic desperation often drives wildlife destruction like poaching or illegal logging, but trade can help create powerful financial incentives for communities to preserve the biodiversity around them. And that is what KTIF stands for. We are trying to educate the community. We have brought poachers out of poaching and try to give them livelihoods to survive. So we actually call upon more partners to come in and we really change the region as much as possible. As KTIF, we've managed to do that much, but I'm sure the next time I come to speak, Judy, I'll have more stories to tell. I remember the last time in 2019 when I was here, I made a declaration that I'll come back with stories of actual activities. And you can see that we are there, almost there. But the next time I come to speak, wow, we shall be coming to Kenya to give you live stories. Yeah, in a bid to continue promoting Kasese as a destination, we are planning to have the Tileju Rwenzori Theluji. No, yeah, the Rwenzori Theluji. Theluji is the snow on top of the Rwenzori mountains. So this festival is going to have so many pillars that are going to support the communities. We are going to have an investment forum. Recently, Congo, the Democratic Republic of Congo, was added to the East African community. And Kasese is just next to Congo. We've been trading with them unofficially. Now it's going to be more official. So we are going to have many trade conventions with Congo. And we call upon you really to come to Uganda, come invest in Kasese and be part of it. We shall have a marathon where the collection shall be able to go back to the community to support them. We'll have a Miss Tourism event. Uganda love having fun. This Miss Tourism event is for basically bringing people on a day to have fun, dance, and crown the queens and really have a blast. So we have cultural diversity in Kasese. We have more than 10 ethnic tribes within Kasese itself. So we'll have also a cultural festival, greening activities, especially tree planting and roundtable discussions. So this festival is going to be from 1st to 4th September. And I'm calling you upon you to come and be part of us as we continue to promote sustainability in our region, in Africa, East Africa, and the world at large. And I thank you so much for listening to me. I look forward to seeing you in Kasese. Those are my contact details. You can please get in touch. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you, Gloria, for representing Uganda very well and giving us a case study of Kasese. region and how it has been able to strengthen local community linkages in the tourism value chain. Now we are going to have a 10-minute panel question and answer session with our speakers today. Two of them are present here. We have Gloria and Lizen. Lizen, you can join Gloria on stage. And then joining us online, we have Daniela. Is Daniela still online? And Dr. Esther Munyiri from Kenyatta University. So I already have some questions that were raised during the presentations, and I will go straight to the questions. Maybe I will begin with Lizen. Yeah, we'll go straight to the questions while we wait for the others to join us online, Dr. Munyiri and Daniela Sachs. So Lizen, your question is about social media engagements and how it converts to sales. Someone has written that Safari is a quite expensive endeavor. How much of social media interests and interactions then translate into real bookings in the end, given that the average millennial on social media doesn't necessarily have this much of a budget to spare? What then will be the real essence of social media in this case? Yeah.
Is this working? Should I use this one?
I think the mic is not working, then you'll just come and stand here. Maybe I'll finish, read also the next question so that you just come and stand at once and respond. So the second question for you, Lizen, is how easy is it to get started on digital marketing for any business or for any business in tourism? Then a question for Gloria. Gloria spoke about tourism value chains in Uganda. Is there something that stands out in Kasese, or is there a hotspot in Kasese that is really central in driving the strengthening of linkages in tourism value chains? Is there a hotspot that drives strengthening local community linkages to tourism value chains in Kasese? Because you mentioned very many diverse attractions, diverse places, and diverse things in Kasese. Is there one of them that is really central and stands out? Then, yeah, we'll take those questions for the panelists who are here and also invite questions from the audience. So we'll start with Lizen. She will come and respond. Then Gloria, then I will give the questions to the panelists who are joining us online.
Thank you for that question about the cost of a safari, and then is it actually a viable option to use social media if the mass or the bulk of social media place the cost of your product? If you're selling a safari, if that is your main product, then yes, you have a very expensive product. And yes, you have to match it with an audience that can actually pay for that product. So important to understand, if we start with that aspect, as I showed in the presentation earlier, you have something like social media content management, which is the posts you put out there, the engaging content, just entertaining people. You're not actually trying to get sales. That is one aspect of what you do. The other aspect of what you do is your actual social media paid advertising, which is a bit more a technical aspect, which involves ad costs, targeting a specific audience, etc. And that second area, your advertising, is a very specialized field. And you can actually match the type of audience you want very specifically with your social media paid advertising. So if you have an easier and a cheaper product, we have a client in South Africa that sells canopy tours. So it's like zip sliding in Magaliesberg Mountains. They have a less expensive product. So maybe it's rands. Tricky for me to quickly now convert that to Kenyan shilling, but it's not at the price of a 20,000 rand safari. So that sells easier online and on social media. We target the type of audience they want in the type of age group, and that sells easier online. But the question is, if a safari is so expensive, does it actually help to be on social media? But yes, it does. And why? It is because everybody is on social media. The higher end market is on social media. The middle class market is on social media. Everybody is on social media. And what you're doing on social media is creating awareness. Because like in the top-down funnel that I showed you, at the bottom, you have to create a community that you're engaging and building trust with, and you're trying to create relationship. Only later will people actually book with you, even if it is expensive. So what is important with your paid advertising, when you're trying to do this yourself or when you're engaging an agency to do this for you, is you have to find the right market. So if you're going to sell a very expensive safari, you have to target only the high-end markets on social media. And what is difficult here, you cannot actually target somebody based on their income. The household income is not something you can select as a differentiator. So you have to be creative in the way that you target your audience. Something we use with a lot of efficiency on social media targeting for the higher end market is using your existing database. Say you're a Safari Lodge and you're selling an expensive safari, as in the question. You have mostly, hopefully, been running for a few years, and you've got 10 years worth of email addresses of your previous guests. So if we look at this list, it is already your perfect market. These people already stayed with you. So it's not a potential market. It's not somebody that could potentially come stay there. It is the perfect market. And what we can then do on social media in your backend with paid ads, we feed that list into the system. We don't target those people because then we are going to GDPR questions and privacy rules. But from your existing 10-year database or 5 years, whatever you have, we need at least 130 names on that list, but the bigger your list, the better. We create a lookalike audience. So that's a custom audience that mirrors the behaviors of your existing database and find similar people like that. So in this way, your targeting is super effective. So from that list, it matches the profiles on Facebook, it matches the profiles on Instagram, and at least 60% of the names on your list will be able to get matched. And Facebook and Instagram say, these people are ideal, but let's not target them. We now target people like them. So they have the same kind of buyer behavior online, they have the same kind of interest online, they engage with the same kind of products, and they have the same behavior. So if your targeting is perfect or as good as possible at the top with your social media engagement, and you now show reels to this engaged audience, and you show your video and your content on social media to a lookalike audience to your existing customers, then you're not putting water into a target audience that cannot pay for it. You're putting it exactly into the right pond, and you're casting your net in the right area where you can actually catch the fish that you are interested in. I do agree with the question that if you're going to cast your net out into the ocean and say, oh, who's going to come into my net? The fish aren't big enough, they don't have the money for the safari, then yes, you're right. But you're targeting, if it's specific and you cast your net into a pond that actually can afford the safari, then you're on the right track and you guide them down the funnel. Then the second question was on how easy is it to get started with social media? So I think in the first place, as we said yesterday with the opening discussion, the panel discussion on the youth in tourism, and taking into account how millennials and Generation Z really grows up with social media and digital platforms as a day, that it's just part of who they are. It's engaging with an iPod screen and with a phone screen is how people grow up. I think it's easy for the youth to actually start with that. For them, it's second nature. So it is not difficult to get started, especially for the younger generation. I think it is more difficult if you were born in the early 1980s or in the 70s or 60s, it's kind of not in that mindset. But if you are a property owner or in an organization and not feeling comfortable with social media as a platform, then I think I would suggest getting the youth to help you in your organization. Get your teenagers or the people in the early 20s and 30s to actually be your social media entrepreneur in the office in your organization, and get people trained. There are a myriad of online courses available just to get the basics and to get it figure out the basics of social media. And even on Eco Africa, we have self-help guides on our website. So if you're interested in something like that, you can go to ecoafricadigital.co.za, and we've got self-help guides that you can download or buy online with ideas for a whole year on how to market your guest house, or ideas for a whole year on how to market your safari lodge. And we're bringing out more and more training courses as time is progressing. So it's not easy, but it's definitely possible. Everything out there in the world is not easy, but possible. And I don't think any of us are interested in just short and easy ways, but if it's possible, then you get yourself trained, and then there's a whole new world that opens up.
Thank you. I think, Gloria, you can answer.
Yeah, thank you for the question. As I mentioned earlier, KTIF is just 1 year old. And so far, we've already gathered a few communities that are already into action. We have gathered women, and Kasese is quite large with a diverse, many activities. So I showed a picture of guys that are being supported to make the hot spring better, to be able to serve the communities in that area. We have women in the area called Bwera. We have organized them as a community, and they are doing crafts for resale. Then within the town, we are working with young children in primary schools to replant the trees as we show them what climate change is doing to the region, so that they can grow up knowing that it is possible to replant our trees and help the destination to be better. Then we have the Theluji Festival. It has been supported by the government, by the Ministry of Tourism in Uganda. And this is a very big step for us, because being a startup, it is not easy to just excel. But since we have already rallied with the government and the communities, I am very sure that this is going to be one of the main activities that brings everybody on board. So the particular hotspot, I think, is the Theluji Festival that will bring together the entire community in one place to be able to, talk about tourism and then promote the available activities. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Gloria. I can see we are joined by the other panelists online. So we will go to Daniela. There is a question for you. Then from Daniela, we'll shift to the panel question where Dr. Esther Munyiri, joining from Kenyatta University, will respond. So Daniela, you spoke about innovations in the tourism value chain. The question is, where exactly in Africa's tourism value chain are we seeing innovations, and where are we not seeing innovations in the tourism value chains? I think this is in relation to the different nodes in the tourism value chains. Yeah.
Thank you so much for the question. I think that in Africa, especially if you look at the travel and tourism startups that are coming out of Africa, we're seeing innovation to a point in booking platforms. And that's not to underestimate the important role that they play. We heard from the previous speaker just the power of social media. And what these booking platforms, payment platforms, gateways are helping, especially small businesses, do is enable them to take advantage of social media to drive online booking. So it's expanding market access, which is critical. I would argue that we're not seeing enough innovation because a lot of those platforms are still also targeting very much quite a red ocean of the booking.com market, where there's a massive opportunity to look at developing booking platforms to specifically service and understand the tourism market in Africa, to also upsell business tourism, because that's a massive existing market in Africa. So that linking of business tourism with leisure opportunities and safaris, for example, those type of linkages, joining the dots, we're not really seeing. I would say that we are not really seeing innovation in the accommodation space. We're seeing innovation in the sustainability of accommodation. So amazing things happening with green vehicles, with renewables, with energy, with carbon neutral accommodation, lodges. We're seeing actually some incredible architecture coming out in terms of the design, but we're not really seeing the innovation in the accommodation market that would enable especially that lower middle class market to be opened up. At the moment, what we're seeing is a lot of some nice new African hotel brands being developed, but there's an entire market of families, of extended families who travel, of women who travel together, you know, either with their husbands and children, and they're actually the people who decide where the family travels, and then those same women also go on girl trips alone. But it's a group of women traveling together. So this catering to a group market in terms of accommodation, whether it is self-catering, whether it is a more higher end of that option, we're not really seeing the innovation really coming to the fore to meet how that market is traveling. So I think that on a product side, we're hardly seeing innovation. You know, we might have hot air balloons being added onto game drives. We might be seeing walks and some incredible guides coming to the fore who really are creating incredible storytelling experiences. But there is so many more product innovations that we could be seeing, specifically in areas that don't have the big five. So I don't think we've actually tapped the surface in innovation on the continent, even I would argue in the booking platform space. We're also not really seeing it. You know, a big complaint I've had from friends sitting in Nigeria or Ghana is that when they're looking for information on things to do in Africa, what they're finding on a content space is an American or European blogger blogging about their experience in Ghana. So there's a massive, in terms of a content, social media, storytelling, advertising, there is a huge gap and a huge opportunity to see actually even innovation in content, to say, well, hold on, you know, how do we get African content to Africans? And that storytelling is quite a different type of a storytelling that you get when you are reading a blog by an international tourist who is not African. There are different nuances, there are different stories that are told. So I would say if you look at each level of the value chain and the extended value chain, we haven't really tapped the surface of innovation that is possible, and the innovation that is really needed to actually catalyze the expansion of the market to the extent that is possible. Thank you.
Esther Munyiri. She is from Kenyatta University and Director, Global Tourism, Resilience and Crisis Management. So Dr. Munyiri is here to talk about integrating sustainability in tourism management. And this is a very broad topic. So to get you started, Dr. Munyiri, I'll give a broad question and then you'll give a response to that. Are we integrating sustainability in tourism management? Are we?
Okay, thank you very much. I hope everyone can hear me. Yes, to your question on integrating sustainability in tourism management, yes, we are. The various speakers have talked about this in different perspectives. And I'll just want to highlight one aspect of sustainability that is very critical in tourism, and that is resilience. And what the world has done is in 2017, the UNWTO had a meeting in the Caribbean, and they decided to have a regional and coordinated way in a global perspective to tackle crisis, to ensure that destinations bounce back after a crisis. And 2 years later, in 2019, the very first Global Tourism Resilience and Crisis Management Center was set up in the Caribbean. Why Caribbean? Because they depend so much on tourism, and they are very, very vulnerable to the various crises, especially natural crises that happen around the region. So the first center is in Jamaica, and later that year, His Excellency, the President of Kenya, visited Jamaica, and one of the take-homes was to start the very first satellite center in Kenya, and that was started in November 2019. So the world then decided that these regional centers would be in charge of regional creation of resilience in the regions. And so this, the very first satellite center that is located in Kenya, domiciled at Kenyatta University, is in charge of 14 countries of the Eastern Africa region. Now, what we do here is we do a lot of capacity building, communication, policy engagement, monitoring and evaluation, but more importantly, research on tourism aspects that will create resilience. And it's very good that this is anchored under the Ministry of Tourism and Wildlife in Kenya, but now with connections with the various 14 countries of the Eastern Africa region. Now, how the sustainability issues are being handled, and looking also at innovations, like the topic of this morning. The center, of course, with the various stakeholders, because we work closely with the CEOs of the various private sector and public sector, as well as NGOs, and we are happy to collaborate so much with STTA and others. What we do is we tap into the most useful technologies in ensuring that we are sustainable and that we can be resilient. One of those technologies is the geographical information system. So what we are doing is we are creating hubs and dashboards where stakeholders can see what is happening across this region. And so they are able to have early warnings on the various crises that may affect us. Before COVID-19 came from Wuhan, already the stakeholders knew what was happening, and we were able to monitor all the way until it landed in Kenya, and then advised based on what actions were being taken across the world on what Kenya can decide and what all the 14 countries can do. And this was also in communication with the private sector. Has been going wrong is that we have a crisis, like for example in Somalia, and someone reports in Kenya and says, I'm so and so reporting in Nairobi, and there is a lot of burning in the background. What happens is that 50% of the bookings are cancelled in Kenya, but people don't have a concept that this might be even 1,000 miles away from the location where the reporting is being done. So that communication is very key, and that's what our priority is. And lastly, yesterday we had a meeting with the UNWTO team that is working on mobile positioning data. So what we are doing, it's another innovation which we are moving on to, where we tap into mobile information. I know this is very controversial, but we assure you that your privacy is assured, but we tap into that mobile information data without any direct connection with the individual, the owner of the data, to make decisions that will help us become more resilient. Other than that, we are mapping every tourism product in the Eastern Africa region, and that will cater for all the discussions that have been going on, like we don't have products for Africans, we don't have products for this kind of market. After we map, then we can designate what fits which market, and that I believe will be a big step forward. Thank you.
The amount of our experience, really, you don't need to post every day. We typically post 8 posts a month. So that is 2 a week for our clients. And that makes sure that every week there are 2 new posts. In a month, there are 8 posts. And in a context of a month and a half, if somebody goes onto your feed, there are 12 new posts. What you gain from that is, you look, it seems like you are alive and well. Something is going on, you're sharing relevant content. So you're creating that perception once again and embedding the perception of you're alive and well, there's something going on, people, it's worthwhile interacting with you. Then for time of the day, once again, it used to be a very big science. What is the optimum time to post when people are looking? Is it 12? Is it just after 5 when they're going home? If people aren't seeing organic content, really, we put in budget and we boost the posts for a month. And it actually it levels out. The content gets seen, there's maybe $10 or $50 put behind the ads every day. And it keeps showing to whoever is online in that space, and really it evens out. So I would not say there's big differences in when you post or how much. It's more about how well you're targeting it. If you're putting budget behind it, are you showing it to the right people? And that is based on their behavior, their age groups. And if you can go into the business manager on Facebook, then as I told you previously, those custom audiences, if you're really going to put effort into your social media and you're not going to create those custom audiences, it's a lot of effort just for awareness. So I think that's the gist of it.
Thank you, Lizen. So we have one more question from the audience. I can see a hand raised. We will take that, then go for a break.
So, hi, my name is Jennifer from KWS. And my question is to Liz about social media marketing. And how soon can I start sponsoring my social media page after opening, or should I first grow it organically? Thank you.
Yes, that is a good question. It's a kind of the chicken and the egg problem. You need to get people to see your content, but also you need to have something to show them. So typically, if we have a brand new client, if you literally creating your Instagram and Facebook page today, we will say, let's rather put in content 12 posts before you start marketing it. Because if you're going to now send people or try to grow followers and there's one post, people are going to think, oh, who are these people? You know, am I wasting my time? There seems nothing's going on there. So even if you can create 12 posts, maybe showcasing your whole experience and what you want to show from Kenda Wildlife Service, I'm sure that's what KWA stands for. I would say get something that represents the whole thing, everything you're doing, the ranges, the animals, the products, and maybe busy fixing fences, busy with erosion, your sponsors, maybe your staff team. So get a feel for with 12 posts of everything that you are busy with. And then from that point, I think the first thing I will do is create a link tree. I'll show you how to do that in the workshop this afternoon. And that is in your bio on Instagram, that you have 5 places that people can actually visit on your website. And then from there, the next step would be to grow followers first. Because also if somebody sees your social media and you've got 50 people that follow your account, it's like, oh, who are these people? You know, I don't really want to engage with them. Nobody likes them. So first grow your followers, maybe until you have got a few thousand. And then I would start in the 3rd phase or 4th phase to boost the actual posts that are going out.
Thank you. This question goes to Daniela. First of all, thank you for the very informative presentation that you brought forward. My question would be, especially concerning the African tourist. We know that traveling within Africa is quite expensive, and that's probably one of the reasons why within Africa, most tourists would prefer to, travel abroad. Is there any data or documentation out there that is really working towards making travel in Africa cheaper, more accessible, for it to make it attractive to travel within Africa? Thank you.
Thank you. It's a really good question. What is surprising is the amount of money that is being spent by Africans traveling outside of Africa. So the Nigerian market is the 3rd most valuable market for the UK, not because of the numbers of Nigerians traveling, but by the amount of money being spent in the UK by Nigerians. You can say the same about the Sudanese, the Congolese markets. So there are a lot of markets that we presume that travel in Africa, we need to be talking about more of an affordable travel. And that is just one of the segments of the African market. So I just want to highlight that to say that there is without doubt a significant market in Africa who, without a doubt, can afford the top safari, 6-star experience at Singita or any of the top lodges, or Seychelles or anywhere else. So there is a market where money is no object sitting in Africa. And they're traveling and they're spending a lot on travel. And you can say the same about your diamonds and your upper middle class. So you've got different segments within the market willing to spend on different things. You also have the weekend tourists. So, in terms of the data, there's a huge gap and need for data. And this is an area where I'm busy working on trying to fill this gap, because, what we're seeing, and young entrepreneurs like this guy out of Cameroon who's building an Airbnb, his focus is on how do we create more affordable accommodation for Africans who are traveling. So he's busy looking at a segment which is actually cheaper than the Airbnb So he's starting first in Rwanda, because if you've ever stayed in the Airbnb in Rwanda, it's not cheap. So he's saying there's a whole market segment that I can hit by coming in underneath that. And that's the one thing to recognize within the markets, is that there are lots of different levels. And when we're looking at the expense of travel, that's also why I focused on looking at your local, your domestic, and then your neighboring countries. Because while it might be very expensive to fly from one side of Africa to the next, you've got a massive market catchment area just around you in your neighboring countries that you can target, which is not break the bank expensive. And we're actually seeing a surprisingly amount within the East Africa. There's a great program to actually boost regional tourism across this group of neighboring countries. And that allows you to come in at kind of different levels of the market. So you've got kind of your, I'll call it your 1 star, your people who are coming across, they're the traders, they're coming across to buy things, to sell back. So we've got different market motivations. You've got kind of that 2-star market, which is also a lot of trade and business on a different level, and that could be expanded within families, and that whole 3-star segment. So we are missing a lot of the data, and you can hear from Esther that there's a lot of work being done to kind of start to collect and start to fill the gaps of data on the market. But one of the things to recognize is that we do have diamonds, we do have your upper middle class, we do have, you know, the middle and that middle lower class. So there are lots of different segments within the market to start to think about targeting. And you know, you can see it, you can see these different levels even in your own city where you live, and the different products that are targeting these different markets. So for me, what is exciting is that we think of the market data gap as being, well, like we can't move because we have no market data, but you have the anecdotal evidence that you can start to build from. And then, you know, you get that feedback in your iteration and you can perfect the model. The same with social media. You're really looking at your analytics, and that helps you to always improve and to expand. So my recommendation is to not look at the lack of market data as being the complete inhibitory factor, and also not to consider the visa and the flight issues as also being this, well, we can't build regional tourism in Africa because of that. Because as I say, that regional, super expensive to fly from South Africa to Nigeria, for example, that is sitting at you've got your international and then your regional. And you've got 3 markets underneath that you can start to target. You know, we are seeing Kenyan Airlines has been actually one of the most exciting airlines in terms of opening up market. The problem is, though, that they've been focusing that marketing outside on the international market, but they're actually linked Victoria Falls with Cape Town, and that opens up a whole lot of new markets for you. So it's also about really looking at what are the flights that actually are running, what are the opportunities, that the dots that are being connected, and then key into servicing that as that growth as we start to build out. But you know, we are seeing more and more accommodation coming in at different levels, brands coming in at different levels. And I think it's a process, but it's also an understanding that it's a diverse market that you can target in very different ways. I hope that answered the question.
Thank you, Daniela, for answering that question. I would like to thank all the delegates attending today in person and those joining us online. I also want Daniela Katz, Gloria and Dr. Muniri for their insightful words about sustainable tourism in Africa and sharing with us their perspectives. So we've come to the end of the morning panel sessions. I would like us to go for a break. And remember to visit the exhibition stands during the breakout session. Then we'll be back maybe after 20 minutes for the after break session. Thank you. Yeah, and also who didn't manage to make their climate declaration yesterday, you can do it today at the STTA exhibition booth.
Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome back after the nice break. Now we feel a little bit refreshed again. All right, so we're going into a workshop now on how to market your ecotourism establishment. I've handed out some notes that we've printed out to give everybody something tangible to work with. It's always better not just to listen to something being presented to you in a workshop, but actually applying your own brand and the own company or organization that you are trying to build on social media. So the papers I handed out is there for you to write on, to scribble on. What I tried to do, there are 4 different aspects we are going to cover. And obviously we can't do everything in detail today. So the idea with this workshop is to take you through these documents. We'll stop and pause now and then for everybody just to think about their own brands, think about the message they want to bring across, think about the aspects that they want to market, write it down. But really it is in step by step, even with screenshots of specifically how you can implement this for your own brand. I really try to make it as easy as. There was a question earlier in the panel on how easy is it to do and to start social media marketing for your brand. So it is easy and it is not easy. So depending on where your own level of development is, but I've tried to make it as easy as possible, literally with step-by-step guides in this workshop book. So we're going to cover 4, or let's call it practical or technical aspects on how to actually do this. This morning in the presentation, we talked about broader concepts of first having keywords with SEO, then making sure they're embedded on your website and driving traffic there. Then we talked about social media content and then paid advertising. So what I want to spend some time on today with this workshop is the second 2 aspects. How do you create social media content? And how then do you do social media paid advertising or boost these posts of yours? Yes. Yeah, I think, yeah. You need 4 in each package. Yeah, it's 4 different ones. Yeah, they are all 4 are different. I'm also all right, so let's start with the first document. I tried to put them in order on your tables. The first document is about, at the top, it would say content creation for social media. That is what we're going to start with. So I think when you do social media content, the question if it's difficult or easy, if you want to make it easy for yourself in the long run, I would highly recommend you spend some time in the beginning of your process to do it well. So that is why we start with something like this, thinking about the strategy of your content, planning it out well. Then you have a year's planning and themes that you want to work on. And it's much easier to have a big skeleton and just add as you go along than all the time, every week, trying to think up something new, something engaging, something fun for your audience. And then in the end, you have a social media feed that's disorganized. It seems like there's no real sense to it. It doesn't build your brand and get your audience to engage with all of the aspects of that you're offering. So the planning stage is important to make your life easier in the long run. So that's why we're starting where we are. So in the beginning, we recommend creating a brainstorm strategy document. And a very good place to start is with your core values. In this case, I took the example of Isibindi, and when we started with their social media, we identified 6 core values. I think for most people present here today, all of us will have something like community development or conservation or sustainability as one of your core values. So I want to give a minute or two, just think about that quickly. Write down the core values of your organization or the core values of your establishment. What is important for you? It needn't be broad concepts like these, like respect, integrity, courage. It can also be that the concepts or the important aspects of your values would be wildlife conservation might be one. Tree growth or tree planting might be another one. Community upliftment might be one. Community adventure or community cultural development might be another one. So just quickly think about that. What is the core values and the core offerings of what you actually stand for in your organization? Maybe does somebody quickly want to just share what they've written down there? Gloria?
Thanks, Liz. Mine is collaboration, community support, tree planting, and ethical.
Great, wonderful. Anybody else?
Okay, mine is capacity building, tree planting, and collaboration.
All right, great. Those are great core values to start off with. Then we go to the next page in step 2. Now you can expand a little bit on these values. For the sake of time, let's not go into it too much, but in all of these aspects, you can think a little bit and maybe just write a few key words about what you meant with all of these aspects. If you are talking about tree planting, does that mean developing the seeds? Does it mean distributing it to the community and teaching them how to plant the trees? Does it mean taking care for it afterwards with watering and seeing the trees actually grow into maturity? There might be different aspects to all of these categories that you've identified as your core values. So maybe just jot down 3 words in each of these categories. What does it actually mean for you? Is it just distribution of seeds, or is it actual following and training people to become caregivers and caretakers of these trees into maturity? For the online delegates, I might add, we've added all of these documents in the chat box on the screen, and you'll see that there are 2 supporting documents that has got blank space. If you wanted to open up those files where you are, you're also you're welcome to fill in these blank spaces as we go through the workshop, the actual areas that we are going through. So we have only the titles on these blank supporting documents, and you're welcome to fill in what you need to know there. So step 3 is then on page 2, we go into identify the words you want to be known for. What we often find with social media content creation is it's really hard to keep creating fresh content all the time and not run out of ideas. So when you sit down at this point, strategizing, brainstorming, it's actually great to just think about the words you want to be known for. So then later when you run out of ideas and out of words and you're repeating yourself all the time, you have this list. So you can see what we used here. You can jot down your own words as you go through this list in step 3. So we have words for easily like, it's a restorative escape, and it's eco-sensitive, conscious, minimal impact, lowered footprint, respectful. Something else is it's well established and trusted by local authorities. Authentic, inspirational, mindful, generosity, tranquility, embracing nature, collaborative, proudly African. Everything is done with purpose. You're searching for the unexpected. Inspiration lives here. Authenticity for future generations to inherit. We leave it better than we found it. In touch with nature. but with all the modern comforts, connection, journeying with purpose, authentic African experience, heaven on earth. So just add some of your words here, and these words you can build into your posts as you go along, but it's nice just to have a feel for what are the words you want to be known for. If people talk about you, what resonates for them? And the thing to remember here, you're also planting little seeds in your community. If you're using these words, then people will say, yes, you know, the Uganda Foundation that they have there in Ujinja, they are really in touch with Africa. Or they will start using words, it's such an authentic experience that you have there. Or it's such a restorative escape, because you are training people to say those words about you because you keep using those words. Right, then I'm going to skip page 3. Let's go past that one. And let's go to step number 5. Yes, where we identify the experiences and activities you offer. So this is also nice. We already established something like tree planting if you're an organization, but think about activities and experiences. Maybe just jot down 5 to 7 experiences, your key, unique experience that people can actually have when they're visiting you. If you're an organization that offers something for donation, maybe think about the different areas that people can support, but the different kind of activities and ways people can engage with you. Gladys, are you maybe going to share what you have there? Can we have the mic?
Hello, my name is Jennifer from KWS.
Hi, Jennifer.
We offer, there is hiking, there is also picnicking, bird watching, game viewing, mountain climbing, and so much more.
And amazing.
Yes.
You've already now then mentioned 6 posts at least, and six themes that you can keep repeating.
Yes.
To build those seeds. Great. Thank you, Jennifer. Then we go into step number 6. This is identifying your target market. So if we think about the activities you have on offer there, Jennifer, what would be your target audience? On the list here for Isibindi, we said honeymooners, baby mooners, families with young kids looking for a crowded beaches, retired professionals. I don't think they're going to go for hiking, probably. So they're not your market for that area. Couples celebrating anniversaries, diving enthusiasts, conservationists, nature lovers, working professionals. So if we think about the activities that you have on offer, who would be the ideal target audience? Maybe just think about that for a moment. Let's write it down. On your list, who is your target audience? Do we still have the mic there with Jennifer? Yeah.
The most people that we target are a group of friends, corporate institutions going for their team building activities, and also school organized groups from primary school, secondary, and also tertiary institutions. Also honeymooners, because we also offer self-catering accommodation inside our national parks.
All right.
Yes.
Right, so all of those groups that you've mentioned now, you know you have to create content that will be appealing to different audiences. So you cannot cover everybody with all the posts. As you said, if you've got a school group and if you've got a honeymoon couple, you need to post different photos to thrill and fascinate and create and you have to create content for your school groups and your corporate groups. So that's something to start taking into account. Then we go to page number 5, which is step number 7. There you see, this one. Now you have a year. High and low seasons depending on school holidays. So maybe you can just scribble over that yearly calendar, make notes of when you have seasons and what happens when. Who wants to share their seasons?
My name is James from Leopard Beach Resort and Spa. For our high season, it begins in November, late November, coming all the way to April. And then we've got a low season for May, June, and then July. There's a peak of 2 months. September and October are relatively low. Then we begin again the season from November upwards.
And are there certain attractions why certain seasons are higher season, something happens?
Yes, because we are more of a family resort. So it mainly caters for when schools are closed, and being part of the team that runs the hotel, it is a way that we market ourselves as a family resort, which has greatly worked for us for the last 6 years.
And then in low season, do you have packages maybe for couples or other types of people?
So during low seasons, we try to market for corporates, so mainly conferences and team building. That's what we are currently on.
All right. So if you think about your yearly calendar, then ideally you would want to start creating awareness on social media 2 to 3 months before you actually want people to book. So if your season for the school holidays, let's say that starts in June, then people are probably going to book the month prior to June or earlier. So if they're going to book in May, then even for 2 or 3 months before that, you need to create content of pictures with people on family holidays, having a great time and kids, and create awareness in the beginning so that later in 2 or 3 months, they will actually book for holidays. And the same way then for another market. So just thinking about it with content calendars like this, your seasons is not the time when it's not when the turtles are active that you are talking about that. You share that in the moment as it happens, but you already share 3 months before so that you can get bookings for the season when it actually happens. Yeah.
Just a question. If I'm in food tourism, I have a restaurant. So I don't know whether the season do apply when it comes to food because people eat on a daily basis.
Yeah.
So can I make food instead? The type of food to eat on Friday, type
Yeah.
of food to eat. Okay.
Yeah, I think, but maybe do you have seasonal food like in winter, more warm kind of, is there a seasonal, well, actually there's not that much fluctuation in cold weather, not really where you guys are. Yeah, we can think about something else for seasonality there. Maybe, yeah, I think weekends and weeknights, if you really have the same kind of audience throughout the whole year, and then that's your high and low season, weekend and weeks. Which brings us then to step number 8. So now I think I would suggest that you always have 8 content pillars. So maybe you can also write your own content pillars here, thinking about your core values, the activities that you have on offer. You have to have a combination now of your values and your activities. So you don't want to actually go too abstract. In this example here, there's quite a lot of abstract themes, which make it a little bit more difficult to think about what should be in each content pillar. But I would suggest one content pillar could be community development, as we have here. Then they had respect, integrity, courage, and love. But maybe you can have your lodge interior as one aspect and aspects of your lodge, or maybe your restaurant setting, your exterior of the restaurant. Maybe the specific pillar can be the food you're selling at your restaurant. Then maybe one can be staff, the friendly people, the management and the waiters, or the community around your restaurant. Then a very big one can actually be your actual guests. So your people having a great time at your lodge, a pillar around them, or people visiting Uganda, having a great time, or supporting the NGOs, or people being on a hike in Kenya. That can be a strong pillar. So 8 pillars is usually a good way to focus yourself, but also make sure that it encompasses everything that you're offering. From that point, we're going to step 9. And this now helps you to create a 6-month theme breakdown. Usually a year ahead is too far. 3 months is over in the blink of an eye. So we would usually suggest 6 months of themes to help you plan for 6 months ahead. We have now say May, June, July, August, and September. And you can choose a theme for every month, or every month you can choose to showcase all 8 of your content pillars when you are planning your content ahead. So that maybe we needn't take time there. Step number 10 is then hashtags. So with a hashtag, the optimum ones at the moment, there was a time when people said add 20 to 30 hashtags, but at the moment, the algorithms really aren't geared to favor that many hashtags. You just need to choose 5 to 6 hashtags per post. And it's also good at this point to go research which hashtags actually refer to what you are offering. Some of them are hashtags that people actually follow. So if you have a broad term, maybe like Safari Africa, then you know people will follow that hashtag, and it helps you to get more engagement. But other hashtags you might just come up with in the moment. So we might create something like the Hani Beach lunch or Sustainable Tourism Summit, best theme ever. And then that's more a quirky kind of hashtag just to be cute. So you can have a variation of hashtags that helps you get a bigger following, or other ones that just try to explain the post. And the places that you actually find this is pretty much by doing an online search. You go on the internet and search on Instagram for hashtags, and you see which results come up. If you start typing Safari or tree planting Uganda, what kind of suggestions do come up? Right, so now you've got a bit of a broader strategy. You know the concepts and who you are about. You've thought about what you want to share and what you want your community engage with. The next step now is planning and making sure you're organized. So what we, in step number 11, what we suggest is really organizing your photos that you have. Because often the biggest pain with social media content creation is it's just all over the show. It takes so much time just to try and find the pictures you want to post online that it becomes a nightmarish experience. So what we typically do, we use Google Drive to store our pictures. You might also be using Dropbox or different kinds of way to store your content online. But make sure you've got folders for the different images that you have already. So we have here pictures we used in blogs, family pictures. Nyala House is one of the establishments. Manor House is one of the other establishments. Then videos we have on both of those, activities at Mount High, animals at Mount High, art and food weekend, the farm, more of food, interior detail, the staff. So this is just to help you structure and organize yourself. Then when you have your actual plan, it's easy to go get your content where you've stored it and you already have it there. If you then also, if you're lucky enough to get a photographer in, you can also tell them, I need pictures for all these different aspects, and then you can save it on file for those aspects. All right, then we go on to page number 8. Just one up. You just went past in that gray block. So I've made it available also on the chat for the online delegates. So page number 8. Just to the other side, back up. Not step 8, page number 8 in the bottom right. Yeah, just up more. Another one. Another one. There we go. So just one up to the gray block. Another one. More. Yeah, thank you. So I created this document. It's called Supporting Documents in the chat for the online delegates. We'll also share this, if it's all right with Judy, for everybody that's been attending live here today. But if you are in charge of the social media for your organization, we suggest something like this document to get your manager or whoever is in charge of giving the final go-ahead for the content. Then you can create it in blocks like these, and they can give comments in the open columns to the right-hand side. So we typically, when we create it for the clients, we'll put the images here we want to use. In the middle block, we'll tell them what copy is going to go out, and then they can comment, and we have a date that it's going to go out. So this one was to go out on the 7th of May. So this helps you to create content for a whole month, 8 posts. Actually, at the moment, we are trying to create 3 months of content at a time, because it's much more effective to sit down for a day and create all the content and plan it before it goes out. Because it's the thing that breaks you with social media is this constant stop and go, oh, think about something, go, oh, and then it's not consistent, it's not well thought through, it's not well planned. So a document like this enables you to plan 8 posts or 16 or 24, and then you can get the go ahead from your management and they can comment if there's something that they don't like about the text. Right, yes.
If you have done this schedule for a whole month,
yes,
and then you have some things that happen, you have probably an event that happens, and now you have new content and images.
Yeah, that is no problem at all. It's while we don't think it's necessary to have a new post every day, it's also no problem if you have 2 on one day. So even if you have a scheduled post for today and something really happens exciting, then you just share that as well. Yeah. So the next part of the document, that will help you with practical steps on now actually scheduling this. I'm not going to go through this in detail now, as it becomes a little bit more hand-holding for actually implementing it, but you can follow all the steps in the next part on how to use Creator Studio on Facebook. I think for everybody that's trying to follow this road on their own, it will be very helpful to follow these steps, because you can now actually go sit down after you've created this document with content, and schedule your content. And then you don't think about it for a whole month, or you don't think about it for 3 months, and there's fresh content going out all the time. So you can just rest and be at peace, knowing that it's good content, it has been approved, and it's consistently building your brand. So there are steps on how you can actually now publish that. So next, let's go to the next document. This document says Instagram, how to get more profile visits. So as we shared this morning, I think, Jennifer, it was you who asked, when can you start boosting your posts? So you want to have a few followers. I was thinking afterwards, even though you don't have thousands of followers yet, you might start growing both at the same time. Grow your followers and boost your posts. It can kind of grow at the same time. But you want to make sure that you are spending time and effort on your profile visitors like we're doing here. So there's a difference between getting Facebook page likes and Instagram followers, because Instagram, they are a difficult customer. They don't actually like you to pay to get customers and get likes. So they make it more difficult. You cannot create a paid ad to say like or follow me. You can only send people to your profile. And then you hope when they land there that they will like you. So that's why it's important not to send them to a new Instagram account with one post, because then nobody's going to like that. So this is a bit of a practical step-by-step process that I just quickly want to show you. So when you have your Instagram account open, it's important that there are two different kinds of accounts possible. The one is a business account. You can also have a personal account. So if you have a personal account, these options aren't going to show to make it easier for you to get more followers. So you have to make sure in your settings that you just change your settings to be a business account. It's no cost involved in the beginning or anything you have to do. Just make sure in your settings, you are set up as a business account. In that kind of format, you will be able to click on Add Tools. You will create the next step too, you will be able to boost your top post. So top post would be your one that did organically, that got the most engagement, or you can create a post. At this moment, obviously we want to create a post because we want to have people, new people to follow us. Step number 3. Here you will select what you want. Do you want profile visit or website visits? We want profile visits. Step number 4 would be select your audience. There are 2 options here. You can select an automatic audience. Then Instagram is going to automatically find people with the same behavior than your existing followers. If you think your existing followers are an authentic audience, go for it. Just go for an automatic audience. If you don't think so, then you actually want to create a new audience, which is usually what we'll suggest. Step number 5, you say how much you want to spend. In this case, we'd say 300 Rand over 6 days. Step number 6, you were able to preview your ad. And now you can see, all right, how will this ad look in the next slide? If you chose this elephant image to get people to go to your website, and you said you wanted to get more visitors, your button will say learn more in the little blue line. If it's a story, that will also appear. If in the second option you chose that you want more profile visits, your call to action in the blue button will say view Instagram profile. So if we're trying to get more Instagram followers, this is what we want. The button should say view Instagram profile. So this is what people are going to get on their feeds. If they click on that button, they will land on your profile. And then if you have done your job well and you've created a nice kind of content, they will hopefully follow you. And then step number 7 will make it live. The next steps I'm also not going to go into. That is, if you're struggling to go from a personal account to a business account, there's a step-by-step guide to help you make sure that you have the right one set up. So you're welcome to go through those steps. Then I want to just pause for a moment at creating a Linktree account in the next slide. Yes, yeah. So this is the one I talked about this morning, which I think is really important because Instagram is such a big player in the social media world, and because it's a great enhancer of engagement. You can post videos. There's a lot of awareness. Everybody that you want to be seen by is on Instagram, but they don't make it easy to go to your website. So as a marketing tool, it usually is a bit prohibitive. But when you create a Linktree in your bio, that solves a big part of the problem. On the posts, usually in your normal feed, you can put a website address there, but nobody can click on it. They don't want it to be clickable. They want people to stay on Instagram. But if they go to your profile, a Linktree enables them. If you scroll down a little bit, if people were to click on that Linktree, there are 5 different tabs that open up, and all of them are clickable. So this enables you to say, okay, I put my website link in there. I put a link to my blogs. I put a link to my guest feedback or to my TripAdvisor reviews or even to my online booking platforms. So now when people are on your Instagram, they can swim a book and then everything is sorted. The steps on how to do that is also in the next pages. You will go to this account at the top that says linktr.ee. There you see it. It's also in your notes. And from there, it's really very user-friendly on how to create it. You will set up the account. You will add the websites and the links that you want on Instagram, and then you will be set up there. Are there any questions about this aspect? All right. So for the sake of time, let's go to the next aspect.
Red highlight on this, is that below your profile?
Yes. It's in the bio below your, just show me the page that you're at again. Yes, that red block appears automatically on your LinkedIn, on your Instagram bio. So on your, let's call it your homepage of your Instagram.
Okay, then you've got this highlight, the 4 that you can add.
Yes.
How do you make them linkable?
So that is all explained in the steps when you sign up on Linktree. Yeah.
Okay, when you sign up on Linktree.
Yes. Okay. Yeah. Are there interesting in the audience that we go through those steps rather quickly? Oh, okay, you can ask your question.
You can put 1,000 shillings for a month or 1,000 shillings for a week. So what kind of considerations do you put in to determine, yes, the value of the money for your boosts per page?
Yeah. So it depends what you want to achieve. If you're in an awareness phase, then you just want some engagement and people to know about that. It's highly, yeah, it differs quite a lot. The bigger your net, the bigger your result at the bottom. So if you're going to spend a little bit of budget, you have a smaller net and smaller results at the bottom. If you have a massive budget, then obviously more results at the bottom. But more important, who are you actually targeting? You might spend less budget on the right people and get the same results. So there is a bit of variation around that. But a nice benchmark to go around, it's 150 Rand per day. I'm just trying to see if that's divided by 7, I think, to go to shillings. Who can help me quickly with our financial team? It's 150 Rand, I think, is divided by 7 to get to times 7 for Kenyan shillings. So it's about $10 a day, $5 to $10 a day, usually for Kenyan shillings, let's maybe work from dollar rather. But to be able to compete either internationally, that's usually if you have to put in international ads for the UK or US markets. For the local market, it's usually less. You can get away with maybe $3 to $4 per day. Otherwise, you kind of just filter out in the bigger audience and nobody actually sees it. It's as if you need to bid a little bit higher. They're just at that $5 or $4 a day to actually compete and bid against all the other people also placing ads. Right. Are we okay with the Linktree area, Judy, or shall we go through that in a bit more detail? Okay. Okay, go for it. Then maybe afterwards, if you didn't get through the process, you can ask me. So let's go on to the next document, and that says boosting Facebook posts. I think maybe also for the sake of time, I'm going to skip this one. It's all there for you to say. What I taught you now was how to boost from your timeline on your phone. Then this one I'm going to skip now is when you do it from your computer. It's sometimes a little bit easier because your screen is bigger, but let's skip that one and go to the fourth document. It says creating a story and a reel on Instagram. I think this is quite important because the algorithm very much favors this kind of posting at the moment. So for much less effort, you can get a much broader reach because the algorithm wants you to create a video and a reel. Just maybe by show of the hands, who is used to creating reels and stories on Instagram? There's somebody, there's somebody, there's somebody. 3, 4. Our team on this side. All right. But that's enough. So maybe also from your perspective, if there's something that you see or any questions, let's discuss that then. So if you open up your phone, in step number 1, you will go to the top of your screen. There's a little plus mark, as you can see next to your name. If you press on that little plus mark, yes, you will get a drop down to now choose what is it that you want to do. Do you want to do a normal post, a reel, a story, etc.? So the best selection you can make is a reel, a video. The second best one is a story, because it only comes up for 24 hours, but everybody sees it because the algorithm favors showing those. And then your third best one you can do is a post. But remember, the posts are the ones that also build your brand. So you need to schedule those posts continually. So maybe that's a good solution, Judy. As you also said, your posts are the ones that are scheduled in advance. You thought through them very well. It's according to everything that you want to portray. But if something happens today, maybe a story rather, and a reel. That's in the moment and it's nice and engaging. So step number 2, if you now said, okay, I'm going to create a reel, then your gallery on your phone will come up. So hopefully you've been walking around Danny Beach this week and you took a little video of the sunset on the beach or the beautiful food that we're being served. And you remembered that you have to keep your phone in portrait orientation. So not to have your phone flat, have your phone standing straight, because here you can see why. A reel, all the images on that gallery, you can see the middle one with the lions, both of the top ones, none of these images are actually great for a reel because they have been taken in a horizontal format in landscape. So now we've got the blank space. And it's much better if you have a longer image that fills the whole screen. It just looks better and it's more effective and looks more professional. But now I did not do that. I have to be called to attention about that. And then we chose the lion image. After that, then in step number 3, that is where you can now start adding text. So the little A's at the top, if you press that little button, the ability appears for you to type text. And you will want to say something cute here, because people will see a line, oh, what's a lion? But if something happened and you can say it's this lioness's birthday, or there was a new cub born today for this lion, then instantly the story has got more meaning. So you want to add something there that makes it meaningful. Step number 4 is in this case, you can see what we said here as text. We spotted some lines on our game drive this morning. I guess that's better than nothing, but it's not the most creative text ever. And then in step number 5, you can add important aspects like your location. If you press this little location button, it will automatically pick up Diani Beach if you're connected to the Wi-Fi, or you can type in the location where you are. This is important because it also helps build your bigger brand of where you're operating. You can also add music, which instantly makes it more user-friendly. It's obviously for anybody more entertaining to see a video of your beautiful establishment or the trees you're planting if there's a beautiful soundtrack with that. So always try to add music if you can. Then we go to step number 6. Then we could, in this case, we said, ask me a question. So maybe if it was this lion's birthday, then the question could be, how old are you? Or you just encourage engagement in this way. So the idea here is really just engage with your community, ask them questions, get them to answer something back, create a poll. Do you like this image or do you like this image? It's really just for entertainment. And then step number 6, you can choose to share your story. Then the next step is creating a reel that's similar. I think we can also pass through that area. I think the reels and the story are very similar. I'm not going to go through all that, but it is there in step-by-step guides as you create these yourself. Questions at this time? Yeah?
Comments and an observation. Yeah. I'm just thinking that when you're creating content, depending on the industry or what you're serving, what is most important? Because we can have all this information and how to do it. And then again, if you don't invest in a good camera, if you're not creative enough, if you don't go out yourself to find some interesting things to take, or if you don't hire a photographer, it's very hard to post anything. Or if you don't have someone in digital marketing or someone who's constantly on the Facebook page all the time, writing updates like a media person, it's hard for me to run my own business on social media when I'm not there to do all that and without a good phone.
Yeah, it's a valid question, and I can guarantee you that most people in any business feel exactly the same way, because you're running your company, you're running your business, you're running your restaurant, you're concerned about the actual food quality and the experience of your guests. So you don't want to worry now about the picture and this thing on social media. It seems far removed. So it's a general issue, but it's also one that you cannot neglect, because your consumers are on social media and they live there, they think there, they dream there, they get their ideas there. So you need to be there. So the best solution I have actually is following these steps that we went through today. if you can find somebody, and often it's the youth, because they are so used to working with their phones. If you can sit down with them and spend one day and then say, let's create a plan of what I think is important and the ideas that you bring as a youth and a creative person. Let's sit down and have 8 content planners. Then we have an idea for the next 3 months, and you go out and you create it. You can also do it yourself. You can rather opt to have 1 post a week that you throw in for a month. That will take you 2 hours to think through it and create the content. But I think the best thing you can do is telling yourself that this is an investment. It's 3 months ahead all the time. You have to sit down for 3 hours or 4 hours in a month and create these things. And if you plan ahead, you will solve your problem, because then you have to do it only once in 3 months. But the basic answer is rather do less then, but make sure you are on social media, even if it's then 2 posts a month or 3 or 4, but be there, because people are there, and they, as soon as they hear about you, they're going to go look what you are doing. And if there's nothing, it seems like maybe you are also nothing. You know, it's the world we're living in now. If you're not online, you don't exist. No. Thank you, Jennifer.
Okay, thank you. My question would be on the website. I love writing, and I constantly write for the KWS blog. So my question would be, how do I drive traffic to the website?
Yes.
Yes, thank you.
All right. So there are steps that you can follow. If you create a post organically on social media, you will put the URL where your blog is. So do you know how to copy the URL from the website? I wonder where I have an example. But let's say you type in KWS, your website, and then you go to the blogs on that website. The URL is let's call it the website address changes at the top. It will change from kws.ke to kws.ke/ and then possibly the name of your blog. And that URL is the link that you can use anywhere on social media or on any website to drive people exactly to that blog. So I think that would be the first step. I'm happy to help you afterwards to show exactly how to get that. But then that URL website address that sends them exactly to your blog, that you can embed on your social media post. If it's on Facebook, people can click on it and get directly to your blog. On Instagram, as we said, they cannot click on it. So you can actually only add that to the link tree that you've built in your bio. And in that way, people can reach your blog. But even then, if you now have this post, I would recommend that you still boost that post and maybe put $5 behind that post so people can actually see it, because otherwise it's going to go out and there's not going to be a lot of engagement or traffic reading the blog because people won't see it organically. Susan?
Yeah, thank you, Lizanne. I think this is very practical and it can take longer.
Yeah.
We need to have a break. Maybe you can pick this up in the networking session at 4. So I would beg that we go for a break now. After lunch, we have the exciting practical presentation, a workshop on how to go green by Eric Legua. Thank you so much, Lizanne. Can we give her a round of applause and see break for lunch? So for lunch break, we can try to be quick and do a 30-minute lunch break because the afternoon session is equally interesting and very practical, and we don't want to miss out so that Eric just begins in time. So what's the time now, Judy, so that we see when to get back? It's 1:30. If you can be back here by 2, latest 2:10. Eric will begin his presentation at 10 minutes past 2. Okay, enjoy your lunch and the music.
Hello, Lucy. Sorry, I'm muted. I can't hear you at this time. It's like, how's that?
So we are having the afternoon presentation today by Fergus McLaren. He's here. He's joined online. He's joining us, I think, from Canada. I've done the introduction. He's a sustainable tourism and cultural management professional with 25 years experience in Canada and internationally. The president, ICOMOS, International Cultural Tourism. And his professional interests are in tourism, cultural and natural heritage, and sustainable development. So Fergus McLaren is here at STAS 2022 to speak about revaluing the place of communities, culture, and heritage in tourism strategy for sustainable tourism. So I'd like to welcome you, Fergus. You may begin your presentation. Where are you joining us from?
Good morning. Jumbo. Try it again. Jumbo, Lucy, nice to see you again. And we'll try it again. Oh, okay, how's that? Okay, there's just a little bit of static, but that's fine. I'm calling you from my own country's capital. I'm calling from Ottawa, and it's just we've just been dealing with the effects of a climate change, which we were discussing yesterday, which is a major electrical storm that has knocked out power and knocked down much of our vegetation, and much of our city is still without internet and power. But I managed to find it, so I can present this morning, or here in Ottawa, but this afternoon in Nairobi.
Yeah, thank you, Fergus. So we'll go straight away to your presentation.
Okay, I will do that right away.
So we'll share the screen. Be able to share the screen, then you proceed.
Sure. So, Jumbo, good afternoon. Nice to see you all participating here in today's event. And as Lucy indeed mentioned, my focus is on looking at culture and heritage as an important sort of foundation or basis for developing sustainable tourism approaches. And so just to get into my presentation here, I'll be basically giving you a background of the organization that I'm the president of, the International Council of Monuments and Sites, International Cultural Tourism Committee, those aspects that help to drive cultural tourism's evolution in the past 40 years. The ICOMOS, yes. How's that?
We can hear
Oh, we're still. Hello, Job. Is there still issues, or is that okay?
You can continue.
Okay, thank you. Sorry, just there was some static. The role of culture and heritage as key drivers for sustainable African tourism renewal, and then looking at some conclusions, recommendations at the end. So, in terms of the ICOMOS International Tourism Committee, I'd first like to start off with a definition of cultural tourism, and using one that was set up by the UNWTO in 2017 at their 22nd session. I'll just read it out just because it's important to provide context to what cultural tourism is. It's seen as a type of tourism activity in which the visitor's essential motivation is to learn, discover, experience, and consume the tangible and intangible cultural attractions, products in a tourism destination. These attractions, products relate to a set of distinctive material, intellectual, spiritual, and emotional features of a society that encompasses arts and architecture, historical and cultural heritage, culinary heritage, literature, music, creative industries, and the living cultures with their lifestyles, value systems, beliefs, and traditions. So again, a really broad definition, but it's really important to have this sort of foundation because of the fact it shows the interconnectedness of the various aspects that tie into cultural heritage and also cultural tourism. So what is the ICTC? We have Twitter members ranging from planning, landscape architecture, archaeology, economics, and other professional backgrounds from over 70 countries, including 2 members from ICOMOS who are from Kenya, Dr. Shem Mengi from the University of, from Kenyatta University, and also Mrs. Jacinta Nzioka Mbebiti, who's the head of the International Convention Bureau. And so we're fortunate to have excellent members from Kenya, but also other parts of Africa. The work that we do is that we provide study tours, World Heritage Tourism assessments for sites that are applying to the tentative list, professional research services, and policy development support. We also cooperate with national and international agencies and organizations, often the United Nations related, as we are one of the 3 advisory boards along with the IUCN and ICROM and other NGOs. And the basis of operation is the International Cultural Tourism Charter, which was last updated in 1999. And I'll talk about that a little bit later as part of this presentation. We also serve in an advocacy role, and we work with a range of heritage conservation and tourism professionals and academics. And we serve as a platform for multidisciplinary and multi-stakeholder research and activities to achieve high standards in policy directions and the management of cultural heritage at historic sites and tourism destinations. Many of these, which are World Heritage sites, are at least very high profile destinations and regions. Now, I want to give a bit of a background as to, talking about the Charter as one of our fundamental documents, but as one of the key drivers for cultural tourism. There is some background to it, and I want to give that just as a sense of those factors that were shaping the evolution of the Charter where we're at right now. So basically, some of the information that we've seen with data with regard to tourism in the past 70 years. In the post-war era, World War II era in 1950, basically you had about 25 million international arrivals. That has steadily increased, as you can see, across the board. And when this data was commissioned in 2017, we were seeing about 1.235 billion people. So that's obviously a substantial thousands of percentage points increase. And by 2030, it was projected that we'd be at around 1.82 billion people. This has changed, of course, the trajectory somewhat with what we've seen over the past 2 years with COVID, but I will certainly discuss that as well. So in terms of some of the factors that have shaped cultural heritage tourism, first off was the introduction of the World Heritage Convention in 1972 in Paris. It's celebrating its 50th anniversary this year, of course, but one of the key aspects was that of the first 15 sites, 3 of them were African. 2 were in Ethiopia, Lalibela, and another site, and then one in West Africa as well. But, again, 70 years after the fact, you have the map on the right, just for statistical purposes. And again, Africa is unfortunately, due to a number of factors, has a diminished number of representation, despite the thousands of years of cultural and natural heritage compared to other continents around the world. We also had a number of sustainability aspects that started to evolve with the Earth Summit in 1992 in Rio. You started to see Agenda 21, sort of things like the Kyoto Protocol, the COP process that began in Copenhagen, and many others such as the Millennial Development Goals, the Paris Agreement with regard to climate change, the Montreal Protocols, all those different aspects that really started to shape not only the way that we used different areas and regions, but at the same time, the way that we dealt with trying to deal with some of the ongoing impacts of tourism. And you can think of cruise ships, airlines, other aspects that are contributing to greenhouse gases, and efforts related to sustainability. Also, at that same time, we started thinking about the triple bottom line and eventually the 4 pillars of sustainability. Those, of course, being economic, social, and environmental, being the triple bottom line. And then the United Nations added culture as the 4th pillar through UNESCO in the early 2000s. So again, conceptualizing what sustainability actually means and those pillars that supported it. In 2002, where I first had the pleasure of meeting Judy Kefargona, was the International Year of Ecotourism. And again, thinking about elements related to sustainability, but also at the same time, interactions with Indigenous peoples, the interaction between culture and nature, and different facets in terms of how you thought about destination and development with regard to tourism venues. And we had meetings in East Africa in 2001 and 2002 to discuss those different aspects in terms of participation and those who would be impacted by ecotourism development. In 2003, we had the discussions around the development of the Intangible Cultural Heritage Charter. Again, it's really an important aspect of cultural heritage for individual countries, based on the fact that it's not all about monuments or built structures or heritage districts. It's also about those individual facets of knowledge, craftsmanship, social practices, performing arts, oral traditions, all those elements that make up different sort of basis for culture within different communities, different regions, different societies, and why they're unique and important to those regions, and how it could also be used for touristic purposes. In 2008, we had the United Nations Declaration of the Rights of Indigenous Peoples. Particularly here in Canada, but certainly in other parts of the world, there are Indigenous cultural tourism that takes place on the traditional lands of the different groups that are in individual countries or regions. And again, the challenge has been who has ownership of that tourism, who's able to manage it, how are the stories told, how are the benefits accrued to those communities. And this was something that was formulated through the Declaration of the Rights of Indigenous Peoples, and then formalized through a process that was known as Free, Prior, and Informed Consent, or FPIC, where increasingly through donors like the World Bank, like the IFC, other organizations that are working alongside different development projects and initiatives, there was an intention and a determination to ensure that FPIC was working with Indigenous peoples, had their consultation and support, because of course, many of these projects had a potential impact on their culture and their lands, whether it's mining, forestry, other extractive industries, or creation of infrastructure, et cetera. There is a real intention to try and create and support ownership in that area. And this includes cultural tourism. In 2015, we had the Sustainable Development Goals being introduced. There are 3 specific targets related to tourism, sustainable tourism in particular, with target 8.9, the development of sustainable tourism, 12B, the monitoring of sustainable tourism, 14.7, how tourism can benefit marine and protected areas. And there was also an additional one, 11.4, that dealt with cultural heritage, its promulgation and protection. So all those different aspects with regard to the SDGs in terms of the targets has strong focus with regard to cultural tourism. There's also the 2017 International Year of Sustainable Tourism for Development. And again, discussions about how you had the 5 different themes, and one of them was protection and commemoration and promotion of cultural heritage, amongst others related to environment, economy, peace, and social benefits. So again, cultural tourism promoted here. We also saw the rise of social media. Again, we started to see portrayals of different destinations, whether through YouTube or Instagram or other sites. And you really started to see different representations and segmenting of markets and destinations, with regard to the individual aspects of cultural heritage and tourism to these destinations. So again, you really started to see an evolution where it started to ramp up focus and concentration to specific destinations, to the point that you had over tourism. For those of you who have visited protected areas and national parks in East and Southern Africa, for example, you start to see a lot more of this. You start to see a lot more concentration of people. It's different in the sense of an urban, say, over tourism, like you might see in Venice or Dubrovnik or Amsterdam or Barcelona and other cities in Europe, for example. But at the same time, it still had a significant impact on the resource. And in this case, of course, it's the wildlife and biodiversity of East Africa, in this case, here in the Serengeti. So again, prior in around 2017 to 2019, you started to, and prior to that a little bit, but you started to see a ramping up in terms of the impacts of large concentrations of people on different destinations, but not necessarily benefits being accrued by those communities, rather by large tour operators or those that operated from outside of these individual countries. Finally, in March 2020, of course, we had the evolution of COVID-19 began, and of course, its impacts on the travel sector. And this was something that, of course, has been devastating for countries around the world, be it Canada, but also where I live, but also African nations, countries in Europe, et cetera. You'll see some statistics shortly, but again, we are still dealing with it, of course, the longer term recovery issues that come with it. One of the key issues that also has evolved around this time, and again, key to yesterday's session, is the fact that climate change is really starting to affect the sustainability and cultural heritage of different destinations. And again, you know, it's being considered at various levels. There's a recent IPCC report this week with regard to really cutting back on a number of economic sectors to reduce their climate change and environmental impact. So again, it's a key aspect or issue with regard to promulgation of climate change, cultural tourism and protection of cultural heritage, amongst other factors. I just wanted to show this graphic. What you're seeing here, this was produced in Nature, the publication Nature, about 2-3 months ago. And all the dots that you see around this map show different sort of percentages of United Nations or UNESCO designated sites, whether World Heritage, whether man in the biosphere, whether geoparks, others. These are all the sites right now that are being impacted by climate change. And of course, not just the biodiversity and not just the tourism there, but of course the communities themselves that are being affected by it. And you're seeing up to some levels, 75%. And those sites are highlighted in this map. Again, climate change is real, and it is having a severe impact on cultural heritage and other UNESCO designated destinations, for example. And finally, just to give you a sense in terms of numbers, from 2019 to the present, I should say present, about 6 months ago, you've seen a decline of 75% in terms of tourism numbers. You can see around the globe in terms of what those different statistics are. And in Africa, 77%. That's one of the most significant. Asia and Pacific is the highest, in part because, of course, the restrictions that China has in place still right now in terms of visitation to and from the country. So, but this gives you a sense in terms of what has happened and what is driving the changes in the thinking behind the cultural tourism planning and destination development and management that we've been thinking about with regard to the Charter. So, the Charter itself, again, as I mentioned before, it is the keystone document for cultural tourism within the ICOMOS, one of the 3 advisory bodies to the United Nations World Heritage Committee, and it helps to shape thinking about tourism to cultural heritage and related destinations, especially World Heritage sites. So there are two predecessors to the charter that draft charter they're working on right now. The 76 Cultural Tourism Charter was developed as an approach to recognize sites and monuments as a source of economic benefit and cultural education. So in a sense, you start to see a commodification at different sites, in the sense not just that was important for day-to-day practice or use, as you might have at the church or some sort of community hall or historic center, but also there was thinking behind the fact that there are ways we can derive economic benefit from it. The intent from the charter was to encourage educating tourists, particularly children, about the value of these monuments and ensuring that those trained could help support the use and management of these sites for tourism purposes. This charter was adopted at the Seminar on Contemporary Tourism and Humanism in Belgium by ICOMOS in November '76. Its follow-up was the Cultural Tourism Charter, which incorporated a holistic version of the diverse sustainability implications. Remember, this is 7 years after the Earth Summit in Rio, and at the same time, the other sustainability documents like Agenda 21, the COP15, Copenhagen, and others, they were helping to drive the thinking around sustainability and what that meant for individual communities. And this is why the focus of this document had evolved somewhat from the marketing, packaging, promotion of cultural heritage more to how tourism can benefit local and bigger communities in and around individual cultural heritage sites. And this is adopted by ICOMOS at the 12th General Assembly in Mexico City in October 1999. So, relevance. Why is this up on screen? Well, the big issue is that in the past 20 years, as I'd shown before, a number of things have changed. And one of the key things in terms of any document or doctrine, especially those that are published by ICOMOS and other international organizations, is that often these things, these doctrinal documents, these charters, they sit on shelves gathering dust. And so the intention for us was trying to ensure that there's a way to make these documents, this document, more relevant and more, not evergreen necessarily, but in a way to really capture a number of initiatives that have occurred and the directions that tourism and the local environments that support them have been evolving, as with cases of sustainability, climate change, and pandemics and other factors. So again, these were the challenges that we were facing when trying to renew the charter. So the renewal goals that we had were that the charter's update was to include current trends in the heritage identification, protection, dissemination, talking about sustainable development. And as we've seen with the decline of tourism numbers due to COVID over the past years, trying to instill considerations and aspects around resilience. It was also intended to address the several complex and multi-layered facets of heritage preservation, what that actually means, and visitor management to support the tourism to these sites, but also the revenues and the community participation when it comes to thinking about and benefiting and participating in the intangible and tangible cultural heritage of those sites. And finally, it was to enhance our ability as a committee for its relevance in tourism and conservation that has changed dramatically this century. There have been a number of issues, whether it's been conflicts, think of what's happening in Ukraine right now, pandemics and disease, whether SARS, COVID, Ebola, other factors, and natural disasters. Some of the earthquakes that have ravaged cultural heritage sites or communities that live in around them. The tropical storm that, wasn't necessarily tropical, the storm that has devastated the community where I live, the droughts that Kenya has been experiencing. I could go on, but again, it needs to be a more wider, holistic thinking about how this can be approached or integrated into the planning and management of different destinations and sites. So with that in mind, the update focus had these parameters that we wanted to ensure that we had a focus upon. supporting an equitable gender participation. Tourism is one of the few industries in the world where the greatest participation on a percentage basis tends to be women. And we want to ensure that there's greater benefit, greater opportunity, greater participation that comes from supporting and participating in and leading tourism in different destinations and venues. We want to encourage support for Indigenous groups, again, due to elements like FPIC and the Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples. There's documentation there that outlines approaches and facets of ways that we can do so. But at the same time, this is becoming increasingly mandatory when it comes to funding and when it comes to different rights holders who are there and how they exercise those rights. It's also becoming increasingly necessary to determine site carrying capacity limits. Obviously, there's only so much that a place can withstand in terms of people, infrastructure, amenities like hotels and services, and there's really sort of necessary limitations that are in place to ensure that that resource and the people who live there still have their livelihoods and livability maintained. There's also a need to professionalize heritage dissemination and interpretation. Again, different sites have different stories and different tales, different approaches to understanding these sites, but it's really key to encourage that training and capacity building to ensure that there's an integrity and an authenticity and a sound basis to how those discussions and stories are being told and conveyed. There's also a need to increase conservation awareness among the tourism sector. It's not all about how you can exploit or benefit from that resource, but at the same time, how you can best ensure that all stakeholders, whether you're tourism operators, government, community, businesses, all of them have an understanding in terms of their roles and responsibilities with regard to supporting and maintaining that cultural heritage resource. Part of the planning should also invoke addressing natural disasters, conflict and pandemic impacts. This is something that we've learned in the past 20 years, particularly. So there has to be some emergency and also some contingency and mitigation adaptation planning in place for destinations for recovery and resiliency purposes. We also need to take the longer term view in terms of some of these destinations, because those that I showed you in Africa on the coastal regions, how to mitigate and adapt to climate change impacts, and in some cases, whether or not that is even possible. And finally, through all this, the intention of the charter is to increase destination sustainability and resiliency capacity. There will always be ongoing challenges, unforeseen challenges, unexpected challenges, but at the same time, there has to be that ability, capacity to understand and think and plan forward to at least try and find ways to best resolve the support for intangible and tangible resources that are there at individual destinations. So I wanted to, again, with those higher level, bigger sort of perspectives, I wanted to sort of, focus the lens on the role of culture and heritage and using them as drivers for sustainable African tourism renewal. And I use the context of renewal more in the sense in terms of what has happened over the past 2 years with regard to COVID and its impacts on African tourism is one aspect, but also the fact that, you're seeing a number of factors that are helping to really drive the way you think about tourism in Africa at the same time from a tangible and intangible cultural heritage basis. So this week, the World Economic Forum had introduced its Travel and Tourism Sustainability Index at the World Economic Forum first event in the past 2.5 years that was convened in Davos, Switzerland. And they had 3 recovery challenges that they were focusing upon to ensure better resiliency and recovery for nations that were trying to rejuvenate their tourism industries. And these were that the need for travel and tourism development has never been greater. As economic drivers, as we've seen the statistics where tourism is responsible for 1 in 10 jobs. It's a major driver in many countries that depend upon tourism. I was in Croatia about 6 weeks ago, 2 months ago, and their economy, for example, depends 25%, and that's the whole economy, on tourism. And there are other countries, they're 50%, 60%. So again, it's a key aspect for economic benefit and growth. There are shifting demand dynamics that have created opportunities and a need for adaptation. So again, different origin countries, different sectors, different areas of interest, different types of experiences that people are looking for, the types of experience, the length of experience, all those different factors that are, can really provide that sort of sound basis for planning and development. And finally, development strategies can be employed to help the sector build back better. And many of us have heard build back better. It's certainly been part of the lexicon over the past 6 months to a year, but what does that actually mean? Is it better capacity to participate? Is it better resources to support, like infrastructure or amenities and services to support individual destinations? What are those different elements that we can think about for providing that build back better perspective? So with that in mind, I thought just to present some of my thinking behind some of the cultural and heritage tourism drivers for sustainability and resiliency. And I took it as a SWOT approach, so you'll see that. And then at the end, I wrapped it up with some of the elements where I think that there are opportunities to pursue, or that are actually, driving some of the evolution or change in cultural heritage, cultural tourism that we're starting to see and has been evolving over the past few years. So from a strength perspective, I see African nations as having unique dynamic cultures that have thrived for centuries. Certainly, it's through the tangible and the intangible. It's something that, of course, has evolved, but it's a really strong sort of key element, and not yet well known outside of the continent, and even within the continent as well. And not all countries are aware of the different strengths in terms of cultural heritage and the different elements that they can celebrate and enjoy and appreciate in individual countries. There's significant brand equity for different facets of intangible African culture, whether it's film, whether it's music, whether it's food, whether it's artistic traditions such as weaving or art or other elements. And there's a very strong sort of strength to it in terms of its how it's promoted and how it's presented within the continent and around the world. And finally, tangible cultural heritage destinations resonate strongly outside of the continent. On the right, I have an image of Timbuktu. And of course, Timbuktu is very well known as a phrase, but it's not necessarily well known as a destination, but it's this set of allure places and names and activities that can help draw visitors from different countries in Africa, as well as international visitors to these destinations. There's the weaknesses. Having 54 countries can make it challenging for some nations to enable their culture and heritage to stand out. It can be a challenge, especially for the smaller nations. I mean, there are other factors, of course, whether it's inherent, such as level of infrastructure, level of development, marketing, etc., and also elements related to conflicts and natural disasters, or other aspects that are reducing the potential growth and broader base of tourism. And so, but having 54 countries, it's not always a successful approach to try and drive something from either continental or regional marketing and benefits circumstance. For a number of cultural goods that are there, it's challenging to compete on value versus price and transmission to markets. I can go on to AliExpress or Alibaba and I can buy kente, or I can buy different sorts of weaving or different sorts of African cultural goods, not realizing that these are mass produced and they're not benefiting any local communities or groups that have produced them. But at the same time, there is this availability and marketing channels that are much better and more in terms of reach and transmission and marketing, that there is that constant challenge for cultural goods. And finally, funding to maintain important tangible cultural sites is not always available nor well directed. The site here on the right is on the Forts and Castles site in Ghana. There's a report in 2019 during the year of return with regard to how the site is being maintained and managed. And the challenges are, money. That's what it comes down to in many cases, particularly for these large structures. And also the fact that there are issues where there are 28 individual sites within this World Heritage nomination across the southern part of the country that do not make it easy to support and sustain these individual sites. They might be ravaged by climate change, just aging, other aspects that certainly are similar in terms of how other World Heritage sites in Africa are being affected. In terms of opportunities, you're starting to see a number of multilateral and bilateral funding agencies are increasing their focus on Africa. The UNWTO's Secretary General certainly looks very favorably, and whenever he has the opportunity to travel to Africa, he will, and supporting different initiatives there. The World Heritage Committee of UNESCO and the World Heritage Center is also focusing its support for the expansion of World Heritage sites across the continent as well. And so, there are other agencies and bodies like the World Monuments Fund, other organizations that are trying to support different destinations and their cultural resources in terms of how they can be better improved in terms of sustaining them, conserving them, but also building them up for tourism development and management. There are significant increases in broadband, mobile connectivity, and improving investment climate to support local visitor economies. One of the best examples, I think, in Kenya, for example, is the idea of mobile money and M-Pesa. You're starting to see that sort of ability to see through mobile phones, through WhatsApp, through other aspects for the presentation of different sites, but also payment and other elements that are key towards sustaining local economies and communities. And finally, you're starting to see a number of culture-focused platforms for major tech companies being established across Africa. So again, ways to promote and promulgate different aspects related to cultural heritage and individual destinations. Think of Google in Kenya, Twitter in Accra, and Netflix, of course, establishing itself in South Africa. So you're starting to see a number of platforms that are there, that are international in their focus, that are trying to ensure that there's a broader understanding, appreciation of culture, cultural heritage, tourism, and other sort of elements. I also see that there are a number of threats related to those. Of course, the funding that you see, particularly the large loans and grants and other sort of elements directed from outside of the continent, do not always trickle down to local communities. Sorry, that's a reality. It happens here in Canada, it happens in Africa, it happens in Europe and other parts of the world. So you're not always seeing that benefit of that volume of promised money correlating with actual distribution to smaller communities. As we've seen, there's an uneven nature of digital mobile connectivity. Again, it's dependent upon the building up of the networks, the level of sort of phone capability, other elements that are slowly evolving, but this still takes time. And as well, with this creation of this more digital focused tourism economy, there needs to be reinforced by capacity, as we've seen here on the right, by the classes on the right, where it's one thing to have that infrastructure in place, but it's also something that needs to be considered, where how we use that technology, how it is applied, and how it can benefit local communities, destinations, tour operators, etc. And finally, one of the things that we learned in Canada is that international tech platforms can dilute cultural messaging and media ecosystems. That happens here, and that can potentially happen in Africa as well. Twitter, Google, Netflix, obviously they see opportunity, rightfully so, on the continent, but at the same time, they are businesses. And so the big challenge is how you promote and control those messages that aren't necessarily those that make sense to them from a business standpoint, but are at the same time necessary and important stories to be told from local communities, countries, regions, and focusing on different cultural aspects. So again, there is that challenge there as a potential threat. So I wanted to just give you a few ideas and things that are occurring that are important in terms of cultural heritage and tourism that you're starting to see as bigger drivers and ways for destinations to promote themselves, and also different aspects of African cultural heritage can also be celebrated and commemorated within and outside of the continent. One of the new programs that the UNWTO has developed is its Best Tourism Villages. There are 6 villages across Africa that were nominated successfully, and one of them is here, of course, Olegeseli village in Kenya. And it's the second round is starting. I think the deadline is mid-June for different communities to participate. But what this does is that it really starts to make it more granular in terms of local communities' participation and benefit from their cultural heritage and cultural heritage tourism opportunities to gain a higher profile, but also support from other organizations with regard to their promotion. You're also seeing more African types of activities. Here, this has been making as one of the key elements of traditional craftspersonship, and it has the UNESCO Intangible Cultural Heritage designation, which again is heavily promoted and a way of giving, if you will, a brand that helps to certify its origin and help stop the dilution that we talked about before in terms of the authenticity and integrity of that craft or activity. You're also seeing a greater focus on African gastronomy. I would argue too that the new food of the next 20, 30, international food of the next 20 or 30 years will be African cuisine. You're starting to see a bigger promotion of it within the continent and in other countries. Here in my city, we have Senegalese, we have Nigerian, we have other sorts of West African cuisines, Congolese, and we also have our first East African restaurant, which I haven't yet been to, but I will soon. But again, you're starting to see a greater interest in cultural heritage related to gastronomy and the destinations that support them. You're also seeing different arts festivals like Afrochella that takes place in Ghana, and you're starting to see these places as destinations, much as you would say Burning Man in the United States, or other sorts of events around the world, the Monterey Jazz Festivals, or others in Europe, or Glastonbury, or the Edinburgh Festival. So again, African nations are creating their own cultural festivals that are sort of drawing music, arts, other sorts of initiatives. There's the Biennale, for example, is taking place in Dakar right now. So again, this is one of those sort of key drivers to the newer and evolving forms of cultural heritage. You're also seeing greater sort of expansion of musicians. Burna Boy was in New York City at the end of April, and he sold out Madison Square Garden, the first African artist to do so as I said, just this year. So again, we're seeing the expansion of musical artists tied to festivals and events, whether it's Sarkodie, Shadawale, and also sort of more traditional like Ladysmith Black Mombasa, and others, Yusunadur and other African artists. So again, this is something that is helping to draw people to culture and heritage, to festivals, locations, destinations, but also promoting that cultural core and celebration different facets of African cultural heritage. One of the other key aspects, and I want to put that in there as well, is that you're starting to see digital platforms that a number of cultural heritage groups, communities, and communities are using for virtual tourism as a form of introduction or representation, a way of telling the stories or interpreting these sites. One of the key ones is Google Arts and Culture, where this page is drawn from. And it's an interesting, useful way to, again, promote different facets of cultural heritage, to reinforce the integrity behind that storytelling, but also as a way to draw people to different destinations. And Google has been very supportive in terms of trying to promote different venues. So I have 2 more slides, so I've just come to the end of my presentation, but I wanted to say at the end that, there are a number of organizations that are really trying to make a difference in terms of cultural heritage. I could talk about places, I can talk about different types of activities, tangible and intangible heritage, but there are a number of organizations like Sustainable Travel and Tourism Agenda, who's organizing this event, and other groups, whether it's Rural Tourism Africa in South Africa, or the HACSA, Heritage and Cultural Society of Africa. All these different organizations are, it's, it comes down to people, their time, their effort, their determination to ensure that African stories are being told and promoted, but at the same time, in a way that enables that sort of cultural heritage, tangible and intangible, is recognized and appreciated within their own countries and outside. So again, I think it's important to recognize it's not just about the destinations, but it's the people, the organizations, and the determination behind them. So finally, just to conclude, tourism post-COVID will be different. We're already starting to see that in terms of longer stays, the types of experiences that are there, and the intentions that people have when they travel. It will be necessary to have important visitor economy focused discussions on how tourism can improve to better support local communities. Again, taking a more whole of circumstance approach, one that looks at transport services, amenities, the cultural resources themselves, how people can benefit, capacity building. A really much broader lens needs to be taken. I also believe that it's important to develop planning and resilience approaches to improve systems, supply chains, and sustainability. So again, to really sort of formalize some of the thinking behind how you look at a destination and the different aspects in terms of how you deal with emerging issues, as we've seen, whether it's natural disasters, pandemics, conflicts, other aspects that are really starting to have a significant drag and impact on the global tourism economy. Just look at what's happening in Ukraine right now, for example, and the impacts of COVID, of course, in the past 2 years. And to also recognize that recovery and rejuvenation will take time, despite best intentions, investment efforts, especially, the work that's being done in the cultural heritage and other domains. I've seen projections anywhere from 2, 4, 6 years as to when tourism will return to previous levels in terms of volume and numbers. And finally, for me, one of the key issues, and you saw that map with all the different dots around it, and the impacts of climate change on World Heritage sites and coastal regions in Africa. And also, of course, this climate change impacts internally within the continent and other parts of the world. But it really is a key issue when it comes to planning and thinking about the management and conservation of cultural heritage destinations and their future opportunity to be sustainable and resilient. So that being said, Asante Sana, thank you very much for the opportunity to present here, and I look forward to hearing the rest of the session.
Center for Change, Entrepreneurship and Innovation Management, University of Brighton. So Dr. Aline is joining us virtually. She's getting ready while Eric does his workshop on Go Travel Green. Eric, you're welcome.
Good afternoon. Hello. Okay, yeah. I'm trying to check with the, yeah, that's better. Thank you. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. How's your lunch? I know afternoons at times it's tricky, having discussions here and there, especially when they are long, you end up sleeping, but it's okay. Today is the final day, so here we go. So my name is Eric Keremi Ndegwa. I'm expecting you need to be placed there so that I can walk you through. Technical team. Okay, I'll be discussing about Go Travel Green, a lifestyle approach to impacting tourist destinations, communities, and environment. For us, basically, I'm more of a hands-on person, as in I'm not so much technical when it comes to doing all this kind of stuff, but when it comes to practicality, for sure we make it happen. Next slide, please. Okay, when you look at the global trends, 83% of global travelers think sustainable travel is vital. 69% of global travelers expect the travel industry to offer more sustainable travel options. And of course, 61% of global travelers say the pandemic, that's COVID-19, made it for them to want to travel more sustainably in the future. Which it's quite true, because the modern traveler, when you look at the trends and the sort of things that they really want to incorporate when they travel, they want to go more green than just being the way it used to happen normally. And especially for the young travelers, I think it's something they're trying to embrace and to make it sure that whenever they go to a destination, they make sure they have minimal impact to it and leave it better than they found it. So you normally say you don't leave plastic or you don't leave trash, but you just leave footprints and memories at destinations. Okay, tourism and climate change. Well, travel and tourism sector has a big stake when it comes to decarbonization, because if the planet destroyed, will not end up with tourism. So it will serve no purpose. And for sure, when you look at it, if we don't take care of the environment, what can we sell as tour operators? Nothing. So it's our responsibility to really play a big part in this and join to make sure that we participate in every little steps that make the environment better and have a situation, but we can make it bearable for the next generation also to find something to look forward to or to engage. Because if we destroy the ecosystem, I'm pretty sure we'll have no planet to live on. Okay, I'm trying to save time because also I have a flight to catch at 5 p.m. and my presentation was supposed to be at 11. So you'll understand me. Okay, next slide, please. Okay, when you look at that chart over there, you'll see that the leading polluters in our industry, that the travel and tourism, the aviation sector, that's the road transport, and basically those vehicles or the space where they get to use fuel or fossil fuel and all that. But there's something interesting I'll show in the next slides on what we're doing about this, especially when it comes to safaris in Kenya and the use of vehicles. Yeah. So next, please. So what's Go Travel Green? Go Travel Green, it's an initiative that brings together over 45 travel companies in Kenya, Tanzania, Uganda, and Rwanda on matters conservation and sustainable tourism practices, impacting environment, destinations, and communities around them since 2019. There's that picture there. When you look at it, there's a baby cub, a baby lion. That was a photo when we saw in around 2018. It really inspired us to begin this journey and try to transform the industry, because we realized, especially for us who are in Nairobi, the Nairobi National Park, there's a lot of littering that was going on. And we felt it was our responsibility to be part of making things right. And in collaboration with KWS, I see they're already here. We were able to do something with other stakeholders where we normally have regular cleanup exercises with the Friends of Nairobi National Parks. And it's been a successful journey when it comes to dealing with litter. Next, please. Now I'll pose a question to the audience here, perhaps so that at least we can have an interactive session. So what green initiatives do you have in your organization? It's an open question. So for any one of you can answer, at least you get to hear that. What green initiatives do you have in your organization?
Good afternoon, everyone. We have many green initiatives. We use renewable energy. We use energy saving equipment. We plant trees 3 times a year. And right now, we are developing a climate change action plan. Thank you.
I'll pause, just hold the mic a bit. I'll ask you something. When it comes to tree planting, are there any specific species of trees that you're planting? And is there a target that you have on an annual basis?
Annually, we have a target of about 1,000 trees that we make sure that they survive. Sometimes you can plant many, like 5. I remember one time we went to Narok and we planted 5,000, but they did not survive. So we put a target that we are able to achieve. We also plant fruit trees and indigenous trees.
Wonderful.
Thank you.
Please, let's clap for her, because that's really, really impressive. And there's something interesting, by the way, about planting of fruits, trees, because at the end of it all, there's a benefit that comes to the wildlife side of it and the community, because they're able to sell the fruits. And at the same time, the trees, they offer the whole cleaning of the air around where they are. And I was just observing today when we were having lunch, I realized there are so many monkeys around Diani. And there are some guys here who are actually within the hotel. Their job is to keep them on check, chasing them. And something interesting about monkeys, maybe Doc can really tell something about it. If, let's say we had plenty of fruit trees around Diani, and they get to consume those seedlings, and the same monkeys can become agents of seed dispersal within the ecosystem. And you end up actually having more trees within this area without seeing them as a distraction. Is that true, Doc? Mic, please, to her.
Thanks, Eric. It's definitely true for indigenous plant species that monkeys, once consuming the fruits, they'll be able to disperse the seeds. However, when it comes to fruit trees specifically, we believe they'll get habituated to the fruits themselves, and they might end up going to the farms where the farmers are looking to harvest these fruits for sale. But for indigenous plants, definitely they are agents of seed dispersal.
Awesome. That's really insightful. Thank you so much, Doc. Any other person who has a green initiative story to tell us about the organization?
Well, I get a chance to talk to today. Well, I come from Reforestation Foundation, which is based in Shimoni, and we do coral reef restoration. And one of the activity we do also is to also create awareness out there to the community. We also engage in beach cleanup within the Wasini area. So those are just a few to mention our green initiative. And of course, also very important, working very closely with the local community to empower them, particularly also women on seaweed farming and many other aspects. Yeah.
Great. Just a follow-up on that response, yeah. When you talk about empowerment of the community, do you mind being specific? Because it can be a broad word. How do they get benefit, like monetarily or in terms of any other thing that through the activities that they do?
Oh yeah, definitely. One of the principles that we have for us is to build their capacity to be able to work on different projects. So we have a program called Leaf Rangers program, where we have trained the locals from the BMU, and we are currently working with the Mukwiro Beach Management Unit. And these members of the community have been trained to become open water divers, advanced, and even rescue. And soon we are getting actually a fund, interestingly from an oil company, which is funding a project to advance their training on that. We've also employed 11 of these Reef Rangers people from the community, and also some graduates, and they, of course, they get money every month. So yeah, and in the next 5 years, we are planning to employ or train 100 Reef Rangers under our program. Yeah, and you can visit our website coderevolution.org to see what we do. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Let's clap for him, please. Okay, technical, next slide, please. Oh, there's someone else there. Sorry. Let's hear the last one because of time, please. Okay.
Thank you and good afternoon. I come from Machakos University. Ask anyone and they'll tell you Machakos is the driest place in Kenya. At the university, we have a tree planting initiative, which is spearheaded by the School of Environment and the Natural Resources. So we have virtually planted trees. Then we're doing renewable energy. We are using solar water heaters. We are also creating awareness to the community around about tree planting. Then we're doing water harvesting, and this water is used for watering the plants. We have a little problem in Machakos about water, and so when we harvest the water, it's used for watering the plants, and we are creating a good environment. Thank you.
A follow-up on that, just one minute. There's something said about training the communities on seed planting or seedlings. How do you work with them in terms of giving them that knowledge? Is it done practically or just theory, and then from there they figure out how to do it themselves?
Thank you. We invite them to the university to plant the trees. Actually, they are doing it in our institution. We have the Forest Service just after the town, and they have many trees that they have planted. So we actually get the plants from there, and we train the community on how to do the trees in our institution. Unfortunately, maybe we have not followed to see what they are doing, but this is a good wake-up call so that we can do a follow-up to see how it is doing. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And indeed, you need to make a follow-up once you're done with this meeting today, and know how the progress it is. Okay. Now, for us, these are the kind of green solutions we're doing at the moment, the projects we're doing as Go Travel Green. When we noticed there was a gap within the tourism sector, and there was that challenge of the use of the single-use water bottles, because every other time when visitors are going to the park or tourists, within the vehicles or the Land Cruisers, the TOs, that the tour operators used to carry water with them, the small ones in 500 mLs. And for those tourists who are not really conscious about the environment, they ended up disposing them in the park. And there was a need to have a solution to it. And we introduced it, that it was in 2019, I don't know. Let me just pick this. Just a moment. This bottle I'm holding, it's a refillable aluminum water bottle, and it's one of the products that the travel and industry is using at the moment to try to mitigate this disposal of plastic water bottles in the parks. One thing about it is, as a tour company, you're able to brand it to your specific brand, and also to add, to make it more interesting, have even customized name for your visitor. So somehow, when you present it to the visitor, they know your brand is environment conscious and that you mind about the protection of diversity. And they take it very personal when you gift them, because it has their personal name and your company name. Besides that, because there's shortage of time, I have quite a number of stuff that we also been able to incorporate that are eco-friendly to be used, especially when you're doing the safaris. Another best product that has been used a lot is the seed balls. I don't know anyone who knows the seed balls. In other places they call them seed bombs. Judy, she knows. What's the story? Have you planted some? I know many. That's wonderful. Please.
No, I'm not telling the story, but we have partnered in one of our summits. We even partnered with seed balls, and everyone who came to the summit received a pack of those seed balls. I have been planted the seed balls on a walk of Nairobi that ended up at the museum. You do a city tour, you end up at the museum in Nairobi, and we had a function again, and we planted our trees using, what is it called?
A sling.
A sling,
yeah. Yes.
So I know the story, but I think you're better off telling the story.
Okay, thank you, Judy. For those who probably, oh yeah, one more there, please. From KWS.
Yeah, I'd like to add on to what you just said about the use of
Lucy's mic, I think it's better.
Yes, what I'm saying, KWS, since 2019, 2020, launched a campaign dubbed Plastic Free Parks. That is, you're not supposed to go to any park with any plastic water bottles. So we encourage single-use plastics in all parks, in the marine reserves, in the marine parks, everywhere. And also we are doing tree planting in most of our parks. That is led by our conservation science department. And on Valentine's Day, we had a campaign called Plant Your Love. That is, we are targeting our visitors. When they go to the park, they could just be given the seedlings, the plants, and then they could plant inside the parks. So that's what we've done.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. Okay, maybe for those who are not privy to knowing what seed balls are, they come into that kind of packaging. They're just small balls that inside there's a seedling that it's from an indigenous tree, and it is coated in a way when you disperse it into the wild, it doesn't get to be ingested by any animal until when it gets to rain. That's when it sprouts and germinates. So it can stay as long as it takes until the time when there's the rains, and then it gets to germinate. And it's a project that also it's being spearheaded by Kenya Forest Research Institute, so that at any point when you go dispersing them, you don't end up introducing a foreign or an invasive species in another environment. So they are very, very specific, and they are indigenous trees. And especially for tourists when they are going to the parks because of safety and being not getting attacked by the animals. This is what they use to disperse the seeds. You just need to open the roof of a Land Cruiser. You aim and then you release them wherever you go. So you end up playing a role of planting trees. And it's a good feeling, especially when you know that you've been to a place and you've left it better than you found it. And of course, those trees, they germinate. And most of them, they are from the acacia species. I'll share them in my other presentation when you get to see it, so that you can be able to follow up and know what exactly it's all about. Next slide, please. Okay, other products that we've managed to introduce, there's that customized use of recycled gift bags, magnetic stickers, the pencils and crayons that actually when you finish using them, you can actually plant them and they germinate. It's quite an interesting concept. Let me show you, it's here. These sort of pencils, they are eco-friendly. So when you get to use it and it's finished, at the end here, you see there's a sort of a capsule. There are seeds inside here. So all you need to do is you just dispose it somewhere and it will grow into very beautiful flowers and some awesome grasses to be consumed by herbivorous animals. And also they've been certified by Kenya Forest Research Institute. Okay. Back to the slide, please. Mm-hmm. Okay. When it comes to renewable energy, and there's something we've been distributing solar lanterns in some communities where they've been using charcoal and firewood and paraffin to light up their homes. And with our partners, mostly in the tourism sector, we did one project at Mkwiro Island. I think for those who are privy to Mombasa, they know the island. It's not within the grid, the electricity, Kenya Power electricity grid. And those people there, they used to just use paraffin lanterns. And especially for the students, when it comes to learning, it was not easy for them to do that. So as part of reaching out to these communities, we were able to introduce those lanterns, and the response and the was, I mean, I'm trying to explain it. It's not coming, but at least we made a difference to the community there. And it really reduced the use of those CO2 emission elements like paraffin and the likes. Next slide, please. There's some two special projects we are really involved as Go Travel Green. And one of them, it's the introduction of electric vehicles, where existing diesel-powered tourist vehicles, actually, they can be converted to use electric engine, which is powered by electric engine. And Opibus is one of the companies doing that in Nairobi, and they've been able to convert quite a number of Land Cruisers. And when they actually go to the parks, there's less noise, no pollution, and the safari experience is just marvelous. So I think this is the future of safari towards net zero carbon emission in our parks. Next, please. Of course, seed balls, I talked about seed balls, so I won't much dwell on it, but there's just back to that slide. There's that part of the multiplying effect of regreening destination if clients are involved as agent of net zero carbon emissions. In Kenya, we normally have about 2.5 million. I mean, the highest was about 2.5 million tourists who visited Kenya. I think it was in 1997 or so, if I'm not wrong. Now you can imagine if only you target about 30% of that number to be involved in such kind of an initiative. Within a span of 10 years or so, how many trees will they have planted? It's an impact, a big one. And I think it's a high time for travel companies and TOs or travel agents to involve their clients also to be part of the journey towards net zero carbon emission. Next. Our mantra actually, it's based on those 5 principles. That is reuse, refuse, regreen, reduce, and recycle. And all of them, they're anchored within the SDG goals on biodiversity, soil, water, and climate. I know most of you are privy to those SDGs, Sustainable Development Goals. Next slide. Now, this is my final interactive question because of time. And this is a question I pose. Is the tourism sector in Africa doing enough on commitment towards sustainability to achieve net zero carbon emissions? Do you think we are yet there? Are we doing something as an industry? Someone to respond, please. Is the tourism sector in Africa doing enough commitment towards sustainability? Lucy, there's a hand here.
I think we're getting there. I believe there is a lot that has already been done. I mean, for example, just looking at the room today, we're not using plastic bottles, but glass bottles. So this is already a conscious thought that, look, if we're using glass bottles, we're reducing plastic bottles on the beach. And if you go to many of the hotels in the coast, this is the trend that has been moving over the past year. So it's small changes that have been going, you know, in terms of even the number of towels you're using in hotels. There have been little things we've been doing step by step, but of course there is still room for improvement.
Thank you. And by the way, just to add on that point, I noticed actually most hotels in the coasts, the Kenyan coast, they really embrace the whole idea of going green. Nairobi bado tuko, we're still somehow behind. We're still using plastic bottles during conferences. And at times we find it awkward, either Judy or myself and any other that are very conscious. You end up being the only one with a refillable water bottle and you look the odd one out, but we know we stand out at the end of the day. Yes, please.
Right. I would like to congratulate you for a great job you're doing. And if you're doing it, Africa, we are going to do it.
Thank you.
And I will concur with her that we are doing a lot, and we hope that it's going to be a better future. And it's also high time to involve our customers as a tourist, whether they're international or local, rather than being more of business oriented, like a company which is charging at least 5% is going back to Go Green technologies or Go Green initiatives, which is going to really help in terms of achieving these goals of Go Green Africa and decarbonization. Thank you.
Awesome. That's commendable. Thank you. Kenyala, our professor here.
Thank you. I think the industry is doing something and they're moving in the right direction, but I think there's much more they can do with very little investment. For instance, education of guests. I'm sure that all of us come from environments, our homes in the bedrooms, where we don't change bed sheets every day.
Yeah.
So they should at least inform guests, put some notice, if you want us to change your bed sheets, that's fine. But there should be a reminder that really you don't need to. And I'm saying this because sometimes you go to a hotel and the housekeeper comes in and you tell them, I don't need my room to be changed, and they're surprised why.
True.
Yeah, you're asking them not to change your room, but they're surprised why. They start thinking you've got something sinister you're hiding. Thank you. So they can do more by educating guests, because all this starts with the individual consumer, or the user, the visitor, or the tourist. Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you. So it's about awareness and educating the guests on how to go about it. Okay, so I think next slide, please. Okay, basically for us, we have something called the Green Morans Tourism Awards. Of all the stakeholders, we get to be involved in the activities that we carry around the Going Green. At the end of every year, towards the 5th of June, during the World Environment Day, we normally recognize their efforts and award them on what achievement they've been able to do throughout the year. In one of the other, this one way we encourage them to get involved more and to participate in all green initiative projects. Next. Well, for the future plans, those ones, I think I'll just maybe highlight the most important ones, like community trainings on setting up of indigenous tree nurseries, seed ball production and recycling of craft workshops. This one actually, it's a collaborative effort we're doing with Miti Alliance and Kenya Forest Research Institute to try to enlighten the communities on how they can be able to plug in and play part in this so that they have that sense of belonging. Next. Yeah. I think for any question and feedback, then we'll handle it during maybe the sitting of the plenary here. But I'm so grateful. Thank you so much for your time and shukran. Is something you want? Question? Okay.
Just a small question. Thank you so much for your presentation. So you've shown us such great products. How can we get them for our organizations?
That's a very good question. I think, Judy, at the end of this conference, I think most of our contacts will be shared. So you can reach out to us and we'll be able to walk the journey through and you see how we can partner. Thank you. Yes. We are online at Ziara Group Africa, at Ziara Kenya, and at Green Moran. Thank you so much for your time, and it's been a pleasure.
Thank you, Eric, for the presentation and the practical insights. I love the emphasis that we can all adopt environmentally friendly behaviors. And the example that you gave, Kenya receives a very high number of tourists every year. And the work that KWS is doing to keep our parks litter free, because like the plastic waste that we throw in the ocean. Some time back, I saw like marine litter is transported it doesn't stay in one place. Kenya transports marine litter to Kenya. And this litter is not thrown directly to the oceans, but it's land-based. So there's a lot of work that we can do in being environmentally friendly as travelers. Our next presenter has been waiting online, Dr. Aline. She is from the University Entertainment. Particularly the role of the youth. Aline, if you are online. You can.
Yes, can you hear me? Can you hear me? Hello? I cannot hear you back. If you can confirm if you can hear me, I will start the presentation. Can you confirm, please? I don't know if you can hear me, if you can confirm to me. Okay. It seems that they lost internet, so we will be here for a while, okay? Just a minute that we will start.
Sorry, we had slightly been disconnected when you had started your introduction, Dr. Aline. So we are back. I hope our connection will be stable. You can go ahead with your presentation.
Okay, well, it stopped just when I started. So, oh my God, I was a bit concerned. That this is what I was thinking. Judy wanted me to be there. So because of it, she just disconnect me. So it's not true, right? Job and Judy still wants me to talk about this lovely program that is Inspire Youth. So this is my pleasure to be here, invited by the STA to present to you the Accelerating Youth Innovation and Entrepreneurship in Tourism in Africa. As you can see, you will have to deal with my Brazilian accent throughout this presentation. So yes, I work for the Center for Change, Entrepreneurship and Innovation Management of the University of Brighton. So maybe you are thinking, oh my God, what they are doing working with the working with tourism in Africa. Then I will explain why and how, what we are delivering in this partnership. That's a lovely way of promoting entrepreneurship and innovation in this amazing place. So moving forward, the agenda for today, it's twofold. I will give you an overview of the Inspire Youth Africa program and talk about the objectives, our team and gave you how the program works, what's next. And after I will talk about the Inspire methodology, that is the actual methodology that we apply to deliver this program. So it's the general methodology that it's for all sectors, all types of technology intensity. So then, well, I will show you how you use it and the canvas, the supporting materials, the platform that we created and everything. And later I will be available for questions. So I'll do my best to present in 40 minutes. That I think that it's what I have. So, but before starting, let me introduce where I'm from, because otherwise my boss will kill me. So we are seeing my boss in front of you. That is Dr. George Secouras. He's the head of Centring. That is the Center for Research, for Research and Enterprise Excellence of University of Brighton. We do research that has impact on economic and social impact. And from the practice, we got data that feeds our research. So then we call it the philosophy of closing the loop. So this is why I love to work for it, because we really see impact on people on the ground. And I'm here because I participate in the development of Inspire methodology. That's the methodology I'll talk about in this presentation. And I've been directly involved with the planning and delivery of the program, the Inspire Youth. So what the Inspire Youth Africa is about? First, it aims to foster pathways for developing innovative mentorship programs. That is what we are doing now. So we have a program that has a structure framework to advance innovative projects of students, and we use mentorship and coaching throughout the program. Of course, the projects that were chosen, they are climate friendly and digitally oriented. This was the boundaries that we put in this project. We are very happy that we were funded by the British Council Innovation for African University that provided us the possibility of working with 45 innovative projects of students from Ghana, University of Ghana, Kenya, from the University of Strathmore, and South Africa with our partners, African Tourism Partner and STA as well. So then it was during a period when the pandemic was finishing. Well, the pandemic is exactly, it's in the middle of it, but anyway, we had to deliver the first sessions online. So it was very interesting to participate on it because we had people from different time zones. And by the beginning, I was in Brazil, so I had to wake up at 3 a.m. to deliver the workshops. So it was very interesting to organize, to deliver it, and to have contact with people from different, it's in Africa, but different contexts and different types of issues in each of the projects. So what is the objectives of it? Because we didn't finish it. We are almost in the end, but we didn't finish. So the objectives are to promote entrepreneurship and innovative thinking. That's what we do throughout the program, from the first workshop to the end of it. To leverage on digital platforms where tourists can access tools and knowledge to develop skills. And I will present this platform. I will try to open it live to you, so you'll be able to see it if I'm open to open it live, let's say. The idea is to enhance knowledge exchange and peer-to-peer learning. We had a group of coaches that exchanged experiences and how to deliver the methodology, and we co-create with them part of our workshop as well, and they deliver with us. They deliver jointly master classes during the program, and I will show you which ones. And last but not least, to lobby and advocate for a favorable policy environment for young entrepreneurs and aspiring entrepreneurs in tourism. So these were the objectives, and this would not be possible without our partners and these lovely people that has been working with us under the leadership of Professor Marina Novelli, that is the PI of the project from the University of Brighton. So we have George and me. I was part of the full delivery of it. And then we had Job and Judy that are with you, the STA. We have Festus and Sarah from Stratford University under the leadership of David, that is the regional leader. We have Kobe and Sheena, that is coaches from the University of Ghana. Kobe as well was the regional leader. Daniel, Pierre, and Kwachi from Africa Tourism Partners. So we had people that were on the ground that knew about the issues of tourism where they were. So it is a real partnership, and we also learn from them. We are not specialized in any sector, but they are. So it was a great combination, and we learned a lot as well. Well, this is the overview of the Inspire Youth program. I could take like 1 hour just in this slide, just looking at, just talking about this slide, but I will not, because you have to eat, you have to have a breakfast, to have a break later. And don't worry, I will share the presentation with you, so you have it, you have all of it. How it happens, what is the structure of the program? First of all, we need to, the idea is that we share with our partners our knowledge, so then in the ground, they will deliver the coaching sessions and participate in the workshops and clinics. So what we do, we train the trainers on our methodology, and I will explain the methodology that is Inspire. That has a canvas, supporting materials, case studies, tools, innovation readiness, open innovation readiness test. So we train them to use the methodology and provide them supporting materials. So we trained 6 coaches and had a workshop for everybody in the program. So everybody knows about what we are delivering, what the methodology is about, and what is expected from them. So then we have an Inspire Web platform training from the project managers. Once everything that I'm telling you, it's embedded in a digital platform. So I did students, coaches, I as one of the program coordinator here for the university. So I was able to share everything through it, but we would like the project managers to know how to do it as well. So then we train the program leaders on the program managers on the Web Inspire platform that we will see. It's a very robust platform with lots of content. And what we also do, we customize the platform for the project, because the platform is a generalist platform with the framework. So for each of the programs, we create an internal area for that program, for the cohorts. So everything is organized in a way that a student that joins it will have the connection with that program, that specific cohort, and its coach. Important that each student will have a coach, and then in the platform, they are connected. So the platform promotes this integration as well. So this was the preparation. This is the preparation part of Inspire. And of course, there's many other activities, because there are master classes that are delivered by the partners. As you can see in the middle, in the center here, there are the master classes that is delivered jointly through the program, through the Inspire. So how do we work? How do we start the program? First of all, the students were selected by the regional universities, the regional organizations. And then we start with the students and with the coaches in a first business model workshop. So then, of course, the projects that are that enter in the program are sustainable and has digital platforms as one of their preferable way of moving their business forward. So they came to a business model workshop where we talk about market fit, the value proposition, to understand better the pains and the values that the market expects from a product or service. So when they finish the first part, the first business model workshop, they are much better structured to go to an Inspire workshop. And why I say that it's much better structured, because Inspire, it's about open innovation, it's about collaborations, and I'll explain a bit later, just bear with me. So once they are properly structured, or a bit more structured when they do the business model workshop, they go, and business model workshop takes 5 hours, 2 days of 5 hours. So we have then the Inspire workshop, where we present the framework, the canvas, and we work on this canvas. For people that has been already through sessions of business model canvas, business model is there is a full view of the business, lots of elements, financial and channels, relation with customers. In Inspire, it's just about collaborations. It's challenge-based. We will see the challenges, the gaps that we have in order to meet the challenges, and then how to structure a partnership, how to find the right partner, how to scope the partnership, how to structure, how to find criteria to find a partner that it's the most appropriate one to progress in the journey. So in the Inspire workshop, there is a draft, the first draft of the canvas, and that it's an outcome of the first Inspire workshop. And we also do a readiness test that is in the platform, and I will talk about it later. But there's the 2 results of the first Inspire workshop. It lasts for, it's a 2-day workshop. Normally 1 week separates the first part of the workshop from the second, because then the students have time to think about it, to reflect on it, and to come back with a better idea of their business and partnerships that they want to create. And then after we do the second workshop, the second day, they will be allocated to coaches. That is one-to-one monthly meetings. We suggest that it's 4 meetings, but because it's 1.5 hours around each, but they can agree on doing a group meeting. They can agree on having half-an-hour meetings. It depends on the coach and the student itself, the availability of both. And then in the end, after these coach meetings, the coach will prepare them using the first canvas, and they will progress creating an action plan around the partnerships. And so in the end, what do they will have an action plan, and they will be able to pitch their projects. Throughout these coach meetings, throughout these 4 months, we had master classes. We had we already have 5 master classes. We had one on product diversification, one on future of tourism, entrepreneurship, a third one on sustainable tourism and tourism enterprise design, a 4th one about building sustainable tourism enterprise, a journey, a 5th one on strategic innovation in travel and tourism in Africa, and we will have a 6th one yet. So this is the master classes that they have in order to inspire them as well. So the idea is exactly to inspire them throughout the coaching meetings, so they will have a more robust project in the end. And then they go to Inspire Clinic, and the Inspire Clinic, it's a moment where they present their action plan that reviews what they have done throughout the coaching meetings, the partnerships that they create or not, or they just create the action plan to engage in a partnership. Then it depends a lot on the status of the project, but with a coach, they can apply a tool that I will show you a later example of a tool that they can apply in order to understand better the business, the ecosystem, or to actually validate the product if they are the service, if they are at that stage. So in the Inspire Clinic, we will have the action plan presented, and then they will receive feedback. In this program, throughout the program, they are supported by the Inspire platform, where everything will be recorded, everything. From the first presentations of the Inspire workshop, the readiness test, the draft of the first Inspire canvas, because the canvas can be on paper. We have the version on paper, I will show you, but we have the online version where you can stick post it on the platform itself. So, and the coach and the student, as they are connected, they can see the same canvas. So then this integration, it's nice because if they are connected online, both of them can see it, but you can develop it using A0, A3, or any, we can print it and put on the wall and work on it, take a picture, and that is it. So it covers a lot of possible deliveries that doesn't involve the use of internet as well. Of course, with the use of the platform, it's much robust because everything is recorded. Each coach meeting, for example, the coaches have to provide a report so we can monitor it. And then in this case, we will have everything, what the student agreed with the coach for the next meeting. These coach reports are also included in the platform. So everything will be there for the student to consult later, to get in the action plan, to get into their canvas, and the coach can do the same. Everything that you do, like we were asked to record the sessions. So we have a channel on YouTube, and then the students that, well, if they want to watch it later, they can do. It's there for them to watch it. It's recorded. So, well, for this specific group, of course, it's just for the people that it's participating on the program with authorization of people participating, and we normally cut out the parts that are about specific projects. And after they have been throughout all of this main part in blue, light blue that you are seeing in front of you, they will go through, they can apply for the seed funding grant awards that have one winner and one runner-up per country. And then they will be able to have a small amount of money to apply in the implementation, the start of the implementation of their projects. I will show you a bit about it in a minute. But I'd like to show you, like, this is the overview of everything. I can answer about the details later if you want. The platform, it's exploited by the University of Brighton by Centring. So then we created it, and then we, in partnership, we included the program into it. So then where are we now? Well, we have been through all the first phase. Most of the students are in the coach meeting 4. And these are some lovely pictures of the coaching sessions at the Strathmore University, Kenya. And when I look at that, my heart goes really, really happy, because I remember when we were drafting this canvas that you can see in their screen, that is the circle full of these notes. This is the canvas that the students were filling up with their project challenges, gaps, and then creating the Inspire canvas. This is the coaching sessions in Strathmore, and these are the coaching sessions in University of Ghana. They were doing it face-to-face. Unfortunately, I was not able to be there with you to participate face-to-face as well, because I'd love to meet you guys. But well, University of in South Africa, it was delivered online. But the people that had the ability to meet face-to-face, this is some nice pictures that we received from them. And you can see that in this case, they are presenting to a group of people. Of course, when you listen to other people talking about their projects, normally you had some inspiration for your own, so it helps. But who defines it is the coach with their cohorts. So for these students that have been through all of that, what's next? So they are now receiving this last session of coaching. They will have the Inspire clinics now in June. So my agenda is full of Inspire clinics in June. They will present their action plan, then we will discuss the action plan. They will receive feedbacks. They will be invited to submit their project that will be reviewed by judges for the seed funding grant awards. And the selected projects will be invited to pitch on 17th of June. The idea is that for each country, we will have a winner, and for each country as well, a runner-up. It will be £1,000 for the winner and £500 for the runners-up. And of course, they have to spend the money within the project that they develop. And it's important that they have to justify the money that they spent to receive the second tranche. And I would love to be there, but I think I will not be able to. But the awards will be held at the ATP Youth Summit in July 2022. So this is the full overview of this program, of these 45 students that are engaged with us. And now I'd like to take this second part of this speech to show you what is Inspire, because I just talked a lot about this canvas and this coaching and this clinic and this platform, but what is it? So the Inspire program was created through a research program. So as I told you, centering is about research and application, and then research again, and the social and economic impact. So it was a project funded by the European Union. It was developed by a consortium of 9 institutions that was spread throughout Europe, and having University of Brighton as a coordinator. So we worked with universities, we worked with consultancies, we worked with regional supporting agencies in order to create this methodology to support the development of business, the development of the innovative projects of business. Because and having in our mind that the business development roadmap goes through 3 different stages. And for entrepreneurs to know that they will have to go through these 3 phases, it's extremely important, so they will be aware of that. First is about exploration, how to explore opportunity and how to define the concept of the offering. Second, how to develop it, how to validate the concept and try to introduce it to the market, to a first pilot customer. And in the end, how to scale up and expand and diversify the market. If I have this full roadmap in my head, I know the challenges that I will have. But it's not just enough to know that I have to go through this roadmap. It's important as well to know that I have to do important parts of this roadmap in partnership with others. Otherwise, the organic development, normally it's much slower. So if you look at the first part here in this first square, of course, business model workshop is here. It's important because we identify the opportunities for business development, the market niche, and we focus on understanding clearly what is this distinctive thing that we have on this product service that I'm delivering, what's the value that the customer expects from us, that will be embedded in a sustainable business model. But we also understand and then from the business model, we go to the Inspire methodology that will help the entrepreneur to create a roadmap of activities that will allow the entrepreneur to get in a commercial income mode. This is what we expect. But to do that faster, it's need a range of partnerships, different partnerships, and different partnerships in different stages of development of the program. And the most important thing is to be aware of which partnerships are the right ones and to have the ability of managing these partnerships efficiently and effectively. So that ends, of course, I'm talking about all these things, but our focus, it's on small projects, small, very small companies, micro companies, or actually projects, that it's so difficult when we are trying to persuade a collaboration with a big university or a big company. And these big organizations, they look like big gorillas. It's very difficult to dance with gorillas. I don't know if you like to dance. I like to dance. I love to dance. So when I dance with a person that is very hard to move, like a gorilla, okay, it's terrible. It's like a company or entrepreneur, a small company entrepreneur trying to dance or to establish a partnership with a big organization that is very stiff to move. It's very complicated. So considering that innovative projects, to move fast, they need to collaborate, and there's a lot of problems and difficulties involved in collaborations if the small companies or projects are not prepared to. Then we created the Inspire framework. That's what you are seeing now. Then the framework is based in OI, open innovation, strategic collaborations for innovation. So then everything that we do, the canvas, the platform, the sessions of coaching are all based in OI. So the first O is the journey, is the understanding where you are in the journey. If you are in the explore opportunity, define concept, validate concept, introduce to market, scale up or expand and diversify. So where your challenge to move on with your project belongs to. Okay, I have a project, I have an app that I created for gastronomic experiences in a certain country, but I never validated with customers. How do I know that they will use it? So they are in validated concept. The challenge lies on the validated concept. So then the idea is here to identify the challenge and understand the gaps that you have. And then in the second part, that is the I part of the action plan, the framework, we will work on an action plan to find the right partner, prepare the company or the project, work with a partner, deal with conflicts with the crowd, and make success out of a failure. It's not every project that has everything prepared, but we start moving on in this direction. If normally when the entrepreneurs, they are aware of the journey, they are much more keen to learn what is needed to progress with an action plan, that they understand that they have to prepare lots before going to a big company or lots to when they are going to collaborate with a university, because they want to retain value from what they do. And if they are not prepared, there's a huge chance that they will lose value or lose a person that has a lot of knowledge or lose the knowledge itself and technology itself to a partner. So then the idea is to prepare them for that. So I will show you briefly, this is the canvas. So the canvas is the visual template that the student will work with or the company will work with, the small business will work with. So then is where they stick, they post-its. And we have a part A, that is the O, the challenge, the innovation journey. And the B, that is the action plan itself. So then is the same. It's like we do with the business model canvas. We look at the elements, like find the right partner. Then I have questions there. What is the scope of the partnership? Sometimes I talk with entrepreneurs and they tell me that they want to do a partner with some specific organization. But when we start talking about what exactly do we want from this organization, they don't know exactly. So in order to approach another organization, you have to know. So we discuss that and find the right partner and do that throughout this canvas. The Inspire the project when you were creating it from 2017, 16 to 2019, we come up with some outcomes that are embedded in the platform itself. So what we have the Inspire Canvas that we just saw, and we have in paper and online. We have an OI readiness assessment. I will not have time to go through it today, but it's a very nice tool. You can do it online if you want. In the platform, it's most of the things are open, but you cannot access all the cases and the internal part of it that I will show you in a minute, that where the students, they log in and they can access the training materials, Canvas, handbook, and other things. Well, the handbook, because you want to explain the coaches and the students and the project managers what this project is about. So we have everything from the project in this handbook. We have 113 cases of innovation journeys throughout Europe from different sectors, from the high technology intensity to low technology intensity. We have a curated collection of 120 tools. But the nice thing about this platform is that it was organized in order for the user don't get lost, that the user will not get lost in the tools and cases because it's too much. We have filters that the student or the entrepreneur will find exactly what is the issue that he has been or she has been going through, and they click on the issue, and then it will lead you to the most appropriate cases and the most appropriate tools. So, and you have also 7 videos embedded in the platform as well. We have a YouTube channel, a Facebook group, and a LinkedIn group as well. You can join if you want to know more about open innovation for SMEs. So this is the platform. If you look, this is the screenshot of the platform. If you look here, I don't know if you can see my cursor, but I'm logged already, and you can register. Okay, all of you can register, and when you register, just register yourself, and then you receive an email and confirm that you are who you are, and they will allow you to download the Inspire Canvas on paper, that it's here in the bottom, just below this first paragraph here in the Inspire Canvas. And you can access all this menu up here. I put a picture in the same slide of the online Canvas, because I showed you the paper version that you can print, but if you go inside with your name and you click over your name, you have the online Inspire Canvas. So the student goes there and just included the post-its here, and the coach access the same system, and the coach can see the canvas of the student. So this is the magic. If you have a very decentralized project when people are far from each other, this allows you to communicate much closer with the project. This is a picture of the real case. We have here, as you can see, this is the first menu. Like, remember that we had like training, handbook, Inspire Canvas that I showed the slide before. Here I'm showing you the training resources that is in the Inspire platform as well. There is a folder for each of the students and a folder for the whole cohort. And this folder for the cohort, in this case is Kenya, they will have all the presentations, the action plan template, the coach report template, and they created here a folder for the university itself with other supporting materials. So they can upload, download, whatever material they think it's okay. And the students can upload and download anything that is posted on their files. That you can see, I have to take out the names, so they have this drawing on it, but you can see that each students have their own folders. The student just see its folder, so him or her folder, and the coach see the folders of the people that they coach, the program manager sees everything, but cannot move anything, cannot change the canvas or the materials that the coach exchanged with the student. So it's really well customized for a specific program. As I told you, we have a handbook that is inside the platform with everything explaining how the program, the methodology has to be delivered, what questions should the coach do to the students or to the entrepreneur. There is an example about how to fill up the canvas. As you can see, it's a very structured program. It's not for any specific sector, but it's for open innovation throughout sectors, through sectors. As I told you, you have a collection of 128 tools. All of the tools are curated. It means that there will be a summary of the tool first, and then you can bookmark to read after. You can bookmark the tool using here, this button in the right corner. You can bookmark the tool and you can download the PDF version. What we did, we took all these 120 tools and we built a very simple way of using it. So we have the summary of it, a template, a blank template to be used, a template that is filled so you know how it will look like when you finish filling it up, and the guidance for the coach or the students to use it by itself. We have also 113 cases, and from different sizes of companies, micro, small, medium, different sectors, service and manufacture, companies that are startups, scale-ups, established small companies, and companies that are small but want to renew, and from different tech intensities as well. All the cases are curated cases, it's original cases. So, and they talk about their innovation journeys, the partnership that established, then there is small as well. So then it's to inspire when you have a program, an issue, maybe this case would inspire you, and inspire is the name of the program. So just to give an example, I'm here in the platform. If I click on challenges, that is the innovation journey itself. If I click on validate concept, it will open some issues here that we find out in our cases. So these issues, if you click on one of them, it will filter for you in the platform the most appropriate tools and cases. So here you will see the tools, the validation method is the most appropriate because it's in green, and the list is red. Appropriate, and the yellow it's in the middle. So you find the right tool and the right case to solve, to answer, or to give you inspiration, or to help you to overcome an issue that you found when you are dealing with your project. So, well, I think this is the full platform, and also we have much more. If I could, as I told you, I could stay talking about it and open it for you to see it live. But I think that I would prepare to have questions from the audience and talk with you about it. So I really hope it was inspiring to see all that we did in the last 7 months. We started on December, so we are 6 months, and there is much more to come. So I'd like to thank again the organization of the event and all the partners that has been working with us and helping this to actually happen in different countries, and considering that we are here in the UK. So thank you.
After the last speakers, who will do their presentation for 20 minutes. So the last panel session will be led by Judy about building resilient destinations in Africa, and it will engage all speakers and panelists who will be present with us, and they will take questions from the audience. So next we have on stage Herbert Migiro and Simon from African Forest, who will be speaking about innovations in biodiversity conservation in tourism, destinations for climate action in Africa. So Simon is the projects manager and planning manager at African Forests. African Forests is an agroforestry social enterprise in Soisambu Conservancy. So Simon, you can begin your presentation.
Thank you so much. Good evening, good afternoon. Okay, thank you so much. I'm delighted to be here, and I'm actually honored for this opportunity to present about regenerating and conserving threatened species. Please bring up the slides. Basically, we work mostly in trees, but as you know, tourism, landscapes, agriculture, mostly all turn around on forestry. So our expertise is mostly in forestry, but yeah, so we work mostly in parks and forest reserves. Okay, so I'll just introduce ourselves, and I'll really start with the main issue on climate change. It's documented that Africa contributes only 2 to 3% of the total greenhouse gas emissions, but we are the most vulnerable continent to climate change. 2 to 3% means other continents contribute about 97%. But you find we are the most vulnerable ones, and we've seen quite a lot of evidences of climate change, as I've seen other people presenting. Like we've seen in Kenya, in Rwanda, even in Somalia, that especially now that we are especially upland, we've seen patterns of rain change. We've seen pests and diseases that come with climate change. We've seen unpredictable weather patterns, because climate change, as we all know, is the cumulative effect that comes along, rather than the actual weather, but it's the long-term effect that comes along because of these greenhouses, global greenhouse gases emissions. So ideally, it's projected that global warming, by 2050, we could lose about a third of mostly biodiversity, and that includes plant and animal species. So that's why our project mostly focuses on threatened species, and we try to conserve that. Next slide. So this is sorry. Okay, so this is a photo, a picture rather, that we adapted just to explain on climate change and how it comes along. So it shows there how changing rain and snow patterns, how we like, for us, we focus on changes in plant life cycles. Like now we have a project here that my colleague Herbert will explain to you. We are trying to develop phenological calendars of species at Shimba Hills, to know when they actually flower, when they fruit, when we could collect seeds, how we could work with people to conserve them. But generally, this is the overall effect of climate change. So next slide, please. Next slide, please. So I also wanted to capture on landscape, tourism, and forests. So basically, I was trying to look at the relationship between these three aspects, and landscapes, as you know, have both the tangible and intangible factors. And mostly tourism focuses on the intangible factors, like the aesthetic point of it, but also the tangible in some way. But mostly forestry and agriculture focus on the more tangible aspects of landscapes. So yeah, tourism entrepreneurs, yeah, will focus, we'll try to look at the scenery of landscapes. So most tourists, you'll find that they try to, for them to have the experience, they want to dwell in it, to like come and experience what our landscapes have to offer, and what it's more of a scenic thing. And as we find in the tourism world, what we sell to tourists, mostly it's what brings them to us, and it's what they are willing to pay for. So that's the main relationship that comes about, because without most of these forests, we cannot have biodiversity, like nature-based tourism, and agricultural and also cultural tourism. It's mostly the history of the landscape that is of essence. So forests also play a main role in combating climate change, and also agriculture does that as well, because of the ability of plants to capture CO2, which in turn reduces greenhouse gases emissions. Next slide, please. So yeah, as I've just mentioned, so forests also play a major role in biological diversity, which includes both flora and fauna. They also provide recreation facilities. They provide habitat for wildlife. They improve air quality through the CO2 filtration. Then they support communities through timber and non-timber forest products, timber for commercial forestry, and non-timber products for the non-commercial, mostly the non-commercial bit of it. Okay, next slide. So I'll just introduce ourselves. African Forests is a social enterprise that was founded in 2006. So we've been working with mostly communities and partners, mostly through developing projects and proposals together and working through them to deliver what we promise. So we have a tree nursery up in Soisambu in Nakuru, but we also have a few nurseries around Shimba Hills and Gongoni. We've also had worked in Taita Hills and part of it also in Kilifi County. But yeah, more of it we develop social projects and we deliver on that. So our main issue to have the nursery, we source seed. We are licensed by Kenya Forestry Service to collect seed on any forest reserve in Kenya. So we have a permit that allows us to do that. Then we have a model, we call it Planet Positive Forestry. Planet Positive is mostly, it's based on a principle of the 3 Ps, where we believe that we need to work for the planet, but also for the people, and for profit. So the 3 main aspects go together, whereby you can't ignore profit, you can't ignore the people, and you have to take care of the planet. So we also do consultancy and trainings, mostly to communities, and consultancies for organizations to establish forests, to do landscapes. We also do products, mostly through research and trials. Yeah, and yeah, we are mostly on the ground doing a lot of research and trying to compare notes and seeing what we need, the actions we need to take. So here, this is a presentation on some of the products we make. We make medicines, foodstuffs, we do tree seeds, we do gums and resins, like that is a face product. We do from acacia bark, we do honey. We do also dyes and tannins. So we keep on developing new products and developing research around such products. Next slide. So that's also part of the research, where we try to extract dyes and lily dye wool from. Our main focus is indigenous trees. So this is an application on natural dyes, how we do it. Okay, at the moment we are developing a product, more of a CSR product, or ESG, environmental social governance product, where we partner with companies to establish forests for them as part of their CSR program. So, so we get paid actually to develop a forest for them, and we brand that forest for the company to take our registered Planet Positive trademark. Yeah, so basically we've now done a hectare. My colleague will go ahead with that, but mostly let him explain on the actual project we are doing here as part of our product.
Hello, everyone. Hello. I hope you're not feeling tired, because it's the last program, but I'll try and wake you up, because I'm excited and things to do with forests and biodiversity are being presented. So I'll just start from where he left, talked about forest products. And we know that forests were supermarkets, hospitals, pharmacies, religious shrines and churches to people. They were everything there in the past. But right now, we moved to a concrete jungle, and we forgot all that we had. Now, there's many opportunities as we continue, as much as we focus on forest. Consider something like, if you go to most 5-star hotels, they'll give you fragrant soaps and shampoos and such. But when you look at the products, you find that mostly it will be something like tea tree, which is not grown in Kenya. I'm not saying we should not support the external economies, but let me tell you something about the diversity around the equator. The diversity in, let me say, Kwale County, where we are hosted, will be 5 or 7 times or 10 times the diversity of
a whole nation in Europe, because you know what happens with temperatures and humidity. We have, how many trees do you think we have in the whole world? Trees and shrubs or plants? Someone can guess? I hope you did not start with that. Did you start with that? Just guess.
I don't know, thousands.
Thousands.
Yeah.
Trillion. So let me just zoom into Kenya. How many trees and shrubs, I'm not even considering the herbaceous plants, do you think we have? Someone guess? So in Kenya, we have 1,100 species of trees and shrubs. I'm not talking about herbs. Those ones are far much more than that. And out of that, 1,140 are threatened with extinction. So they are in a special group called threatened tree and species. And this is done, the surveys are done by IUCN and other bodies. So we get data from them, and that's where we develop the problem. Now, when you come down to coastal forests, they have the highest densities of endemic plants. They are plants which are only found in a single place in Kwale and not any other place, even in the coast or in the world. So the coast has the highest, it's second in the world in terms of highest number of endemics and threatened tree species. Now, doesn't just go with the trees. Now, I will ask if most of you didn't know me before I came here. So if I died last week and I was posted yesterday on the obituary, who would have cried or mourned that I'm dead? None. So the gap first is knowledge, identity. Now, if you go to my place, I come from Nyamira County, which is in Kisii. Most villages are named after trees, and that was very common in very many places in Africa. But none of the tree exists. So none of the trees will, if the trees go extinct, we never notice. Now, if the lion goes extinct, we will all notice, and most of us will be rendered jobless in one way or another, like the way the rhino went. So if we go back to our trees, so we developed lists of places, and we saw the biodiversity hotspots and where the trees are more endangered. After that, we do surveys to try and see the possibility of finding them and trying matching them with the records that exist. Some of them were very few in number. So that's what we've been doing from 2019. And then after mapping of the target species, developing the phenology calendars, we do all that together with the community. And then we train the community again in a special forum so that they can understand their trees. It's not me who will deplete the trees, but it's them from their own forests. Let's go to the next one. Next slide, please. After that, they have developed a phenology calendar. Now they can know the right season when they should collect the seedlings, and now they can start producing the seedlings. Now, for example, if you go to the next, that's a tree. It's called Evangeliopsis shimbaensis, and currently we only know of 2. They have been left in Shimba Hills Forest, and in the last 2 years, we've been able to collect 14 seeds, and most of the seeds were already empty because the ants had acted on them. But the seedlings we have developed, we only have 3. So we need all kinds of technologies to keep the tree going on. A tree like this one, it's called Mkilua fragrans, one of the only trees in Kenya that is named with the indigenous name, Mkilua. So fragrance means smells good. And in the coastal culture, they believe if you've made your wife sad or unhappy, if you take the petals, you spread them on the bed, she'll get happy. So it not only goes with the tree, but with even the fragrance in the tree that could easily be put in your product, but also with the story that it used to be used. So a kid growing right now doesn't know anything about the tree. They only know of coconuts and some few trees you've planted around. And then after that, we do a training, and this is a group that we did with from Gongoni Forest, from Ukunda, and some from the CFAs around Shimba Hills. So what next? When we develop that, and we have a lot of seedlings to do. Currently, we have been given plots by the KFS to do a seed orchard, which includes most of the species that we've got, more than 10. And we will still mix that with the rest of the species because all trees are interdependent. The other thing is we are trying to reach out to privates, and even some hotels have already started doing it. Many hotels and privates, they have big sizes of land and ranches, and some of them even have forests. But the only activity that happens in the hotel is the bed nights, the dining, and the beach. If a tourist comes to Kenya for 20 years, will he still be excited by the same elephant and the same bird and everything? There's a lot of biodiversity in forests. And these just pictures from around within the county of various kinds of mushrooms. If you want to know much about mushrooms, go to Netflix and watch Fantastic Fungi, and you'll be drawn into that world. They're very, very beautiful part of biodiversity, and will contain much of the solutions to future problems. Some of them are very medicinal and such. Did you know that mushrooms can biodegrade oil spillages on land? They are very special part of our biodiversity, and we need not to lose them, and mostly does well inside forests. Now, what's the potential inside the forest, if I may ask? Do we normally go to a forest to see trees, or we pass through forest as we're going to see the big five? There is a lot to see in the forest, and if you maybe start forest trips, not hikes. Hikes is mostly for my exercise and to see waterfalls and such. But if you do some guided botanical forest walks, you will have a story for every day till you die. So it's more sustainable, and it can hold much of what we want, but also we'll see the value of conserving them because they also support other ecosystems that support what we do. Now, also, there is diminishing space where we can grow our trees. And currently, we are partnering with corporates to grow trees. Some say it's expensive, but most of the time we do dump trees and we go away and get nothing after wasting the seeds that give the seedlings. But this is a program that you adopt it, you pay for it, and it works. If you may play the video on that, it shows what we have been doing. That's an acre of, a hectare of forest that we do. And we don't do monocultures, but we plant all kinds of trees, whether they have uses known or not known. That is in Soisambu. That's the African Forest Nursery that has a capacity of more than 100,000 seedlings per season. And it has been very resourceful in Nakuru County, and we also expanded our tentacles elsewhere in Kenya with forestation. Would love all of you to be part of it, and we have small pamphlets talking about it, and you can also go to the internet and see much about it. We also install tanks in the hectares to make sure every tree survives. And for us, it's a noble thing If you own land that's covered in concrete and stone, you can still plant a tree elsewhere, and that will still help in curbing the problem that we presented to Mother Nature, so that Mother Nature doesn't turn back against us. So those are the contacts. Trying to develop more, especially on social media, where we've not done a lot, but thanks for, I have an assignment when I go back to try and make it better on that side. So thank you, and I hope there is no question.
Yeah, thank you, Herbert. Herbert is a botanist consultant, and you can stay in touch with him and Simon regarding issues for trees. Our next presenter is presentation, and shortly after the panel session will be led by Judy, where all the speakers will get to answer their questions. So Marco, if you are online.
I am online. Please give me a sign if you hear and see me.
Yes.
Okay, perfect. So thank you very much for having me here. My name is Marco Giraldo. I am the founder, co-founder and CEO of TourCert. That's an innovation, consulting and certification organization for sustainability and responsibility in tourism. We are headquartered in Stuttgart. That's a city in the south of Germany. But today I'm saying hello from the south of Spain, where I live in a finca, and I meet with my team to have a strategy meeting to talk about the future of tourism and about travel for tomorrow. So thank you very much for having me here. And before I start, I would like to invite you all to give a big, big applause to Judy and the whole team behind STAS for this opportunity to come together to talk about the future of tourism and sustainable development. So please, a big applause to the organization team. I would like to talk about travel for tomorrow, but before we dive into the topic, I would like to share some information about TourCert. Plan for the future, because that's where you will spend the rest of your life. So why should we care about future? It's about thinking for our next generations, for our child's, for our general responsibility in respecting nature and people and culture. And sometimes we lose track in our daily business. We have problems, obstacles in our business. We have to deal with them. There are some conflicts, and we forget about future and about our responsibility to respect this beautiful planet which we live in. And we have to accept that there are a lot of boundaries that we have already reached, and we have to really be careful about what we do and how we do it in the future. And if we see sustainability as a mega branch, responsibility comes with size. And I think tourism matters, and we can change and we can lead some transformation processes. Shortly about TourCert, we are helping to shape the tourism industry for over 20 years now in different projects, but also with different business approaches. We are a non-profit organization, as I already said, for the qualification, consulting, and certification in tourism in general. We deal with all business types of the tourism value chain, and we were officially founded in 2009. But long time earlier, we started to talk about slow tourism, responsible tourism. That was not really an issue. And people smiled at us with a big question mark, asking why do we have to talk about this topic in tourism. We are headquartered in Stuttgart, as I already said, a really nice city in the south of Germany, but we have representations all over the world. One of these representations is STTA in Kenya, and we work together in Uganda. Our TourSat community today counts 500 members in approximately 30 countries, and we have trained about 500 sustainability managers in companies or destinations to run and to do the work changing tourism. We have analyzed and advised over 10,000 tourism companies, so we know exactly what is right and what is not that right, and we know a lot of best practices we can share with you as a blueprint to run change processes. Sometimes you need some innovation, some inspiration, some ideas, and that's what you get if you work with us. We have a special expertise in the development of sector-specific criteria, catalogs, and indicators, because at the end we say you can't manage what you can't measure. And I think sustainability is nothing you can do by thinking you have improved. You have to know it. So you have to measure it and you have to monitor it. And we work a lot in the international development cooperation. As I already said, we run projects all over the world. And one of these projects is taking place in Uganda, and it's called Tourism Excellence Uganda. And in this regards, I would also put a focus on a partnership with STTA. It's our project partner in the Tourism Excellence Uganda. It's funded by the Austrian Development Agency, and it's about training and labeling tourism suppliers, the tourism value chain, talking about sustainability, and offering them a basic qualification system to know exactly where they stand if they talk about sustainability. To go away from this abstract discussion about sustainability into a concrete status quo and the development of action plans to improve in terms of sustainability. We have also a business partnership with STTA, our so-called preferred partnership. That means you have a contact point in your context, in your region, and you have a transfer of the TourSat system and methodology to your context. It's really important if we talk about changing, we need to respect other realities, other circumstances. So that's something we make sure in building local business partnerships to translate what we think as a German consultancy is right for Germany into the African, East African context, so that you can really work with that. And in this regards, I would like to invite you to join us for free. I don't know if you have seen these flyers already. We would like to invite you to qualify your company, your destination with our TourSat qualified system. It's a methodology to qualify yourself in terms of sustainability. Please, you can scan this QR code and then you will see a landing page. It's really easy. You can sign up. It's a registration sheet, easy to fill out. And if you do so till mid of June, you will join us with a 1 year free partnership, with a 1 year free membership. And it's about qualifying your company and giving you some tools to make the first steps. And first steps doesn't mean that you have not done something in terms of sustainability, but we would like to offer you a monitoring system. And that's a nice first step, I think. What means travel for tomorrow? Preparing my presentation, I was thinking about what to say in a conference about sustainable tourism, and I think I do not have to convince you. And so that's the only slide I would share with you. Last week I was walking through Berlin, and again I saw this picture I think last time I already showed it. And it says, translated into English, he who wants the world to remain as it is doesn't want it to remain at all. And we cannot expect to have other results doing the same things. I think we have to redesign and rethink the things we are doing, the way we are doing business, the approach to different circumstances. Only then we will have the possibility to change and to live in a better future. And so I'm sure that all the speakers today and yesterday showed you some methods, projects, approaches about how to rethink what we are doing to really change the future. And that's what I would like to motivate you. It has never been easy to change. It's not that we wish everything has to be different and it happens from alone. We have to do it, and that's our responsibility. But I think it's okay. I think we have the possibility, we have the know-how, and we have the power of doing so. But we have to empower our people. We have to motivate also our staff to be part of the change. It's not only about the CEO or the manager of a company deciding to be responsible and sustainable. It's about motivating people for a different lifestyle, to join a movement, to join a way of a better future. It's offering measurability. As I already said, you can't manage what you can't measure. And we have had a really long time discussing sustainability on a really abstract way, and no one knows exactly what are we talking about. So we need to translate it into concrete numbers and best practices, so you can copy it as a company and really be part of a change. It's about thinking about the value chain. Who is part of the tourism product and who has to be part of changing processes? So let's talk to each other. Let's partner with each other. Let's listen to each other's problems or success stories. It's about understanding that change and sustainability is a continuous process. It's not 100% status that you will ever reach. It's a decision you take and a long, difficult way you have to walk. And that's it. That's the story about sustainability. It's a continuous story, and you have to work looking for new improvements and monitoring them continuously. You need some tools for that. And it's about looking for quality and seriousness. If I look back what happens the last few months and what companies and certification bodies were founded, that's a lot of copycat and a lot of greenwashing. You pay $200 and you are sustainable. And again, it has never been easy, and you can't change only by working with indicators or criteria. It's about really changing processes and the DNA of your company. So offer I would like to make you is a project that we are developing right now all over the world. It has a global dimension, and it's called the Tourism Impact Alliance. It's about measure, monitor, and verify sustainability actions. Tourism businesses and destinations become better at managing sustainability impacts in their operation and supply chain. How? We will develop a business and destination cockpit. So we bring sustainability into the digital world, and we offer a supply chain monitor, so you can see on a live modus how your sustainability performance is connected to your supply chain. Certifiers like TourCert, but a lot of other certification bodies in your countries will become more efficient and credible in carrying out audit processes. So we will offer them an audit office and an audit manager, so a software to run audit processes. right now we are seeing a lot of different developments, and you can't really compare certified businesses with each other. So you can't really benchmark each other, and you cannot learn from each other. We have to bring efforts in sustainability certification together so we can really have a win-win situation. The destinations of the future will strengthen their transformative capacities for sustainable destination development. We will offer a destination stewardship system, and we will make innovative destination concepts transparent as a blueprint to take for your destinations. And at the end, the Impact Alliance unites global tourism stakeholders and increases capacities and market presence for SDG transformation, sustainable development goals. So we will build up regional knowledge networks in East Africa, in Africa in general, and we will offer capacity building. It's a project that is funded by Switzerland, and in strong cooperation with the Global Sustainable Tourism Council, the umbrella organization of the certification world in tourism, and developed and managed by my company, TourCert. My final slide: join the movement, do it, come on board, register your company or your destination, go through the 5-step qualification process, and be part of our community. And only if you are part of our community, we can see how we can help you individually, because then we are one step nearer to each other. And regarding the 17 goal of the Sustainable Development Goals, it's about partnership to reach the goals. So let's join, let's come together, register yourself. Thank you very much. I'm looking forward to get you to know you, and perhaps we can take an individual look to your company or your destination to be part of a travel for tomorrow. So thank you very much, and happy to answer to your questions later on.
Aline is online, Marco is online, and Fergus is online. Job will guide me with the questions coming from our online audience. Thank you, Marco. I will take any questions for these panelists who are present here, and Job will guide me with the questions, or Lucy with the questions that are coming online. Do we have any questions in-house for our presenters for today? I got one question there. Lucy, I got Susan. Do you have a mic for her? Okay. What does it cost to grow a hectare of trees?
Okay, I think it's something that is very variable, but ideally we cost it at about 100 to 200 shillings per tree in 3 years, because we focus on growing a hectare, but it's very variable depending on where you are and your factors, whether you require fencing, whether water is available. It's very variable. So it's something we do we quote as per depending on where you are ideally.
Okay.
Yeah. Is it well answered? Yeah. No, not in purchasing, in growing it for 3 years. Watering, yeah. 100, it ranges, because basically growing a seedling in a nursery for about 1 year, it costs 30 to 50 shillings to grow a seedling for 1 to 2 years, to nurture it, get the seed and nurture it. And then from there is the cost of planting it, and actually looking after it. So, and looking after it is very variable. It depends on whether you require water harvesting, you require tanks, whether you require your area to be fenced, the maintenance that will be done on your tree. It varies, but on the, it goes from around 100 to 200. It depends. Yeah. Okay, we plant in our Planet Positive model, we plant 3,600 trees per hectare. So, and that means, okay, not really trees, it's trees and shrubs. So we plant, that means in every 5 meters, you have four trees. Yeah, 4 trees. For 5 meters, you have 2 trees, and in between you have 2 shrubs in between. So your spacing is actually 1.67 between each tree. So basically, that's the calculation. So and the plan is immediately you plant it, in 3 years you already have a full canopy. You have a different canopy forest.
I think that's very useful information for tourism companies who are always going to throw trees somewhere and say we planted trees.
Yep.
And they did not follow any science.
Yep.
And they claim that they're making a difference in the environment. Now we can see the science behind it. You plant some trees, you plant some shrubs, and there's actually minimum distances.
Yeah, and for your information, our Planet Positive forestry, the 1 hectare, you can have over 100 different species.
Okay, thank you. Does anybody have, before I get here, does anybody have a question for Alini? Alini has to leave. Alini was talking to us about the Inspire program, the youth acceleration, accelerating youth entrepreneurship in tourism. Anybody has a question for Alini?